Immortal Cultivation family. My comprehension ability can be stored dest video experiment para intretenimiento y no infringe derechos de autor en les. Los derechos de la novela while our imaginación del autor original. No reclamamos propiedad. No te gusta respira y queers escuchar est fanfic completo horror. Suscrebet en nuestro Patreon. Donde encontrarás los mejores fanfics. Chapter 376 Rakshasa. Ahem. Chen Daoxuan coughed to cover up. When Fei Chengsu heard him cough, she couldn't help but turn her head and looked at the fairy pond outside the pavilion, changing the subject. Since you and I have the same goal, you can wait until the celebration ceremony to see my expression and act. I have already collected all the evidence of Yin's crime, so you don't have to worry about this matter. Chen Daoxuan, goodbye. After that, Fei Chengsu's figure gradually faded until she completely disappeared in front of Chen Daoxuan. In order to avoid embarrassment, the other party actually moved directly in front of Chen Daoxuan to his newly opened small world. Seeing Fei Chengsu fleeing, Chen Daoxuan couldn't help but smile slightly. The space rippled slightly, and his figure also disappeared on the spot. Wait until Chen Daoxuan left for a while. In the pavilion, Fei Chengsu, wearing colorful fairy clothes, appeared in the pavilion again, looking at the place where Chen Daoxuan disappeared, lost in thought. Even as the woman with the highest power in Wangxinghe, Fei Chengsu had to admit that Chen Daoxuan was indeed the first and best match for countless female cultivators. Whether it is appearance, character, talent, or strength, they are all top-notch people. If there is any shortcoming in Chen Daoxuan, it is probably that his background is not amazing. Compared with Chen Daoxuan's strength as a top-level true lord, the Chen family behind him is not worth mentioning. As far as Fei Chengsu knows, in the Feng'an realm, it is almost unheard of for a genius like Chen Daoxuan to break through to the world realm at the giant stage. Even if there is such a pervert, it is some ancient immortal clan or sect that secretly cultivates it in various small worlds using various extremely precious resources. The most critical point is that their age cannot be as young as Chen Daoxuan, who has only practiced for a few decades. Kinzan, who is known as the most talented cultivator in the history of Carnean Sword Sect, also spent hundreds of years to reach the realm of the 6th level of the Great Dao. Fei Chengsu has never heard of Chen Daoxuan, who only spent 1/10 of the opponent's time to achieve Kinzan's achievements. This is also the reason why Fei Chengsu believes that her Carnean Sword Sect and Chen Daoxuan are destined not to be opponents. Because of the speed of Chen Daoxuan's rise, it seems that the contradiction between the Chen family and Carnean Sword Sect will soon cease to exist. Carnean Sword Sect is also impossible to control such a peerless genius. Not to mention that their Carnean Sword Sect is only a second-rate sect in Xianyantao. Even the ancient sect that ranks among the top forces may not be able to control a monster like Chen Daoxuan. This kind of peerless genius should either befriend him or completely destroy him while his strength is weak. In short, don't think about controlling him. As for killing Chen Daoxuan in the bud, Carnean Sword Sect has long lost this opportunity, and Fei Chengsu will not do such a stupid thing. She can see that if Carnean Sword Sect wants to truly occupy a place in Xianyantao, the opportunity lies in Chen Daoxuan. This is also the reason why she just proposed a marriage with the Chen family. She is not simply to ease the conflict of interests between the two sides in the future. In the pavilion, Fei Chengsu stood quietly until Fairy Kaiyao appeared behind her, and she came back to her senses. Master, a weak voice sounded behind Fei Chengsu. Fairy Kaiyao bowed slightly, suppressing the burning shyness on her pretty face, and said with expectation in her beautiful eyes, I wonder how he responded? Hearing this, Fei Chengsu was suddenly shocked. Well, about this matter. He said he would consider it. So that's how it is. The disappointment on Fairy Kaiyao's face flashed away. Fairy Kaiyao didn't know why, but she had an inexplicable liking for Chen Daoxuan since she first met him. Otherwise, she wouldn't have lived in Guanhe Fairy City when she first met him. At that time, although the light on Chen Daoxuan was dazzling, it was only limited to the low-level cultivators in Kangzhou. In the eyes of high-level cultivators, Chen Daoxuan, a mere foundation-building cultivator, was really insignificant. But unexpectedly, in just a few decades, the foundation building cultivator of that year not only jumped to the late Giant stage, but also broke through to the 6th level of the Dao realm, opening up his own small world. Why are the cultivation forces led by Yuan Chen Daojuan praised by the outside world as first-class forces? The reason lies in the small world, opened up by Yuan Chen Daojuan, which is independent of Feng'an realm. The small world opened up by Yuan Chen Daojuan is different from the cave world, where Fei Chengsu lives. In essence, the small world opened up by Yuan Chen Daojuan can be promoted to the level of Feng'an realm. And the cave world, even if more resources are invested, will not be able to exist independently in the endless void like Feng'an realm. The cave world is dead, and can only be stored in the main world like Feng'an realm. Looking at the lonely look of the disciple, for some reason, Fei Chengsu suddenly felt a guilty feeling. She couldn't help but think that, if the Chen family really married the Carnean sword sect, how could it be more appropriate than the marriage between the head of a clan and the master of a sect? Thinking of this, Fei Chengsu's face couldn't help but blush slightly. She knew that her disciple had feelings for Chen Daoxuan, but the more this happened, the more she felt an inexplicable sense of excitement. Kai Yao didn't know what her master was thinking deep in his heart. She raised her head and forced a smile, saying, "He is different from others. In addition to valuing the interests of his family, he sometimes acts according to his own preferences. I have been with his Taoist partner for some time, and I know that they have a very good relationship. Chen Daoxuan is not someone who will easily change his feelings for someone else, but this is also why I like him, isn't it?" Hearing her disciple's infatuated words, Fei Chengsu immediately threw away the throbbing in her heart and sighed. "Foolish child, although Chen Daoxuan is talented, he must not become your obsession, otherwise it will be detrimental to your practice. You must know that for cultivators like us, we can only rely on ourselves in the end." Disciple knows. Fairy Kai Yao lowered her head and said softly. After leaving the cave world, where Fei Chengsu was, Chen Daoxuan casually found a purple mansion disciple of Carnean sword sect, and asked him to lead the way. Although Chen Daoxuan had been in Carnean sword sect for a period of time, he still knew too little about its internal environment. The sect of Carnean sword sect is different from that of Qinghui Taoist sect. The sect of Qinghui Taoist sect is built on a series of crisscrossing high-level spiritual veins. Carnean sword sect does not have such a good geographical environment. It was defeated in the Huangxing Sea and lost all the territory of Chuan country. Naturally, it could not find any treasure land to rebuild the sect. Therefore, the sect of Carnean sword sect now, strictly speaking, is somewhat like a super large magic weapon. However, this super large magic weapon is composed of a series of independent cave worlds. Taken separately, these cave worlds are not worth mentioning to the sect forces of Zion Tao, but putting them together and forming a formation is a bit scary. The core part of the Carnean sword sect's sect station is a super large island in the Huangxing Sea. It's just that for thousands of years, Carnean sword sect has refined this island into a cave world and used it as the foundation of these thousands of cave worlds. Other cave worlds are attached to this super large island. But this is also the problem. Because the cave world is not like the spiritual veins in the outside world, it cannot produce abundant resources. The various spiritual energy, spiritual plants, and spiritual minerals needed by the cultivators for cultivation are highly dependent on the outside world, including this super large island. Since it was refined into the cave world, it has been separated from the Feng'an world. Although this method has improved the safety of the Carnean sword sect's headquarters by several levels, it has also brought huge resource pressure to the Carnean sword sect. This means that the resource consumption of the Carnean sword sect is highly dependent on the outside world. This is also one of the reasons why the Carnean sword sect launched the war in the Cloud Kingdom. The huge resource consumption of the Carnean sword sect's headquarters, relying solely on the supply of the states in the Huangxing Sea, is already somewhat unbearable. At that time, the Carnean sword sect was faced with either a civil war in the Huangxing Sea or external expansion. There was no third way to go. Master Chen, this cave in front, is the place where the Kangshao cultivators will stay to participate in the celebration ceremony this time. Next to Chen Daoxuan, a cultivator wearing the Taoist robe of a direct disciple of the Carnean sword sect said respectfully, "Yes, Chen Daoxuan nodded slightly. He couldn't help but think of the last time after the Kangzhou corpse tide was pacified. The Kangzhou monks also came to accept the Carnean Sword sect's commendation. At that time, they lived in a palace in the island cave world, not like now, a complete cave world, all temporarily handed over to the Kangzhou monks. Master Chen, we are here. As he said, the purple mansion monk stopped, took out a pass jade token from his storage bag, and handed it over. This is the pass made by the refining hall specifically for this celebration ceremony. Master Chen, please keep it. The purple mansion monk bowed. Thank you. Chen Daoxuan smiled and bowed. Who knew that the purple mansion monk was so frightened when he saw Chen Daoxuan being so polite? Master Chen, you are embarrassing me. Seeing his appearance, Chen Daoxuan was no longer polite and took the token from the air. He just immersed his spiritual consciousness in it and instantly understood the use of the token. He injected a stream of mana into the token, and a portal immediately appeared in the barrier of the cave world in front of him. Chen Daoxuan stepped into it, and the portal slowly disappeared. After watching Chen Daoxuan leave, the purple mansion monk slowly relaxed for a long time. He found that this Chen Zhenren was not as fierce and evil as the rumors said. His famous battle was to kill the blood-slaughter Zhenren, and then in the battlefield of Chuan Kingdom, he killed the Yuanying Zhenjin of Zuan King Dao League like a dog. Finally, when he returned to Wangxinghei from the battlefield of Chuan Kingdom, the first thing the other party did was to kill the patriarch of the Jiang family, the dominant family in Taizhou, at the family residence. Although Chen Daoxuan had killed few people along the way, they were not unknown people. Therefore, the outside world gave him the title of Luosha Zhenren. Of course, this name was only called by everyone in private, and no one was stupid enough to dare to call Chen Daoxuan to his face. Entering the cave, a different scene came into Chen Daoxuan's eyes. It must be said that there is one thing that is particularly good about the Carnean Sword sect's sect station. That is, the scenery in each cave is different. These caves can be adjusted to various seasons and climates, and even landforms and scenery according to the needs of the owner. There are floating fairy islands, snowy peaks, mountains, forests, lakes, and ancient fairy cities. In short, the scenery of each cave in the Carnean Sword sect is different. For example, Hu Yanchi's dojo is a volcanic furnace. People with weak wills cannot stay in such a place for a moment, but Hu Yanchi is willing to do it. The cave world, where Chen Daoxuan and his friends live this time, is an ancient fairy city. Outside the fairy city, there are also large snowfields and special spiritual lakes. Combining the snowfield and the spiritual lake together is almost impossible in the eyes of mortals, but for cultivators, it is just a matter of setting up a formation. This kind of cave world is not big. With Chen Daoxuan's divine sense, he can easily cover the entire cave world. With a sweep of divine sense, he quickly found the residence of Eluoli and the Chen family. However, when his consciousness scanned Eluoli, his face instantly turned cold. In the Immortal City, in the spiritual mansion, where the Chen family members were staying, a group of uninvited guests led by white-robed monks were blocking the spiritual mansion, where the Chen family members were staying. In front of the spiritual mansion, Chen Fusheng was confronting the Jiandan monk who was the leader. This Jiandan monk had narrow eyes, and looked sinister and narrow-minded. The most eye-catching thing about this Jiandan monk was probably the divine pattern between his eyebrows. This person was none other than Yi Wu Dao, who had abandoned Zen and Pass and fled. Do you know who I am? I want to see your clan leader, and you, a mere purple mansion monk, dare to stop me? Yi Wu Dao had been blocked outside the door by Chen Fusheng. After trying to persuade him with kind words to no avail, he finally got angry. But Chen Fusheng showed a cold look, neither speaking nor giving way. This attitude completely angered Yi Wu Dao. Just when Yi Wu Dao was about to make some noise to get Chen Daoxuan out, the Spirit Palace formation suddenly opened. A group of women came out of the Spirit Palace. The leaders were Eluoli and Chen Daolian. Seeing Chen Daolian and Eluoli, Chen Fusheng immediately bowed to them. Hello, aunt, wife of the clan leader. Although Yi Wu Dao had never met Chen Daolian and others, he had always seen images of important figures in the Chen family, so he recognized Chen Daoxuan's Taoist partner at a glance. Before Chen Daolian and Eluoli could speak, Yi Wudao turned his gaze to Eluoli and bowed, saying, I guess you are fairy Eluoli. Eluoli knew the feud between the Chen family and Yi Wudao, so she didn't give him a good look and said coldly, you have been entangled here, what is the matter? Finally meeting someone who was important enough in Chen Daoxuan's heart, Yi Wudao said with joy, Fairy, I came here because I do have an important matter to ask to see Master Chen. At this point, Yi Wudao vowed, I dare to guarantee with my life that this matter is related to the future destiny of the Chen family in Wangxinghai. Please be sure to introduce Master Chen to me. Hearing this, Eluoli, who didn't have many opinions, felt a little panicked. She turned her head and looked at Chen Daoxuan. Chen Daoxuan took Eluoli's jade hand and patted it gently, then looked at Yi Wudao and said coldly, go away, our clan leader will not see you. This must be Chen Daoxuan Chen Fairy, right? Yi Wudao arched his hands and said firmly, I'm meeting Chen Daoxuan today just to say one thing. If Chen Daoxuan is still dissatisfied, I will turn around and leave. Just when everyone was deadlocked, a figure suddenly appeared in front of everyone. Chen Daoxuan looked at Yi Wudao indifferently. What do you want to see me for? Hearing this, Yi Wudao only felt a chill running along the spine to the center of the eyebrows, and it was entrenched in the divine pattern of the center of the eyebrows and beating wildly. This person is very terrifying. For some reason, Yi Wudao actually felt a much stronger sense of oppression from Chen Daoxuan than from his father Yi Yin. Have you met Chen Daoxuan, Senior Chen? Yi Wudao didn't dare to say the word Daoxuan at all, so he could only lower his head and call Senior Chen. Chapter 377 Undercurrent. Yi Wudao, who was so arrogant just now humbled himself in front of Chen Daoxuan. But no one thought there was anything wrong. Although Chen Daoxuan's cultivation was the same as Yi Wudao's, both were in the golden core stage. His real strength was even better than his father Yi Yin, so he was naturally qualified to be superior in front of Yi Wudao. Feeling the pressure like a thorn in his back, Yi Wudao couldn't help but breathe faster. Senior, Yi Wudao bowed his head, his posture very humble. Junior knows that there were some misunderstandings between Junior and Senior, but fortunately these misunderstandings did not lead to actual disasters. Our two families can completely reconcile. Seeing that Chen Daoxuan's face did not change, Yi Wudao's tone became more anxious. Besides, the Chen family behind you is also one of the many Immortal Cultivation families in Wangxinghai. Our two families should belong to the same camp. Since Fei Chengsu succeeded to the throne, she has been suppressing the power of our family and supporting independent cultivators. All kinds of behaviors are witnessed by everyone. If not, Wangxinghai would have been under our control long ago. Chen Daoxuan looked at him expressionlessly and said coldly, if that's all you want to say, you can get out now. Yi Wudao didn't know that in Chen Daoxuan's heart, he had already sentenced the other party to death. Now he kept the other party, just to wait until the celebration ceremony, and really put him to death in front of Wangxinghai's fellow practitioners. Seeing that Chen Daoxuan was so stubborn, Yi Wudao finally released a big move. Perhaps you think that after Kinsun broke through to the world realm, the power of the sect master has increased greatly, but I'm afraid you don't know that our family's power is not without foundation. At this point, Yi Wudao's face showed a hint of arrogance. Get lost. After saying that, Chen Daoxuan raised his hand, and the law patterns in his hand flowed. Then he flicked his finger, and Yi Wudao and others were flicked away by Chen Daoxuan like flicking flies. The next moment, dozens of miles away, Yi Wudao lowered his head and saw a huge gap appeared on his chest. On his chest countless granulations were surging frantically, repairing the wound. In just a few breaths, the gap on Yi Wudao's chest was repaired, but looking at his pale face, Chen Daoxuan's casual attack still caused him to suffer serious injuries. As for the several giant and cultivators he brought with him, they were even worse, and they were all seriously injured. Seeing the miserable state of everyone, Yi Wudao was filled with resentment, but he dared not say a word, fearing that Chen Daoxuan would really kill him here. At that time, he would have nowhere to complain. Let's go. Yi Wudao looked at the Lingfu in the Immortal City with resentment, and did not dare to speak harshly. He just waved his sleeves, and turned into a beam of light and left. The people who accompanied him all followed him with gloomy faces, and disappeared on the spot. in front of the Lingfu. The Chen family members all looked pleased when they saw the patriarch casually send Yi Wudao away, who was entangled here. Once upon a time, Yi Wudao was like a mountain, pressing on the hearts of the Chen family members, making them breathless. But now, even if they don't rely on Chen Daoxuan, the Chen family members are not afraid of giant and cultivators like Yi Wudao. Among the crowd, only Luoli had some worries on her face. She took advantage of the fact that everyone was not paying attention and secretly sent a message through her spiritual consciousness. Chen Lang, just now I heard the other party's tone. It doesn't seem to be bluffing. Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan smiled and replied, of course it's not bluffing. Speaking of which, they really found an incredible backer. An incredible backer? Luoli was even more surprised. This kind of news should be top secret in Yin's camp, and it is impossible for non-important people to know it. How did Chen Daoxuan know it? Seeing Luoli's puzzled look, Chen Daoxuan smiled and said, when I killed Jiang Taiyuan, I left my clone in the Jiang family. Perhaps because of my clone's high-level formation master status, my clone was entrusted with an important task as soon as he became a guest of the Jiang family. After a narration, Luoli finally knew why Chen Daoxuan knew Yin's trump card. You mean, Yin and his men brought in foreign enemies? Luoli was very angry. After all, Yin's fight with the leader of Carnian Sword Sect was just an internal power struggle. As long as Yin admitted defeat in time, Fei Chengsu would not kill him. But if foreign enemies intervened, the situation would be very different. After listening to Chen Daoxuan's words, Luoli was angry and even more afraid. Fortunately, Chen Daoxuan left a hidden card in the Jiang family, otherwise they might really be successfully calculated by Yin and others this time. In another large cave world. In the cave, there are many floating fairy islands. On the fairy islands, countless palaces are lingering in the clouds, showing the momentum of the fairy family. Among them, in front of a palace on the central fairy island, several escape lights landed, and it was Yi Wudao and others. The road was smooth and unimpeded. Yi Wudao walked into a hall with a gloomy face. In the hall, 4 cultivators were sitting cross-legged. In the middle position was the core leader of the Wangxinghe family, Yin. On Yin's left hand was also Chen Daoxuan's old acquaintance, the leader of the Zuan Qingdao League, Yi Xianqi. On his right hand was the current patriarch of the Jiang family, Jiang Taihao. As for the one on the far right, he looked like a young cultivator, but his cultivation was the same as Yin, also in the late Yuanying stage. Moreover, his aura was even stronger than Yin's, and not weaker than Yi Xianqi, the leader of Zuan Qingdao League on the far left. This person was very powerful, and was a helper sought by the Jiang family. When everyone saw Yi Wudao walking into the hall angrily, Yi Xianqi laughed and turned around and said, Brother Yi, it seems that you are more accurate in judging people. Chen Daoxuan really refused. When Yin heard this, his face was very calm, and he said, a peerless genius like Chen Daoxuan must be very proud. My son humiliated him in front of everyone back then. Now he has the upper hand, and will not compromise easily. Yi Xianqi nodded. We have to fight after all. Who knew that the young cultivator on the far right was very disdainful when he heard Yin and Yi Xianqi praising Chen Daoxuan for being a genius. But he didn't want to argue with everyone about such a boring topic. If Jiang Taihao, a branch of the Jiang family, had not found him through an ancestral object, he would not have come to such a barren place as Wangxinghe. Cultivators like Jiang Qinggai, who were born in the ancient Immortal clan, either practiced in the many small worlds of the Jiang family of the ancient Immortal clan, or fought with the monsters in the battlefield outside the two-world abyss. They rarely paid attention to the struggles between the sects of Zhan and Zhao, let alone the internal power struggle of a second-rate sect in Wangxinghe. Okay, stop talking nonsense. Jiang Qinggai's expression was quite impatient. He looked at Yi Wudao and asked, let me ask you, what choice will Chen Daoxuan make? Hearing this, Yi Wudao's face changed for a while. He lowered his head and said in fear, Senior, Chen Daoxuan is arrogant and domineering. Not only did he not agree to join us, he also beat up the juniors and others. Hearing this, Yin took a deep look at Yi Wudao. As the saying goes, no one knows his son better than his father. Yu Yin was a little doubtful whether Yi Wudao really clarified to Chen Daoxuan. But thinking of his own strength, Yu Yin didn't say anything more. No matter how you count it, on their side, there are two world-level true monarchs, Yi Xianqi and Jiang Chengai. Especially Jiang Chengai, he is from the ancient immortal family Jiang family. Not only is his status noble, but his strength is also unfathomable. As the pride of the Jiang family, Jiang Chengai naturally saw that Yi Wudao's words were a bit untrue. But he didn't care about these. In Jiang Chengai's eyes, the purpose of his trip was not to help Yu Yin seize power, nor to recruit Chen Daoxuan. He came here for only one purpose, that is, to find the ancestral object that the Jiang family had lost, the King Muding. This King Muding itself is not precious. After all, the Jiang family has a complete method for refining the King Muding. With the foundation of the Jiang family can refine as many 4th level King Mudings as they want. But the King Muding that is scattered outside is different. It is rumored that this King Muding was personally refined by the ancestor of the Jiang family in ancient times. Its symbolic significance to the Jiang family is far better than its actual function. If Jiang Chengai can retrieve this item for the family, he will definitely be appreciated by the Chens and in the family. This is what he values most. In Jiang Chengai's opinion, it would be best if Chen Daoxuan could surrender to them and hand over the King Muding in person. If not, it would be okay to force him to hand over this item after defeating him. With Jiang Chengai's experience of participating in the battlefield outside the two-world abyss many times, let alone a mere Chindan stage cultivator, even Yuanying stage cultivators of the same cultivation level can be taken seriously by him. The existence known as the top true Lord in Zion Tao is just a slightly stronger ant in the battlefield outside the two-world abyss. In the two-world abyss, the main force of the fight between the two sides is the cultivators above the Yuanying stage and the world monsters above the demon master level. Because only when you reach the Yuanying stage can you survive briefly in the battlefield outside the two-world abyss. Otherwise, with only the Chindan cultivation level, you can't survive in the endless void at all. Because after all, an alien like Chen Daoxuan is hard to find in the ages. Only the battlefield outside the two realms is the real battleground for the Xianjiao. Over the years, although there has never been a fierce battle outside the two realms, the battles between Yuanying Zhenjin and even Yuan Shandaojin are not uncommon. The top leaders of both sides seem to be happy to use the battlefield outside the two realms to train younger disciples. As long as there is no Xian's unlevel war. In the eyes of the top leaders of both sides, the battle between Yuanying Zhenjin is nothing at all, and it is also the only way for all the strong men in Feng'an realm. Jiang Chengai's face was quite unhappy. He raised his hand. Okay, I'm not interested in knowing the grudge between you and Chen Daoxuan. I only care about one thing, to take back the ancestral King Muding of my clan. Seeing that Yi Wudao still wanted to argue, Yu Yin coughed lightly and smiled. What Jiang Zhenjin said is very true. After that, he glared at Yi Wudao and scolded him lightly. Useless trash, why don't you retreat? First, he was injured by Chen Daoxuan, and now he was scolded by his father. Yi Wudao felt that there was a grudge in his chest, and he couldn't get it out. But he had no chance to defend himself due to his low strength. When Yi Wudao walked out of the palace, Jiang Chengai remembered something, looked at Yi Xianqi and Yu Yin with a smile, and said, as far as I know, Zuan King Dao League and Kainiuan Sword Sect are hostile, right? Hearing this, Yu Yin's expression changed slightly, but soon he regained his composure and chuckled. True Lord Jiang, you don't know that the leader of our sect has gone against the grain and suppressed my family's power in Wangxinghe to enhance the status of independent cultivators. It's really despicable. Although Alliance leader Yi was hostile to our sect before, compared to the conflicts between the two sides, he was more indignant about Fei Chengxu's suppression of the Wangxinghe cultivation family, so he came to help regardless of the past grudges. Brother Yi is right. Yi Xianqi nodded. This time in the battlefield of Chuan country, all the Yuanying true lords sent by Kainiuan Sword Sect were independent cultivators. Although there are many of these independent cultivators, their strength is very low. It often takes several people to defeat one person of my Zuan King Dao League. It is a waste of the limited resources of Feng'an realm to cultivate a group of weak cultivators of the same level at such a cost. Jiang Chengai also came from a family of immortal cultivators. He himself participated in battles outside the domain many times. He knew how precious the resources of Feng'an realm were. In Jiang Chengai's eyes, the limited resources of Feng'an realm should be used by cultivators with outstanding talents. As for those casual cultivators, who fled at the sight of war, and had poor talents, Jiang Chengai always despised them. In his opinion, these casual cultivators did not even have the qualifications to be cannon fodder in the battlefield outside the two-world abyss. After hearing Yi Xianqi's remarks, Jiang Chengai's impression of Yi Xianqi improved a lot. As a person who has been in the battlefield outside the domain for many years, Jiang Chengai has always been dissatisfied with the fights between the various cultivation forces in Xian'an. In his opinion, these cultivation forces are better off going to the battlefield outside the domain to kill the enemy instead of being arrogant in the nest of Xian'an. But such things are not the turn of him, a mere Yuanying period cultivator. After all, the cultivation forces in Xian'an are complicated, and almost every sect has more or less some origins with the top ancient sects or ancient immortals. If the Jiang family forcibly manages it, it will inevitably trigger conflicts between the top sects and top families behind these cultivation forces. The so-called traction can move the whole body, nothing is more than this. In order to resist the great enemy of the world monster, the top forces of Feng'an realm finally reached an agreement. Regardless of the internal struggles in Xian'an, they were stationed in the two worlds. This is the stability of Feng'an realm. In addition, there is another reason for these top forces to let go of the internal struggles in Xian'an. That is, they hope to raise Gu through these struggles, to select some real strong people. You know, in the battlefield outside the two worlds, the role that a Xianzhen who crosses the tribulation can play is often stronger than that of thousands of Yuan Shandaogen. But the road of cultivation is like this. The further you go, the more difficult it is to make up for the quality with the number of cultivators. Yu Yin and Yi Xianqi saw that the face of the Jiang family Xianjiao gradually eased, and they were relieved. This big guy's not easy to serve. Not only is he superb in strength, but his background is also very strong. With the strength and background of Yu Yin and Yi Xianqi, they can't afford to offend him. In addition, Yu Yin will rely on the other party to help, so he dare not offend the other party. Jiang Chengai also knows these principles, but he doesn't care at all. Because Jiang Chengai knew that he and the people present were destined to be from different worlds. The goal of Yu Yin and others might just be to become the leader of a sect in Xian'an, or at most to break through to the Yuanshan stage. But Jiang Chengai hoped to become a heavenly lord who could transcend tribulation and follow the example of his ancestors to rule the two worlds. Si estas escuchando esta novela en un canal distinto a mundo fanfic novelas. Significa que descargaran y sabiran sinas fuso ten invitamos cordialmente a visitar nuestro canal. Mundo fanfic novelas ali encontrarás la versión original de esta historia y podrás explorar muchas otras novelas de diversos géneros. Te esperamos para sumergirte en un mundo de novelas increíbles. Chapter 378 The Origin of the True Immortal Realm. At the same time, in the cave world where the Kangha monks settled, on the peak of the snowy plain, a pair of young monks who looked like a fairy couple were standing on the top of the snowy mountain, looking at the wonder of a green forest at the foot of the mountain. The two extreme scenes of winter and summer, under the effect of the power of the formation, were strangely presented in front of the two. So beautiful. For a moment, Eluoli looked at the magnificent scenery in front of him, and couldn't help but be mesmerized. Chen Daoxuan followed Eluoli's gaze, and saw that the forest and the snowy mountain blended together, which was indeed a different kind of fun. Eluoli's sigh reminded him of the idea of traveling to Xian'an in the future, when he went to Izumo Kingdom before. Chen Daoxuan smiled and nodded. No matter how beautiful the scenery of the cave world is, it is only artificially modified. How can it be as beautiful as the vast Xian'an? Eluoli's pretty face showed a trace of fascination. I have never really seen the appearance of Xian'an since I was a child. The last time I went to Zenon Pass, my sister Daolian and I took the Kainyu and Sword Sect's teleportation formation directly, and I didn't pay attention to the scenery of Xian'an. Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan couldn't help but feel a little guilty. It seemed that, since he and Eluoli confirmed their relationship, he had never accompanied her well, either practicing, handling clan affairs, or participating in the war of the Izumo kingdom. In short, the time he really spent with Eluoli day and night was very few. But Eluoli always waited for him quietly in the same place without any complaints. Looking at Eluoli's beautiful profile, Chen Daoxuan couldn't help but blurt out, "After this celebration ceremony is over, I will take you to Zion's house to have a look, okay?" "Really?" Eluoli turned her head quickly when she heard this, her pretty face full of excitement. Being able to spend time with her lover day and night and travel together is Eluoli's greatest wish in this life, even more exciting than her becoming an immortal. Seeing Eluoli's excitement, Chen Daoxuan's heart softened slightly. He gently raised his hand, stroked her hair, and said softly, "Of course it's true. When have I ever lied to you?" Who knew that Eluoli didn't give Chen Daoxuan any face at all, staring at her beautiful eyes and said, "Who said you didn't lie to me? You always lied to me before, saying that you would stay in the tribe with me, but in the end you always left me behind, and went out alone." As she said that, Eluoli lowered her head, feeling a little depressed. The expression on Chen Daoxuan's face stagnated slightly. He knew that every word Eluoli said was true. He did it. Although according to his thoughts, the situations he faced along the way were too dangerous, and taking Eluoli along did feel like a burden. But Eluoli was a living person. She was not a puppet manipulated by Chen Daoxuan. Speaking of danger, when Eluoli followed her tribe to migrate and fight in Wangxinghe, the dangers she encountered along the way were much greater than the dangers she encountered when she followed Chen Daoxuan. That was the real precarious situation. But when had Eluoli ever flinched? Thinking of this, Chen Daoxuan held Eluoli's hand tightly and said with a firm face, "I promise, no matter where I go in the future, I will take you with me." Unexpectedly, Eluoli raised her head and shook it gently. She gently leaned her head on Chen Daoxuan's shoulder and said softly, "I know that you have carried too much along the way. The expectations of the tribe, your own path, and me are all like a heavy burden on you. I can't help you, but I don't want to be a burden to you." Chen language. Eluoli raised her head, and her beautiful eyes met Chen Daoxuan's. "I just want you to know that no matter what, I will always wait for you here, even until the end of my life." "Silly, we will all become immortals. Where is the end of life?" Chen Daoxuan rubbed the other's little head and said dotingly. Hearing this, Eluoli buried her head in Chen Daoxuan's arms, hugged Chen Daoxuan tightly with both hands, and didn't want to speak for a long time. Eluoli had never thought about Chen Daoxuan's words of becoming an immortal. Although Eluoli is talented, he can also be called a genius among the cultivators. But in the Feng'an realm, no one has broken through to the Mahayana true immortal for hundreds of thousands of years. With Chen Daoxuan's talent, he is indeed confident to talk about becoming an immortal, but for Eluoli, the word immortal is too illusory. She only hopes to be with her lover every day, and every moment, while she is alive. If so, even if she reaches the end of her life and dies in the future, she will have no regrets. Just as the two of them were snuggling together, quietly and tenderly, a beam of light came from far away and quickly rushed towards the two of them. Sensing someone coming, Eluoli quickly let go of her hand and stood aside. Chen Daoxuan looked at Chen Daolian, who was rushing all the way, and said with a smile, "Is the celebration ceremony starting?" "Yes." When the escape light fell, Chen Daolian first looked at Eluoli, then looked at Chen Daoxuan, with a smile on his lips, and said, "Patriarch, it was the consort who personally sent someone to invite you. The consort also sent someone to bring a message that she is ready. Please rest assured, Patriarch." "Yes." Chen Daoxuan nodded, then turned to look at Eluoli beside him. "Let's go. We will go together." "Okay." Eluoli smiled lightly. About an hour later, the space barrier of the cave world slowly opened, and a series of escape lights jumped out from the exit of the space barrier, setting off a series of escape light curtains in the air. It is not just the cave world where Kangsa monks settled. In the cave of the main island of Kainiuan Sword Sect, countless escape lights flew towards the Yangxiao Palace of Kainiuan Sword Sect. Yangxiao Palace is the highest meeting hall of Kainiuan Sword Sect and the main venue for the celebration ceremony. However, there are too many monks who come to participate in the celebration ceremony this time. It is roughly estimated that there are hundreds of thousands of people. This is the representative figures selected from various states, tribes and independent cultivators. Otherwise, the Kangshao monk army alone has dispatched more than 1 million people. Moreover, the number of Kangshao monks dispatched in the states of Wangxinghe is relatively low. It can be seen that the number of monks deployed by both sides in this war with Chuan Kingdom is terrifying. Of course, the scale of the war between Kainiu and Sword Sect and Zuan King Dao League seems scary, but the largest number is only low-level monks such as Key Refining Stage and Foundation Establishment Stage. And these low-level monks are often the least qualified to participate in this celebration ceremony. So look around. Among the hundreds of thousands of cultivators who came to participate in the celebration ceremony, the largest number of them were actually Purple Mansion cultivators, followed by Foundation Building cultivators, while almost no one from the Key Refining Stage, who participated in the war the most, could come to participate in this celebration ceremony. Because no matter from the actual role or the unspoken rule of the Immortal Cultivation world, that strength is respected. The most numerous Key Refining Stage cultivators played the greatest role in this war in Chuan Kingdom, and they only served as cannon fodder. Maybe in the future, some of them will break through to the Golden Core Stage or even higher cultivation, because of the war resources obtained in this Chuan Kingdom war. But as far as this Chuan Kingdom war is concerned, the strength is not up to the nascent soul level, and it is impossible to influence the trend of this war. Only the nascent soul level war is the key to determine the victory or defeat of this Chuan Kingdom war. This is also the real reason why the battle between the Phoenix Falling Realm and the True Demon Realm has never stopped on the battlefield outside the two worlds, but it is not called a war by both sides. Because in the abyss of the two worlds, the outbreak of a battle at the nascent soul level or even the primordial spirit level will not affect the foundation of both sides at all. Only when the Heavenly Lord of the Tribulation makes a move, will the two worlds start a new war. However, this level of war has never occurred before, except for a small-scale outbreak thousands of years ago. The reason is that the world monsters in the True Demon Realm are not in a hurry to start a war, because due to the status of the Fengai Realm and the True Demon Realm, the True Demon Realm has been slowly eroding and devouring the Fengai Realm. In the long run, the True Demon Realm will become stronger and stronger, and the Fengai Realm will become weaker and weaker. The world monsters in the True Demon Realm have no need to rush to start a war, because the general trend is on the side of the True Demon Realm. The other side only needs to quietly wait for the decline of the Fengai Realm, and when all the Heavenly Lords of the Tribulation in the Fengai Realm have passed away, and no new Heavenly Lords of the Tribulation can be born, they will come to reap the fruits of victory. Isn't it safer than fighting with the Heavenly Lords of the Tribulation in the Fengai Realm now? Even if the True Demon Realm is stronger than the Phoenix Meteor Realm, how much will it cost to take down these Phoenix Meteor Realm Tribulation Heavenly Venerables who are fighting desperately? The top masters of the True Demon Realm are not stupid, and of course they know how to choose. There is another reason. That is, although the overall strength of the True Demon Realm is strong, the struggles among the various forces in the True Demon Realm are more cruel than those in the Phoenix Meteor Realm. Although there are also power struggles in the Phoenix Meteor Realm, they are limited to the cultivation forces below the first rate. For example, the top forces with the Tribulation Heavenly Venerable sitting in the seat are affected by the external enemy of the True Demon Realm, and there is no direct conflict between them. But the True Demon Realm is different. Chen Daoxuan once set foot in the True Demon Realm, where a demon lord at the top level of the True Lord is qualified to establish a demon country in the True Demon Realm. In terms of the size of the world domain of the True Demon Realm, it is even larger than the Phoenix Meteor Realm. With such a huge territory, I don't know how many demon country forces are filled in it. How fierce will the struggle between them be? Although the war between the two realms made the demons of the True Demon Realm realize that, if they did not join hands to deal with the cultivators of the Fengayan Realm, the True Demon Realm would hardly be the opponent of the Fengayan Realm. However, the advantages of the True Demon Realm made the demons of the True Demon Realm not realize the threat of the Fengayan Realm at all. Just one point. The True Demon Realm now still has a true immortal level demon in charge, while the Fengayan Realm does not even have a great true immortal. With such an advantage, how can the demons of the True Demon Realm unite? Everyone wants to get more resources and benefits from the Fengyun realm or even from each other. Not fighting each other is already considering the face of those true immortal level demons. And the true immortal level demons usually no longer care about the war between the true demon realm and the Fengyun realm. Because for the demons of their level, they only need to quietly repay the karma of their own realm and ascend to the upper realm. As long as the cultivators of the Fengyun realm do not kill into the territory of the true demon realm, it is probably too much to expect these true immortal level demons to fight to the death. In ancient times, after the human cultivators of Fengyun realm gained an absolute advantage in the battle with the monsters and occupied the dominant position of this world, there were many human true immortal cultivators. Therefore, the ancient times were also the most glorious moment of Fengyun realm. After that, Fengyun realm ushered in the trend of collision and integration with the true demon realm. With the world status of Fengyun realm and true demon realm, even the Mahayana true immortals were helpless in this situation. So far, the true demon realm and Fengyun realm broke out the most tragic war since they met, the true immortal level war. That tragic war caused many true immortal level strongmen who had originally achieved the right results and jumped out of the barriers of life to die directly, and tens of thousands of years of practice were destroyed. The true immortal realm that Chen Daoxuan went to at the beginning should be the world left by the true immortal realm monsters who fell after the war. There are many such small worlds in the battlefield outside the two realms. Some are left by the true immortal realm monsters, and some are opened up by the Mahayana true immortals of the human race. Now, after losing their masters, some of these small worlds have merged into the Phoenix world or the true demon world. But more small worlds are still floating in the endless void of the battlefield outside the domain, quietly withering and dying with the death of their masters, and becoming relics. These world relics seem to be quietly telling how tragic the war was back then. So far, tired of this kind of war, the true immortal level world demons and the human race's Mahayana true immortals have decided not to fight, and all chose to ascend on a certain day. Because for them, this war was both tragic and meaningless, and it was more like a battle of wills. The fusion of the two worlds is a general trend, and no one can stop it. The situation of the true demon world swallowing up the Phoenix world cannot be changed, and the future of the human race cultivators has long been doomed. Even if these Mahayana true immortals win this war, what can they do? As the Phoenix world is swallowed up by the true demon world, the human race cultivators will eventually usher in the Dharma ending age. What's more, these Mahayana true immortals can no longer stay in the Phoenix world. So far, with the last batch of Mahayana true immortals reluctantly ascending to the upper realm, the Phoenix falling world has never produced a Mahayana true immortal level cultivator. The newly born true immortal level world monsters in the true demon world, knowing this tragic history, do not want to repeat the mistakes of their ancestors. Although the strength of the true demon world is now stronger than that of the Phoenix falling world, if a full-scale war breaks out between the two worlds, how heavy will the loss of the true demon world be? Why fight desperately when you can win by lying down? It is precisely because of this realization that the true immortal level world monsters in the true demon world all showed little interest in invading the Phoenix falling world. However, for this history, the low-level cultivators living in the Phoenix falling world rarely know. Cunning Sword sect has witnessed the tragedy of the battlefield outside the domain, because the high-level cultivators of the Cunning Sword sect rushed to the aid of the two realms abyss thousands of years ago. There are some sporadic records of this history in the sect. With Chen Daoxuan's strength and status, he is naturally qualified to read these classics. However, only people with his strength will be interested in the two realms abyss. As for other low-level cultivators, perhaps they will not even be qualified to set foot in the endless void throughout their lives, let alone go to the battlefield outside the two realms abyss. Knowing this history is meaningless to them. As for high-level cultivators, even if they do not deliberately understand this history, they will eventually see this scene after they open up their own world in the endless void. Chen Daoxuan stayed in the endless void for too short a time and was busy opening up his own world. When he builds his own world in his spare time in the future, he will definitely find that the Fengyun realm was swallowed up by the true demon realm, the darkest and most desperate scene. Countless Fengyun realm cultivators will give up on themselves and change their temperament after seeing this desperate scene. because they know that the path of cultivation that they have been pursuing for a lifetime has actually been cut off. This is also the reason why the higher the cultivation level of the cultivator, the less desire they have to fight. Even the path is broken, what are they fighting for? Chapter 379 Bet. On the floating fairy island, where the Yangtze Palace is located, rays of light cut through the sky and flew towards the fairy island. Chen Daoxuan was mixed in the crowd, followed by a large group of cultivators from various ethnic groups in Kangzhou. He looked inconspicuous, but the cultivators who were closer to him showed respect after recognizing him. The world of cultivating immortals is based on strength, and Chen Daoxuan is used to it. As all the light in the sky descended, the huge floating fairy island under his feet suddenly had a tendency to be overcrowded. There were hundreds of thousands of Wangxinghai cultivators who came to participate in the celebration ceremony this time. Together with the disciples of Kainiu and Sword Sect who maintained order, the floating fairy island, where the Yangtze Palace was located, had at least more than 1 million cultivators gathered. So many people are enough to catch up with the population size of Guanhai Fairy City. After years of development, the Chen family's Guanhai Fairy City has gradually surpassed Guanghan Prefecture Fairy City in terms of the scale of permanent cultivators, and has become the largest fairy city in Kangzhou. Although it cannot be compared with a giant immortal city like Yuanshan Immortal City, it can be regarded as a large immortal city in Wangxinghai. But at the moment, the number of cultivators gathered in front of Yangtze Palace alone has a tendency to surpass the scale of permanent cultivators in Guanhai Immortal City. It has to be said that the celebration ceremony is grand. With so many cultivators gathered together, Yangtze Palace certainly cannot accommodate them. Kainiu and Sword Sect simply built an open-air circular venue on this floating immortal island. The appearance of this circular venue looks somewhat similar to the stadium in Chen Daoxuan's previous life, but this circular venue is floating in the clouds under the effect of the floating formation. It looks much higher than the ordinary stadium. Chen Daoxuan's escape light descended on the circular venue, and his spiritual consciousness began to search, and soon found the location of the Kangzhou cultivator. Just as he was about to sit down, a voice suddenly came from the sea of consciousness. "Friend Chen, please come and sit here." Chen Daoxuan's spiritual consciousness swept over, and it was Fei Chengsu who was transmitting the voice to him. Chen Daoxuan thought for a moment and nodded. Okay. After that, Chen Daoxuan looked at Luoli beside him, explained a few words, and then flew towards the direction where Fei Chengsu was. When the light approached, Chen Daoxuan realized that the people sitting here were all the most powerful and prestigious people in Wangxinghai. Chen Daoxuan was not unfamiliar with these people. Fei Chengsu, Qinzan, Yu Yin, Hu Yanxi, Lin Wu Zhenjin. All the big figures that Wangxinghai was familiar with were sitting together at this moment, which looked harmonious. But most of the people present knew what kind of storm was waiting for them next. "Fellow Daoist Chen, please take a seat." Fei Chengsu, who was sitting at the top, pointed to the empty seat on the left and said gently. However, before Chen Daoxuan could thank her, an inappropriate voice sounded. "Master, it's not appropriate for Master Chen to sit here, right?" Hearing this, everyone focused their attention on the person who was speaking. The person who spoke was an elder surnamed Wu in the late Yuanying stage of the Yin faction. Elder Wu had a broad face and mouth, and hair like steel needles. He looked like a righteous man. But those who knew him knew that Elder Wu had always been the vanguard and mouthpiece of the Yin faction. In the fight between the Yin faction and Fei Chengsu, he was the most fierce in the front. The reason why he was so active was simple. The Taoist partner of Elder Wu was the patriarch of the largest family in Yuzhou, Wangxinghai. Fei Chengsu's suppression of the family power of Wangxinghai had touched his fundamental interests, so Elder Wu was naturally irreconcilable with Fei Chengsu. "Elder Wu, what's wrong with that?" Before Chen Daoxuan could speak, Fei Chengsu smiled and said, "With the achievements and strength of fellow Daoist Chen, don't you have the qualifications to sit next to me?" After that, Fei Chengsu no longer gave him face, looked at Chen Daoxuan, and said, "Dao Chen, please sit down." "Wait a minute." Wu Kui stood up and raised his right hand suddenly. "I, Wu, naturally admit the strength of Chen Zhenren, but to say how great his achievements are, Wu, dare not agree." As he said, Wu Kui looked at the Yuanying Zhenjian present and said loudly, "Let me ask everyone present who did not go to the battlefield of Chuan Kingdom to serve this time. In terms of achievements, how can we not compare with Dao Yao Chen? Yes, I admit that Dao Yao Chen has made great efforts to recapture Zenon Pass this time, but he and Palace Master Qin fought in King Wei Taoist sect. Please forgive me for not daring to talk about his achievements." Hearing this, Fei Chengsu hadn't spoken yet, but Qinzhen on the side was not happy. He narrowed his eyes slightly, looked at Wu Kui and said, "What does this mean, Elder Wu?" Wu Kui arched his hands. Wu did not offend Palace Master Qin. Palace Master Qin raided King Wei Taoist sect alone, and Wu admired him very much. But Wu wants to ask, since Palace Master Qin and Daoist fellow Chen have seized the Tai Divine Water, where is this treasure now? When everyone heard this, they all fell silent. Indeed, the Tai Divine Water is a treasure for the King Wei Taoist sect, and it is also the same for everyone. After all, this is a treasure that can help everyone present break through to the Yuanshan period. Who wouldn't be tempted? Do I have to explain to you, Wu Kui, the treasure that Qin has seized? Qinzhen did not give in at all, and directly confronted Wu Kui. But his words made Yiyan laugh. Sure enough, everyone frowned when they heard Qinzhen's domineering words. Qinzhen has come all the way to today with the reputation of being the most talented in the Carnean Sword sect. There are countless people in the sect who are jealous of him. Now he shows this domineering attitude in front of everyone, which is bound to make people unhappy. Wu Kui did not dare to confront Qinzhen. He saluted and said, "Of course, I have no intention of questioning how Palace Master Qin handled the treasure. But I want to know whether this treasure is in the hands of Palace Master Qin or in the hands of fellow Daoist Chen. After all, this thing is the spoils of the war in Chuan Kingdom. But according to the war merit system of Kaianan Palace, the spoils won by the cultivators should be distributed uniformly after the war. I wonder if the war merit system of Kaianan Palace still counts." At this time, Fei Chengsu, who was at the top, finally frowned. Yiyan and others used the system she formulated to attack her people. It must be said that this move was very clever. The war merit system of Kaianan Hall is naturally counted, Fei Chengsu said, but the Tai Divine Water was indeed taken by fellow Daoist Chen, and this item is of great use to him. This sect master has already agreed to hand it over to fellow Daoist Chen for disposal. I wonder if I, as the sect master of Carnean Sword sect, have the privilege of handling military supplies and spoils first. You, sect master, naturally have this power. Wu Kui bowed and said, but in this case, since fellow Daoist Chen's achievements have been offset, how can he still be qualified to sit by your side? The dagger is revealed. Chen Daoxuan looked at Wu Kui, who was jumping up and down, and felt very bored. He always believed that verbal disputes were the most boring thing. In the end, the world of cultivating immortal still speaks with strength. Thinking of this, Chen Daoxuan couldn't help but look at the most special person among the crowd. At this moment, Jiang Chengai seemed to have not heard the quarrel of the crowd at all. Even at the most tense moment, he was focused on the fine wine and food on the table, eating and drinking non-stop, without the demeanor of the children of the ancient great families. Chen Daoxuan looked at this person and found it very interesting. The attitude displayed by the other party gave him a completely different feeling from those disciples of the Immortal Cultivation families in Wangxinghai. He didn't care about his image or verbal disputes. It seemed that in his eyes, all of this was not as real as a delicious food and wine on the table. The other Yuanying's engine couldn't help but frown when they saw Jiang Chenggai's starving appearance. If it weren't for the fact that Yiyan personally invited this person, they would probably have scolded him out. Even so, everyone still kept a distance from him in disdain. Where did this casual cultivator come from? He doesn't know any etiquette at all. It's really embarrassing for us Yuanying cultivators. This fellow Taoist. Everyone shook their heads in their hearts, and the tense atmosphere of the confrontation between Yiyan and Fei Chengsu on the field was diluted a lot. After Wu Kui finished speaking, he looked down at Chen Daoxuan like a victorious general and said, I wonder what fellow Daoist Chen thinks? Huh? Fellow Daoist Chen. Chen Daoxuan seemed not to have heard Wu Kui's words. He flew straight to Jiang Chengai and bowed, saying, "My name is Chen Daoxuan. Nice to meet you, fellow Daoist Jiang." Jiang Chengai wiped the corner of his mouth, then wiped his hands casually, raised his head and said, "Do you know me? I have heard of the name of the ancient immortal family, the Jiang family." Jiang Chengai was quite surprised, "But I have never seen you. How do you know my background?" "Because of the thing on fellow Daoist Jiang's waist." Chen Daoxuan pointed at the jade pendant on Jiang Chengai's waist. "If I'm not mistaken, this thing is the token of your Jiang family's descendants, the Huanlang Jade." This time, Jiang Chengai's face changed completely. "Who are you, and why do you know so much about my Jiang family?" Since the subsequent conversation between the two was all transmitted through telepathy, outsiders did not know what Chen Daoxuan and Jiang Chengai were talking about. "Not only do I know this, I also know that fellow Daoist Jiang came for the King Muding." Oh. Jiang Chengai probably had a guess in his mind. There must be something wrong with Yi Yin, otherwise the cultivator in front of him named Chen Daoxuan would never know him so clearly. Before, Yi Yin always said how great a genius you are. Now it seems that it is not an exaggeration. With less than 100 years of Dao age, you have reached the first level of the world realm. Even in ancient times, it was extremely rare. Fellow Daoist, you are too kind. Chen Daoxuan bowed and said, "Logically, the King Muding belongs to your Jiang family, and I should give it to you, but this thing is also obtained by me from Jiang Taiyuan. It is not right to give it to you for free." Hearing this, Jiang Chengai smiled and said, "Since you know that Jiang Taiyuan is also from the side branch of my Jiang family, aren't you afraid that I will avenge him?" "Revenge?" Chen Daoxuan laughed immediately. "A descendant of a traitor. Shouldn't your Jiang family thank me?" "Haha, you are interesting." Jiang Chengai clapped his hands and laughed. "I have no interest in the internal struggles of your Carnean sword sect, but the King Muding in your hand is the ancestral item of my clan. I must take it away. You can name a price." Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan shook his head. "Why, you don't want to?" Jiang Chengai's tone was a little unfriendly. "I can give you the King Muding, but I have to borrow it for a while. No, I have to rush back to Liangjian. How can I waste time with you here?" Jiang Chengai refused on the spot. Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan pondered for a while and said, "In this case, why don't we make a bet?" "Bet?" "Yes, bet." Chen Daoxuan nodded. "The bet is this King Muding. If you lose, King Muding must be kept for me for a period of time. If you win, you can take it away on the spot. Of course, if you lose, you have to pay another bet." Hearing this, Jiang Chengai thought about it. "How do you want to bet?" "I have heard for a long time that the children of the Jiang family guard the two worlds all year round. Chen admires this very much. Since Chen broke through the world realm, he has always wanted to go to the battlefield outside the two worlds to see it, but he has never had the chance to see it. Therefore, Chen wants to ask fellow Daoist Jiang for advice." "You want to fight with me?" Jiang Chengai was stunned. "If I'm not mistaken, you have broken through the world realm for no more than a year, and you haven't even laid a solid foundation for the world, let alone splitting yin and yang and reenacting the feng shui and fire of the earth. Among all of you, only that fairy can compete with me. As for you..." Jiang Chengai shook his head. "Well, I don't want to take advantage of you. As long as you can survive 3 moves in my hands, I will let you use the King Muding for a while. Not only that." Jiang Chengai took out another jade slip from the storage ring. "This is the lucky secret of the Wang Xinghe inheritance. I think it is enough to be used as a bet." Hearing the Wang Xinghe inheritance, Chen Daoxuan's pupils shrank slightly. "You don't have to be so surprised. Although the Wang Xinghe is vast, it is too barren after all. The only thing worth mentioning here is the Wang Xinghe inheritance. But for countless years, no one has been able to obtain the real Wang Xinghe inheritance, and even those who have made it to the Tangshan Tower are very few." Wang Xinghe inheritance. Tangshan Tower. Seeing Jiang Chengai casually mention the lucky secret of the Tangshan Tower, Chen Daoxuan immediately became more interested in the jade slip in his hand. Although Chen Daoxuan has reached the Tangshan Tower and the Wang Xinghe inheritance, but according to the Taoist in white, there are more than 900 people in this world who can get to the Tangshan Tower, which shows that there are many forces in this world who know the inheritance of Wang Xinghe. As one of the top forces in the entire Feng'an world, there is no reason for the Jiang family not to know about this upper world inheritance trial. Moreover, the other party definitely knows more than Chen Daoxuan. Thinking of this, Chen Daoxuan became more curious about the jade slip in Jiang Chenggai's hand. It's a deal. Great. Jiang Chengai laughed. Just when the two of them had agreed on everything, Wu Kui, who was ignored by Chen Daoxuan, completely exploded. Humph. Sect Master, it seems that this fellow Chen Dao has not taken my Niuan sword sect seriously at all. You jumping clown. Noisy. Jiang Chengai stood up with an impatient look on his face, raised his hand, and waved at Wu Kui. Although Wu Kui is a late-stage nascent soul cultivator, his strength is not even at the level of a top-level true lord, let alone comparable to a genius from the ancient immortal clan like Jiang Chengai. Just when Wu Kui was about to die under Jiang Chenggai's palm, Yu Yin's expression finally changed. Fellow Daoist Jiang, please show mercy. After saying that, Yu Yin flashed, took out an ancient shield, and blocked Wu Kui. Chapter 380. She gave too much. In a flash of lightning, Jiang Chengai suddenly attacked Wu Kui, shocking everyone. What surprised everyone even more was Jiang Chenggai's frightening strength. World Realm. An elder of Niuan sword sect, feeling the terrifying pressure on his body, trembled and said. Just when everyone thought Wu Kui was doomed, Jiang Chengai, who was about to swing his palm to attack Yu Yin, suddenly stopped. In front of Yu Yin, the ancient shield-shaped magic weapon was quietly suspended, and Jiang Chenggai's jade-like slender palms were less than a foot away from the shield. He looked at Yu Yin, his face slightly mocking, and said, do you know why your power and reputation in the sect have been getting weaker and weaker over the years? Yu Yin frowned, and bowed his hands, saying, I hope brother Jiang can teach me. Because your strength is too weak. Jiang Chengai did not give the other party any face. Your sect master and her junior brother, one is in the second level of the world realm, and the other is in the first level of the world realm. Do you think that you can take away the power in her hands by relying on the external enemies you introduced? What a big joke. Elder Yi, the most reliable thing in this world is not power, but your own strength. After saying that, he looked at Wu Kui, who was hiding behind Yu Yin and trembling constantly, with contempt. Elder Wu, who was still high-spirited in front of everyone just now, dared not say a word. After feeling the crisis of life and death, he had to lower his head and hide behind Yu Yin silently, without any arrogance before. Looking at the farce in front of him, Chen Daoxuan smiled casually, his figure flashed, and he appeared in front of the seat next to Fei Chengsu in the next second. Chen Daoxuan sat down leisurely, looked at Fei Chengsu, and said, I have already negotiated with him. I heard it. Fei Chengsu said softly. Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan was quite surprised. With his spiritual power, it was not strange for Fei Chengsu to hear his spiritual transmission, but Chen Daoxuan did not expect that Fei Chengsu's spiritual power was even stronger than Jiang Chengai. Seeing Chen Daoxuan's surprise, Fei Chengsu did not explain, but just asked casually, he is the second level of the world realm, and he is not far from reenacting the realm of wind, water, and fire. Are you sure? Chen Daoxuan thought about it, shook his head and said, not sure. Although my current strength is much stronger than when I went to King Louis Taoist sect, the gap is still very obvious compared to a senior second level world realm true lord. Not to mention that my cultivation is not as good as his. Knowing that you can't win, you still made a bet with him? Fei Chengsu chuckled. Tell me, what do you want? Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan couldn't help but turn his head and look at Kinzan, who was not far away. Kinzan felt Chen Daoxuan's gaze and said in a voice transmission without looking away, I didn't betray you. It was senior sister who forced me to say it. Sure enough, Kinzan told Fei Chengsu about the fact that he had borrowed money from the other party before. You don't need to look at junior brother Kin. I asked him to tell me the whole process of your snatching of Tei divine water. Only by knowing your strength clearly can I avoid making a wrong decision. These words are already very naked. If Chen Daoxuan is not strong, then the Chen family, as a member of the Wangxing Hexiuxin family, must be suppressed by Fei Chengsu like other Xiuxin families. However, with Chen Daoxuan's strength and potential, Fei Chengsu is not allowed to do so. The only thing she can do is to recognize the Chen family as an ally. Strength is the basis of equal dialogue. At this moment, Chen Daoxuan couldn't help but have a clearer understanding of this sentence. Fei Chengsu treated him differently, not because he was handsome, but because of his strength. If Yin had the strength or potential of Chen Daoxuan, Fei Chengsu would have chosen to continue to tolerate him instead of dealing with him at the celebration ceremony. I want the realm origin pearls. Fei Chengsu frowned, and although she was puzzled, she nodded in agreement. How many do you want? How many do you have? Fei Chengsu tilted her head, looked at Chen Daoxuan with her beautiful eyes, and said with a smile, my Carnean sword sect rushed to the aid of the two realms abyss thousands of years ago. Although we didn't get much other spoils, we got a lot of realm origin pearls. There is also the new true demon realm passage in the 10,000 stars sea. For so many years, my Carnean sword sect has been in charge of the passage. Although the conflict with the Kinkyu demon kingdom is not big, we kill a lot of realm origin pearls every year. Accumulated, the realm origin pearls we have obtained are not a small number. Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan's breathing became a little faster. He immediately held up a finger. I want so many. Do you have them? 10,000? 100 million. Puff. Fei Chengsu picked up the wine on the table, and before she drank it, she almost choked. She couldn't help but look at Chen Daoxuan angrily and whispered, what do you think the boundary source beads are? Spirit stones? You can have as many as you want. This time, Chen Daoxuan was a little confused. He looked at Fei Chengsu and said in surprise, are boundary source beads very precious? With the strength of Carnean sword sect, it shouldn't be difficult to kill these boundary monsters. Hearing this, Fei Chengsu stroked her forehead and said, it is not difficult to hunt down boundary monsters, but it is quite difficult to preserve low-level boundary source beads. It is easy to cause the internal world to collapse and turn into chaos. This kind of boundary source beads, except for expanding the cave world, are not very useful at all. The boundary source beads that can really be preserved for a long time with special techniques must be at least above the purple mansion level. How many of these boundary source beads do you think our Carnean sword sect will have? Wait. Chen Daoxuan knew why Fei Chengsu was so excited. It seemed that the other party had misunderstood and thought that the boundary source beads he needed must be higher level. I'm afraid the other party thought that he wanted to use higher level boundary source beads to perfect some kind of space magic weapon. But for Chen Daoxuan, what he needed was not the boundary source beads whose source world had not collapsed. What he needed was precisely the boundary source beads that collapsed into nothingness, leaving only the chaotic energy. Although both sides were talking about boundary source beads, they were not the same thing in essence. After understanding the differences between the two sides, Chen Daoxuan immediately explained it again. This time, Fei Chengsu was even more confused. You mean, a waste bead that will collapse into nothingness? Yes. Chen Daoxuan didn't know that there was such a particularity about the boundary source bead. When he hunted a purple mansion monster, the boundary source bead he got did indeed slowly disintegrate after a long time. The purple mansion level boundary source bead is indeed different from the boundary source bead of the foundation building boundary monster. It turned out to be a waste bead, which scared me. Fei Chengsu looked at Chen Daoxuan with resentment. Waste beads are basically boundary source beads below the foundation building level. After taking out this kind of boundary source bead, it is usually too late to process it, and the source realm will instantly collapse into a state of nothingness, and it is not worth refining the cave world at all. Only the purple mansion level boundary source bead can use special techniques to preserve its source realm for a long time, so that it can be concocted into a cave world in the future. Fei Chengsu explained briefly. Chen Daoxuan then understood that there were so many distinctions and particularities for the small boundary source bead. But thinking carefully, the true demon realm and the phoenix falling realm have been hostile for so long. Both sides must have studied each other thoroughly. The world monsters can devour human cultivators to expand the source world, and human cultivators can naturally hunt world monsters and use their world source beads. But in general, the world monsters have the upper hand. Because they devour humans, they can directly expand their own source world and improve their own strength. However, Humans cannot directly improve their own strength by obtaining world source beads, and can only refine them into cave heaven instruments to train younger disciples. Just like the current Carnean sword sect, the entire sect is built up by cave heaven worlds. After Fei Chengsu finished explaining, she communicated with Hu Yanxi through telepathy. After a long time, Hu Yanxi looked up at Chen Daoxuan, nodded with a painful look on his face, and then took out a storage ring and handed it over in midair. Fei Chengsu took the storage ring and handed it to Chen Daoxuan beside her, saying, 100 million waste beads. In Fei Chengsu's white jade-like palm, a small storage ring lay quietly. Chen Daoxuan took a deep breath and couldn't wait to take the storage ring in his hand. What are you going to do now? Retreat and perfect your cave heaven magic weapon? Fei Chengsu was quite curious. It's not like she had never seen a cultivator sharpen his sword before the battle, but she had never seen one as excessive as Chen Daoxuan. The two of them had a bet after the celebration ceremony. No matter how grand the celebration ceremony of Carnean sword sect was, it would be over in less than a month at most. A month is only a very short period of time, not to mention for cultivators with long lifespans, even for mortals. What can Chen Daoxuan do in such a short time? Chen Daoxuan didn't know what Fei Chengsu was thinking, and he didn't want to pay attention. At this moment, all he was thinking about was the small storage ring in his hand. Because this storage ring contained the largest amount of wealth he had ever obtained. 100 million world source beads. Regardless of whether they were useless beads or not, in Chen Daoxuan's eyes, complete world source beads were useless to him, and he didn't need to use them to refine cave heaven magic weapons. What was the purpose of having complete world source beads? On the contrary, even if he got the complete world source bead, it would only completely destroy its source world and disintegrate into chaotic energy for the golden scripture in his sea of consciousness to absorb. Thinking of this, Chen Daoxuan stretched out his finger in front of everyone. Immediately, a spherical space cage enveloped Chen Daoxuan. He actually closed himself in front of so many Yuaning's engine of Carnean sword sect. A divine consciousness transmission sounded in Fei Chengsu's ears. Protect me, you. Fei Chengsu couldn't help but be angry at Chen Daoxuan's domineering look. But she had no choice. Chen Daoxuan was her most important ally in the future. Whether in public or private, she didn't want to offend him from the bottom of her heart. Otherwise, Chen Daoxuan would not have borrowed 100 million world source beads from Fei Chengsu so easily. Even if these world source beads were worthless in Fei Chengsu's eyes. But no matter how useless these waste beads were, they could also play a role in expanding the cave world, and they were not worthless. Otherwise, who would keep a pile of garbage in their hands? Thinking of this, Fei Chengsu helplessly covered the space cage set up by Chen Daoxuan, guarding against other snooping. With Chen Daoxuan's understanding of the laws of space, the space cage he set up is thousands of times safer than any retreat room in the world. In addition, a second level's engine of the world realm protects him, which is enough for him to retreat with peace of mind. Outside, the other Yuaning's engine saw that Chen Daoxuan directly locked himself up in an eggshell-like space cage, and the expressions on their faces were quite surprised. What is this Chen Zhenren going to do again? Especially Yu Yin and others. He has been defeated more than once by Chen Daoxuan. Even if he can pretend to be profound, he hates this person in his heart. However, for all this, Chen Daoxuan, who is eager to retreat, doesn't care at all. Yu Yin didn't know that the moment Chen Daoxuan single-handedly snatched the Tai divine water from nearly 100 Yuaning's engines, he, the top Yuaning's engine, was no longer taken seriously by Chen Daoxuan. Chen Daoxuan has come all the way to today, and he never looks back at the people he has surpassed. Because he knows that once he has surpassed them, they will never be his opponents. If he cannot do this, then all his cheats will be useless. In the space cage, Chen Daoxuan excitedly took out the storage ring that Fei Chengsu handed to him. After his spiritual sense probed, he couldn't help but get even more excited. A full 100 million world source beads were neatly placed in the storage ring. No wonder Kai Yao didn't think much of his collecting the chaotic energy of the true immortal origin realm. If Chen Daoxuan had so many world source beads during his trip to the true immortal origin realm, why would he take that risk? Get rid of distracting thoughts. Chen Daoxuan frantically broke the world source beads in the storage ring, and suddenly countless chaotic energy, like a cocoon, wrapped Chen Daoxuan's entire body. Moreover, as Chen Daoxuan continued to break the world source beads, more and more chaotic energy enveloped him. Sensing this huge chaotic energy, the golden scripture in his sea of consciousness immediately reacted and began to absorb this chaotic energy crazily. Countless chaotic energy, absorbed and transformed by the golden scripture, turned into particles of enlightenment stardust and was absorbed by Chen Daoxuan's enlightenment star, which had shrunk a lot. Then, under the gathering of countless stardust, the enlightenment star expanded visibly with the naked eye. For a whole day, Chen Daoxuan maintained this action. 100 million world source beads were only absorbed by Chen Daoxuan, less than 1/10. Chen Daoxuan stopped. It was not that he was unwilling to absorb more, but his sea of consciousness could no longer accommodate this huge enlightenment star. At this moment, in Chen Daoxuan's sea of consciousness, the enlightenment star was almost catching up with the size of the sea of consciousness space. Roughly estimated, the diameter of this enlightenment star was at least more than 2,000 miles, which was many times larger than after the trip to the true immortal origin realm. If the enlightenment stardust consumed by 100 times enlightenment for one day is taken as a standard unit, then at this moment, Chen Daoxuan's sea of consciousness has accumulated at least more than 10,000 standard units of enlightenment stardust. In other words, Chen Daoxuan can use 100 times enlightenment to achieve enlightenment for a full 10,000 days, which is 27 years and 4 months. I'm rich. Chen Daoxuan murmured as he looked at the 90 million world source beads left in the storage ring. There has never been a moment when he felt as rich as he is today. At this moment, he suddenly felt that it would be a good thing if he could marry Fei Chengsu. This is not because Chen Daoxuan is not loyal, but because Fei Chengsu has given him too much. Chapter 381. Complete the 5 element and recreate yin and yang. Yu Yin glanced at Jiang Chengai, who had returned to his seat, and then at Chen Daoxuan, who had gone into seclusion on the spot. He could not help but feel that the situation was out of his control. Brother Yi, what should we do now? For a moment, Yu Yin was a little confused. In the cave magic weapon he carried with him, a purple-robed monk sat cross-legged. Hearing Yu Yin's telepathic voice, he replied, Brother Yi, don't worry. Since Brother Jiang Daoxuan did not choose to attack you, it proves that he does not want to fall out with you. Besides, you actually didn't know anything about Fei Chengsu and Chen Daoxuan's breakthrough to the world realm. Alas. The purple-robed monk kept shaking his head. I guessed that the bitch Fei Chengsu broke through to the world realm, but I really didn't expect that Chen Daoxuan. How could he break through to the world realm so quickly after only practicing for a short time? There was a kind of crazy jealousy in Yu Yin's words. Alas, Brother Yi, I have warned you long ago that Chen Daoxuan is a greater threat than any of your Cunning and Sword Sect members. We must win him over to our camp. But what did you do? Sending your useless son to recruit him with such a perfunctory attitude. How can it succeed? Hearing Yi Xianqi's evaluation of his son Yi Wudao as useless, Yu Yin did not refute it, because he also thought so in his heart. It's just that he had already found two helpers, Yi Xianqi and Jiang Chengai, and he no longer thought so highly of Chen Daoxuan, the top true lord, so his attitude was naturally more casual. However, who would have thought that the other party had already broken through to the world realm? Now, even if Jiang Chengai did not turn against them, they would only have Jiang Chengai and Yi Xianqi, 2 world realm members on their side. On the other hand, Fei Chengsu's side had Chen Daoxuan, Qinzhen and Fei Chengsu, 3 world realm members. Even if Jiang Chengai was born in an ancient clan and had amazing strength, he couldn't have the upper hand against 3 people, right? Besides, he had already violated a taboo by inviting the enemy's world realm master to attack his own sect master. If he could crush the opposition in the sect with one blow, it would be fine. But now, their side is obviously at a disadvantage again. How can Yu Yin not be anxious? At this moment, he finally felt the meaning of Jiang Chengai's words. No matter how many tricks he had, he could not match his own strength. If he was the same as Fei Chengsu, with the strength of the 2nd level of the world realm, why would he be so embarrassed now? Brother Yi, now is not the time to blame. Do you have a way to break the situation? Yu Yin said sincerely. After a while, a divine consciousness transmission came from the cave magic weapon. Wait. Yu Yin heard this and was silent for a long time before replying. Okay. In the space cage. Chen Daoxuan didn't know at this moment that Yu Yin and others were as anxious as ants on a hot pot. He was now in trouble. The reason for the trouble was that there were too many enlightenment stardust in his sea of consciousness, and he didn't know how to distribute these enlightenment stardust for a while. In Chen Daoxuan's view, now he has several places where he urgently needs to use the enlightenment stardust. First, of course, his Dao realm needs to be improved urgently. Although he has opened up a world and reached the world realm, it is only the first level of the world realm. Next, he has to continue to comprehend the complete 5-element law, transform the 5-element into yin and yang, and only then can he reach the second level of the world realm, the yin and yang realm. Fei Chengsu and this Jiang family genius Jiang Chengai are all at this level. If Chen Daoxuan wants to reach this level, he must first comprehend the 3 laws of gold, wood, and earth, and improve them to the higher level of the law realm, and then transform the 5-element into yin and yang. However, whether it is comprehending the 3 laws of gold, wood, and earth, or breaking through the yin and yang realm afterwards, it is not a simple thing, at least not something that can be done in the short term. But Chen Daoxuan is an exception. For Chen Daoxuan, as long as he has enough enlightenment stardust, he can quickly comprehend multiple laws and break through to a higher Dao realm. Maybe enlightenment stardust cannot directly improve his cultivation, but in terms of comprehending the Dao realm, Chen Daoxuan has never seen anything comparable to it. Although the Stardust Sword Dao diagram is powerful, it can only improve the existing Dao laws, and cannot comprehend new Dao laws. From this perspective, it is still not as good as Chen Daoxuan's enlightenment stardust. In addition to improving the Dao realm, the second thing Chen Daoxuan has to do is naturally to use a Dao derivation function to thoroughly analyze the method of refining the King Muding. This is extremely important for Chen Daoxuan to build his own world in the future. For the world realm cultivators, perhaps in the first and second levels of the world realm, the power of creation will not be of much use for the time being, because the world opened up by the cultivators at this time is completely chaotic and lifeless. But when the cultivators reach the third level of the world realm and reenact the realm of earth, wind, water, and fire, this newly opened world will begin to breed vitality. At that time, the power of creation will have a great effect on a new world. Among them, the simplest one is to increase the concentration of spiritual energy in this new world. Chen Daoxuan has seen the world opened up by the ancestor of the Jiang family. The concentration of spiritual energy there is simply many times stronger than the high-level spiritual veins in the Feng'an realm. Not only that, since this world was opened up by the cultivators themselves, the cultivators are like the creators of this world, so the cultivators can use the power of the world to breed rare treasures from the outside world. For example, the Tei divine water bred by the Tei immortal pond of the kingly Taoist sect. If a cultivator reaches the third or even fourth level of the world realm, he can also open up a Tei immortal pond in his world and use the power of the entire world to quickly give birth to the Tei divine water. There is no need to wait for thousands of years like the kingly Taoist sect to condense a drop of Tei divine water. Of course, this kind of birth is not without cost. The consumption of the power of creation is the price that the cultivators have to pay. In addition, the power of creation is also of great help to the improvement of the foundation of the world itself. For example, the world newly opened up by Chen Daoxuan is only more than 2,300 miles in diameter. This small world of this scale can be said to be the bottom of the small group among all the world realm true monarchs. In the future, as Chen Daoxuan's realm of the Great Dao is improved, he will definitely also improve the territory of this world. How to improve? Devouring other worlds is indeed a method, but it is not so easy for one world to devour another world. Each world has its own unique consciousness. When one world devours another world, it is also one consciousness devouring another consciousness. If this behavior of devouring the world is done too much, there will only be one result in the end, that is, the world consciousness will be confused, and it will even affect the cultivator himself in the end, making him completely a madman. Therefore, although the practice of devouring the world can improve the world level of the cultivator at a very fast speed, few people do it because the hidden dangers are too great. In addition to the crude practice of devouring the world, the more orthodox way to improve the world level is to pour a lot of the power of creation. The power of creation is an extremely magical energy. Aura is born from it, and the world grows because of it. In comparison, the role of the power of creation in improving the grade of magic tools and spiritual materials is not worth mentioning. Clear your thoughts. Chen Daoxuan did not procrastinate. Since he was about to have a gambling battle with Jiang Qingai, he must raise the realm of the Great Dao to the second level of the world realm in the shortest possible time. Everyone was in the same realm of the Great Dao, and with the advantages of the various magical instruments in his hands, Chen Daoxuan didn't believe that he couldn't even take on the other party's 3 moves. In 1 month, he comprehended the 3 laws and broke through to the second level of the world realm. If there was no enlightenment stardust, Chen Daoxuan would never dare to boast about this. But now, looking at the giant celestial body that filled the entire sea of consciousness, Chen Daoxuan was confident. The next moment, he took out a piece of jade slip from the storage ring. These jade slips were all various 5-element sword techniques collected by the Chen family. The ones Chen Daoxuan took out this time were the low-level sword techniques of the 3 attributes of gold, wood, and earth. With his current consciousness, Chen Daoxuan could at least distract himself to check hundreds or thousands of low-level sword techniques. But whether he could learn it or not, only God knew. However, if he couldn't learn it under normal circumstances, Chen Daoxuan could improve his enlightenment and make the situation abnormal. In the sea of consciousness, the enlightenment stars were spinning wildly. Chen Daoxuan's enlightenment soared suddenly, and the world gradually became different in his eyes. 10 times the comprehension, 20 times the comprehension, 30 times the comprehension, 100 times the comprehension. Soon, Chen Daoxuan's comprehension reached a threshold, 100 times the comprehension. This is the comprehension multiple with the highest cost effectiveness that Chen Daoxuan tested. But obviously, Chen Daoxuan is now Valvorish. He doesn't care about cost effectiveness. He just wants to improve his Dao realm in the shortest time. So, his comprehension continued to soar. 110 times the comprehension, 120 times the comprehension, 130 times the comprehension. As his comprehension soared, all kinds of low-level sword techniques in front of Chen Daoxuan were comprehended to the perfect realm with just a sweep of his spiritual consciousness. Moreover, he did not comprehend one low-level sword technique, but comprehended hundreds or even thousands of low-level sword techniques at the same time. Soon, thousands of sword techniques turned into balls of light, floating in Chen Daoxuan's sea of consciousness, like stars in the night sky. These thousands of sword techniques are all of the 3 attributes of gold, wood, and earth. With thousands of low-level sword techniques being comprehended, coupled with Chen Daoxuan's unprecedented 230 times enlightenment, the 3 sword intents that were originally extremely difficult to comprehend in the eyes of outsiders were successfully comprehended by Chen Daoxuan almost in an instant. The price he paid was the crazy consumption of enlightenment stardust in the sea of consciousness. This huge celestial body was shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye. The enlightenment stardust that originally exceeded 10,000 standard units was consumed by nearly half in just a short moment. But the result was also surprising. That is, he comprehended 3 new 5-element sword intents in almost a few breaths. Next, it was to upgrade these 3 new 5-element sword intents to the realm of law. Chen Daoxuan had 2 choices, using the power of creation, or simply using enlightenment stardust to continue to improve. In the past, it was easier for Chen Daoxuan to obtain the power of creation than to obtain enlightenment stardust. But now, the situation is just the opposite. He has almost no power of creation in his hand, but he has a lot of enlightenment stardust. Therefore, for him, there is no need to say more about what to choose. The enlightenment stardust continued to be consumed crazily. The 3 kinds of sword intent were almost advancing at the same pace, and they were rapidly improving. Invisible realm, tangible realm, star transformation realm, Dao domain realm, and law realm. In the eyes of outsiders, the 5 major realms of the Great Dao, which were like natural moats, were easily crossed by Chen Daoxuan, and his only consumption was the Enlightenment star with a diameter of more than 2,300 miles, and the star core was left again. Seeing this scene, Chen Daoxuan couldn't help but sigh in his heart. It seems that using Enlightenment stardust to improve the laws of the Great Dao is not inferior to the power of creation. In the past, he had never used Enlightenment stardust so crazily and wantonly. After all, those Enlightenment stardusts were all accumulated by him one a day with great effort. Chen Daoxuan wanted to be thrifty and use them to the best of his ability. How could he be so reckless as he is now? But the facts have proved that the use of the stardust of enlightenment at all costs is not only not inferior to the power of creation, but also has countless more possibilities than using the power of creation to improve the laws of the Tao. Using the power of creation, combined with the star sword Dao diagram, to improve the laws of the Tao, is flawed. Chen Daoxuan is not unaware of this. First of all, this method can only be used after the laws of the Tao are integrated with a flying sword artifact. Secondly, after the cultivator's Tao realm reaches the high stage of the law realm, it becomes less simple to continue to use the power of creation to improve the laws of the Tao, because after the cultivator reaches the world realm, his Tao law has completed the leap from understanding the external Tao to perfecting the internal Tao. In short, the Tao law that the cultivator had previously comprehended came from the Tao law of the Feng'an realm. After the cultivator reaches the world realm, if he wants to continue to improve the Tao law, he will be restricted by the new world he has opened up. At this time, Chen Daoxuan can no longer use the star sword Dao diagram to directly improve the Tao law. If he wants to continue to improve the Tao law, he must first expand his own world. Of course, Chen Daoxuan could also choose to take another path. He would not open up a world, but would continue to comprehend the great principles of the Feng'an realm. In ancient times, there were indeed cultivators who had walked this path. But it turned out that, if this path was taken to the end, not only would it not be possible to ascend to the upper realm, but it would make the cultivator's connection with the Feng'an realm closer and closer, and finally merge with the Tao. Therefore, if a cultivator wanted to get rid of the constraints of the Feng'an realm and ascend to the upper realm, he had to open up a new world. Only in this way could the cultivator gradually get rid of the constraints of the Feng'an realm and have a chance to become an immortal. But now, this chance to become an immortal was also cut off as the true demon realm devoured the Feng'an realm. In the space cage, Chen Daoxuan looked at the shrunken enlightenment stars in his sea of consciousness. Without saying a word, he took out the realm source pearl again and frantically absorbed the chaotic energy. With the replenishment of the chaotic energy, the enlightenment stars in Chen Daoxuan's sea of consciousness recovered again. Seeing this scene, he made a concerted effort to transform the 5 element into yin and yang. To achieve this, Chen Daoxuan must contact the world he opened up. Thinking of this, Chen Daoxuan's mind moved, and he contacted the endless void Zhuanhuan realm. In Chen Daoxuan's consciousness, he was very closely connected with the Zhuanhuan realm. Obviously, Zhuanhuan realm was outside Feng'an realm, and it was impossible to use simple spatial distance to calculate the position between the two. But he was able to contact Zhuanhuan realm with a thought. Not only that, he could also travel to Zhuanhuan realm with his real body with a thought, which was extremely magical. Chapter 382, Battle in the World Realm. In the Zhuanhuan realm, everything was the same as when it was first opened up, except for a light ball in the sky that was formed by the fusion of the 3 laws of air, water, and fire. Everything else was in chaos. Not to mention the spiritual energy, even the boundary between the earth and the sky was unclear. Under Chen Daoxuan's control, 3 more golden rays suddenly appeared in the Zhuanhuan realm, representing the 3 elements of gold, wood, and earth. In total, Chen Daoxuan has comprehended 6 laws so far, the same as the laws comprehended by the giant axe master he had seen in the true immortal origin realm. Of course, Chen Daoxuan didn't know how many laws the giant axe master had comprehended, but the other party used only 6 laws to kill the monster in the true immortal realm with 1 axe, and they were the same as the 6 laws that Chen Daoxuan comprehended. Chen Daoxuan looked at the light ball above, and the next moment, the light ball formed by the fusion of the three laws of air, water, and fire suddenly disintegrated, and turned into 3 golden rays again. Suddenly, 6 golden rays appeared in front of Chen Daoxuan. These 6 golden rays are the embodiment of the 6 laws he comprehended in the Zhuanghuang realm. Take a deep breath. The stars of enlightenment in Chen Daoxuan's sea of consciousness spun wildly again. As the enlightenment stardust continued to be consumed, his enlightenment was improved again. Then, among the 6 golden rays, 1 golden ray was repelled, which was the law of space. From the first level of the world realm to the second level of the world realm, it is necessary to transform the 5 element into yin and yang. In addition to stabilizing the space of the Zhuanghuang realm, the law of space has no other role in this process. Looking at the remaining 5 element, Chen Daoxuan's eyes kept flashing with the fire of wisdom. With 230 times the enlightenment, the essence of the 5 element law was analyzed and integrated bit by bit, and moved towards a higher level. Yin and yang are 2 forces that are both opposite and interconnected in all things in the world, and the 5 element are a further explanation of yin and yang. The 5 element law is mutually generated and restrained. Isn't it in line with the way of yin and yang? Suddenly, a kind of enlightenment surged into Chen Daoxuan's heart. It turns out that yin and yang are not transformed by the 5 element, but combined by the 5 element. After realizing this, the yin-yang realm was no longer an obstacle for Chen Daoxuan. Soon, the 5 golden rays of light entangled, and eventually evolved into a black and white yin-yang fish. At the same time, the Zhuanghuang realm also began to transform. In the Zhuanghuang realm, the clear air rose, and turned into the sky, and the turbid air sank, and turned into the earth. Although this world still had no vitality, it had the distinction between heaven and earth, and the difference between yin and yang. At this point, Chen Daoxuan's world had just reached the second level, the yin-yang realm. As the sky and the earth gradually separated, the yin-yang fish form transformed by the yin-yang Dao retreated back to the state of 5 golden rays. Then, another golden ray of light merged into the 5 golden rays again. The 6 golden rays of light intertwined again, and turned into a ball of light again, floating in the sky, acting as the temporary sun of the Zhuanghuang realm. Seeing this scene, a burst of joy surged into Chen Daoxuan's heart. This breakthrough to the second level of the world realm was as smooth as he expected. Chen Daoxuan knew that all this was due to the support of the enlightenment stardust. Otherwise, he would never have broken through to the second level of the world realm so easily, and become one of the 3 people present with the highest realm of the great Dao. In the space cage, Chen Daoxuan withdrew his consciousness from the Zhuanghuang realm. Almost no one in the outside world knew that someone had actually broken through from the first level of the world realm to the second level of the world realm under their noses. Only Fei Chengxu and Jiang Qinggai, who were at the same level, looked at Chen Daoxuan's position with a sense of something. He actually broke through. Feeling the unique charm of Chen Daoxuan, Jiang Qinggai didn't care. Because he was also like Chen Daoxuan, he broke through to the second level of the world realm soon after breaking through the world realm. In fact, Fei Chengxu was the same. Speaking of this, we have to mention a little trick. To enter the world realm, many nascent soul cultivators tried their best to suppress their realm before entering the world realm, and had to wait until they understood the 5 element before choosing to break through the world realm. In this way, nascent soul cultivators can quickly reach the second level of the world realm after breaking through the world realm. Those who only comprehend 3 kinds of laws and are eager to break through the world realm will often be stuck in the first level of the world realm for a long time. In fact, it is much more cost-effective to comprehend the 5 element in the nascent soul stage. This kind of skill or practice experience is not a secret to the big forces. But for a family cultivator like Chen Daoxuan who has no background, he knows nothing about it. He does not know the benefits of comprehending 5 kinds of laws in the nascent soul stage. He thought that old cultivators were like Kinsan, who only comprehended 3 kinds of laws and could not wait to break through to the world realm. The reason why Kinsan was in a hurry to break through the world realm was ultimately because of the inheritance of Wang Xinghe. Chen Daoxuan knew nothing about this. But fortunately, the mistakes and detours that Chen Daoxuan made on the road of practice were forcibly filled by him with the Hongmeng Enlightenment Sutra. Otherwise, he would never reach the height he is today, breaking through to the second level of the world realm, taking inventory of the various high-level magic tools he has mastered. Chen Daoxuan is full of confidence in the next battle. Although his cultivation was one level lower than Jiang Qinggai's, his Dao realm was the same as his opponent's. With the help of various high-level magic tools, there was no reason why he couldn't even take on his opponent's 3 moves. Thinking of this, Chen Daoxuan stopped improving his Dao realm. In fact, his cultivation was too low and his Dao realm was too high. It was not an easy task to further repeat the earth, wind, water, and fire and reach the 3rd level of the world realm. With this in mind, Chen Daoxuan could only give up. But since he couldn't improve his Dao realm and cultivation, Chen Daoxuan wouldn't waste the next time. After thinking about it, he took out the King Mooding from his storage ring. Although he was very sure that he could win the bet with Jiang Qinggai, he was cautious by nature and chose to analyze the refining method of the King Mooding. Last time, his comprehension stardust was insufficient, and he only analyzed the materials for refining the King Mooding, and there was no time to analyze the complete refining method. This was like a thorn in Chen Daoxuan's throat, because for him, the role of the power of creation was simply too great. Once he breaks through to the 3rd level of the world realm in the future, the power of good fortune can be used to expand his Zhuanhuang realm. Not only that, as the Zhuanhuang realm expands, the power of good fortune can continue to improve the world laws of the Zhuanhuang realm under the effect of the star sword Dao diagram. In other words, Chen Daoxuan's future path is almost directly linked to the power of good fortune. It can be seen how important the power of good fortune is to him. And the power of good fortune can only be extracted from the spirit stone by the Yuanying's engine, and the extraction speed is extremely slow. Ordinary's engine can only extract 1 drop a year. Although the Chen family is a large family in Kangshao, it does not even have a Yuanying cultivator. In other words, without the King Mooding, Chen Daoxuan has no way to obtain the power of good fortune. He can't just rely on his strong strength to plunder crazily in the Wangxing Sea or Xian Tao, right? If Chen Daoxuan really dares to do this, even if the outside world is afraid of his potential, they will join hands to destroy this demon. No cultivator or force can tolerate a madman who robs everywhere. Chen Daoxuan will naturally not take this path. Therefore, the King Mooding is almost the only way for him to improve the Zhuanhuang realm. He needs the King Mooding, and he needs a lot of King Mooding. Without thinking too much, Chen Daoxuan immediately used the derivative function of the Hongmeng Enlightenment Sutra to continue to analyze the refining method of the King Mooding. With the use of the derivative function, time uses the King Mooding in front of him as an anchor point, and goes back to countless tens of thousands of years ago. Seeing the Jiang family's immortal ancestor who ascended to the upper realm slowly refining the King Mooding again, Chen Daoxuan's heart gradually calmed down. Outside, although Chen Daoxuan was in seclusion, but the celebration ceremony of Cunning Sword Sect was still proceeding in an orderly manner. The rewards and profit divisions for the cultivators of each state also gradually pushed the atmosphere of the venue to a peak amidst cheers. Kangzhou Cultivator Camp. Zhang Zuanling looked around, looking quite uneasy, because he was entrusted by Chen Daoxuan. He not only had to ask Cunning Sword Sect to expel the Yi family, but also had to punish Li Wu Dao for the death penalty. It is easy to expel the Yi family, because they are almost unable to survive in Kangzhou. Even if they stay, the family business of the Yi family will not get any benefits in Kangzhou. But it is not a simple matter to punish Li Wu Dao with death. Not to mention that his father Yi Yin still holds great power in Cunning Sword Sect. Fei Chengsu said last time that as long as Zenon Pass is taken back, Yi Wu Dao will be spared. It will be difficult to continue to punish him by losing Zenon Pass at this time. This is not only a slap in Yi Yin's face, but also a shake of Fei Chengsu's majesty. Of course, as a typical second-generation immortal in Wangxing, Yi Wu Dao's crimes are by no means limited to the loss of Zenon Pass. It's just that losing Zenon Pass is the most serious crime he has committed. In addition, when Yi Wu Dao was in Kangzhou, he abducted young and beautiful female cultivators as cauldrons, which is almost known to everyone. However, Yi Wu Dao was very measured in his actions. He never touched the female cultivators from the big families in Kangzhou. The targets he attacked were all the female cultivators from the small families in Kangshao and the independent cultivators. In this way, although it caused public outrage, it would not cause any trouble. Besides, capturing beautiful female cultivators as cauldrons was not a taboo in Wangxinghe. Although Carneo Sword Sect had repeatedly banned it, it was impossible to ban it completely. Not to mention the big families of immortal cultivators. Even the strong ones among independent cultivators would often do such things. In the end, Carneo Sword Sect, which could not control it at all, could only turn a blind eye. As long as the people below did not do too much, Carneo Sword Sect basically acquiesced to everyone's behavior. Later, with the outbreak of the war in Izumo Kingdom, the number of female captives in Izumo Kingdom gradually increased, and the phenomenon of capturing female cultivators as cauldrons in Wangxinghe gradually decreased. On the high platform, Fei Chengsu's consciousness enveloped the entire scene. She looked at the Kangshao monks and said in a gentle voice, "Are you satisfied with the reward this time?" "Master, we are satisfied." "Master, I'm dissatisfied." Zhang Zuanling looked for a long time, but didn't see Chen Daoxuan. He didn't care too much, and stood out from the crowd and said loudly. The circular venue suddenly became silent, because of his dissatisfaction. Everyone was shocked by Zhang Zuanling's courage. A mere purple mansion monk made trouble in such an occasion. Is this crazy? Everyone thought. Fei Chengsu saw Zhang Zuanling shouting his dissatisfaction, but she did not get angry. She said, "What are you dissatisfied with?" "Master, I'm satisfied with the reward, but not the punishment." "Oh." Fei Chengsu smiled. "I have always heard people asking for rewards, but I have never heard of anyone asking for punishment. Tell me, what are you dissatisfied with the punishment?" Hearing this, Zhang Zuanling took a deep breath and said, "Master, I'm dissatisfied with the Yi family occupying Kangshao Xiancheng, and I'm dissatisfied with Yi Wudao causing chaos in Kangshao." Boom. As soon as Zhang Zuanling opened his mouth, he dropped a heavy bomb into the venue. Hearing this, Fei Chengsu's first reaction was that this person was definitely a shill hired by Chen Daoxuan. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but glance at Chen Daoxuan wrapped in a space cage like a silkworm pupa. Shaking her head, she looked at Zhang Zuanling and continued to ask, "Why are you dissatisfied?" "The Yi family cultivators are cowardly and unsuccessful, and they are not worthy of occupying Kangshao Immortal City. Yi Wudao is immoral and has kidnapped many female cultivators in Kangshao to use as cauldrons. This is known to everyone. We Kangshao cultivators are absolutely unwilling to associate with such dirty families and cultivators." Hearing this, Fei Chengsu turned her head and looked at the Lord of the Law Enforcement Hall and said seriously, "Lord Wang, how should the crimes committed by the Yi family and Yi Wudao be punished?" Hearing this, the Lord of the Law Enforcement Hall glanced at Yi Yin not far away and then at Fei Chengsu, who was as powerful as a rainbow, and immediately made a decision in his heart. Replying to the sect master, the Yi family has repeatedly failed to make any contribution in the wars of Chuan Kingdom. It is indeed not suitable to occupy Kangshao Immortal City again. The Chen family should take over this immortal city. As for Yi Wudao, the Lord of the Law Enforcement Hall also broke out in a cold sweat. According to the sect's laws, his crime should be punished. In this case, I hereby declare that the Yi family will be expelled from Kangshao Immortal City and Yi Wudao will be detained. After the truth is found out, the Law Enforcement Hall will choose a day to make the judgment. This time, Fei Chengsu was more powerful than ever before, and she didn't even look at Yi Yin. And Yi Yin, at this moment, didn't care about Yi Wudao. In his eyes, the next battle between the two world realm true monarchs is the most important thing. If they win, everything will be fine. Otherwise, as long as Yi Yin falls, even if Yi Wudao is fine now, he will definitely die next. Thinking of this, Yi Yin directly told Fei Chengsu through telepathy, "Master, you have great means. You are so patient. Elder Yi, you are too kind." Yi Yin raised his head slightly, "But for cultivators of my generation, everything still depends on strength. Master, after the celebration ceremony, dare you go to the endless void?" Fei Chengsu smiled slightly, "That's what I meant." After getting a positive reply, Yi Yin closed his eyes and stopped talking. Everything depends on the outcome of this battle. In the space cage, Chen Daoxuan opened his eyes full of joy. After spending nearly half of his enlightenment stardust, he finally completely analyzed the refining method of King Muding. So far, all of Chen Daoxuan's preparations have been completed. Next, no matter whether he wins or loses the battle with Jiang Chengai, he will not have any psychological pressure. Winning is good, and he can get some of the lucky secrets of the Wang Xinghe inheritance. Even if he loses, he has already got the refining method of King Muding, and he has no loss. Thinking of this, Chen Daoxuan's mood has never been better. This battle was the least stressful one for him, and he just needed to enjoy it to the fullest. Chapter 383 War. With a wave of his sleeves, Chen Daoxuan removed the space cage and revealed his true self. World Realm Level 2. Fei Chengsu was shocked. Outsiders didn't know, but she knew that Chen Daoxuan's strength was only at the top level of the True Lord before, but now he has crossed 2 realms and reached the level of World Realm Level 2. She really couldn't understand how Chen Daoxuan did it. In the distance, Jiang Chengai and Chen Daoxuan looked at each other. A smile appeared on the corner of their mouths, and they couldn't help but look forward to the upcoming fight. If he fought with Chen Daoxuan at the level of World Realm Level 1, Jiang Chengai was sure that the other party would not be his opponent, even if the other party had one of the 3 treasures inherited by Wang Xinghe. As a Xianjiao cultivator from the ancient Immortal clan, Jiang Chengai had no shortage of high-level magic weapons. What's more, his cultivation was a whole realm higher than Chen Daoxuan, and his Dao realm was a small realm higher than the other party. The gap between the two is too big to be eliminated by a few high-level magic weapons. Chen Daoxuan came out of retreat, and the celebration ceremony was still held. However, all the high-level people who knew the inside story were not thinking about the celebration ceremony, because they knew that after the celebration ceremony, something would happen that would completely change the power structure of Cunning Sword Sect. Half a month later, the grand event finally came to an end. Watching the rays of light leaving the circular venue, Jiang Chengai stretched his arms and stood up casually. Chen Daoxuan, you gave me a big surprise. Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan smiled slightly and bowed his hands and said, fellow Daoist Jiang, please. Okay. Jiang Chengai took a step forward and disappeared instantly. It was not a simple teleportation, but through the traction of the world he opened up, he came to the endless void. Unlike before, when he had to forcibly break the void to go to the endless void, with the traction of the Zhuanghuang realm, Chen Daoxuan quickly followed and came to a dark endless void. Seeing this scene, Fei Chengsu was not far behind, and in a flash, she followed Chen Daoxuan to the endless void. Sister, wait for me, Kinzan shouted strangely and followed closely. On the field, seeing this scene, many Yuanian cultivators of Cunning Sword Sect looked at each other in bewilderment. They were not world-level True Lords. If they wanted to go to the endless void, they had to forcefully break through the void, except for going through the extraterritorial battlefield of the 2 realms abyss. However, with the strength of Yi Yin, Hu Yanqi and others, it was not a simple matter to break through the void. Don't you see that before Chen Daoxuan broke through the world realm, he had to use all his strength to barely break through the void? Seeing this, the impatient Yi Yin didn't care about being reserved, and hurriedly bowed to everyone and said, everyone, please do it together. Lin Wu True Lord looked at him deeply, nodded and said, okay, do it together. In that case, I also wish you a helping hand. Hu Yanqi smiled and stood up. After that, the 3 nodded, and each used their most powerful attack moves, finally creating a black hole with a diameter of about 3 feet in the void. Seeing this scene, Yi Yin took the lead and flew into the black hole. The 3rd elder is anxious. Lin Wu's engine said coldly. Lin Wu, let's go too. Okay. After the 2 said that, they stepped into the black hole one after the other and headed for the endless void. The remaining top Zenjins present were slightly weaker than these 3 people, but they did not hesitate and followed behind Lin Wu's engine and Hu Yanqi and stepped into the endless void. As for the other nascent soul cultivators below the top Zenjin, looking at the dark hole in front of them, they felt a sense of panic for no reason. But there were still a few non-top Zenjins in Fei Chengsu's camp who passed through the black hole. It is worth mentioning that, except for Yi Yin himself, none of the nascent souls engines in Yi Yin's camp went to the endless void. These people looked at the black hole with evasive eyes. Finally, the void passage that Yin and the other two had violently opened slowly closed under the repair of the world power of the Phoenix falling world. Now, even if the Yuan Ying's engine present wanted to go, they couldn't. Endless void. Chen Daoxuan and Jiang Chengai entered the endless void one after the other. Although this was Chen Daoxuan's second time in the endless void, he still felt an inexplicable panic when he was here. Here, there is no distinction between up and down, only endless darkness. If it weren't for the huge ball of light in front of him, that could give Chen Daoxuan some comfort, he would probably have the urge to escape from here. Is it shocking? Jiang Chengai looked at Chen Daoxuan and said, "It's really shocking. I didn't expect that it would be so beautiful if I jumped out of the Phoenix falling world to see it." "Yes, it is very beautiful," Jiang Chengai said with emotion. "It's a pity that it will be swallowed by the true demon world." Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan couldn't help but feel a little puzzled. In his field of vision, he could only see the huge ball of light of the Phoenix falling world, but not the so-called true demon world. Of course, he was not questioning the existence of the true demon realm, because he had been there in person. "Fellow Daoist Jiang, I don't know what the true demon realm you are talking about is. Didn't you see it?" Jiang Chengai's face showed a trace of sadness, and he pointed to the huge ball of light in front of him. "Take a closer look." Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan looked at it intently. Finally, he found something different. Behind the huge ball of light of the Phoenix meteoric realm, there is a larger dark world, but this dark world is the same color as the endless void, so Chen Daoxuan subconsciously ignored it. But now take a closer look. The black world has completely touched the ball of light of the Phoenix meteoric realm. Moreover, the black sphere is at least several times larger than the huge ball of light of the Phoenix meteoric realm. That is the two worlds abyss. Jiang Chengai pointed to the place where the Phoenix meteoric realm and the true demon realm merged and converged. Following the direction of Jiang Chengai's finger, Chen Daoxuan murmured, "So, our Wangxing Sea is so far away from the two realms abyss." "Far?" Jiang Chengai shook his head. "If it is flying with the light of escape, it is indeed far away, but as a cultivator in the world realm, we can borrow the world for transit, so this distance is nothing." "Use the world to transit?" Chen Daoxuan was stunned. This is the first time he has heard of this way of using the world. Seeing Chen Daoxuan's puzzled look, Jiang Chengai smiled and said, "Let Sect Master Fei explain it to you." After the words fell, Fei Chengsu appeared beside Chen Daoxuan. "Sect Master." Chen Daoxuan bowed to Fei Chengsu. Fei Chengsu also nodded to him. What Dao Jiang said about borrowing the world to transit actually means that the cultivator uses the world he has opened up as a boat, and this endless void as a sea, and travels in it to his heart's content. The speed at which the world travels in the endless void is much faster than that of the cultivator. After hearing this explanation, Chen Daoxuan's mind flashed. Isn't this method the manned satellite of the previous life? If the Fengai realm is compared to the Earth, these small worlds around the Fengai realm are satellites of various sizes, and the cultivator flying through the world is equivalent to flying in outer space on a satellite. How similar are the two? Shaking his head, he threw away the inexplicable thoughts in his mind. Chen Daoxuan frowned and said, "In this case, wouldn't the world realm true lord be able to drive the world to any location in the Fengai realm quickly?" "That's true in theory, but it's hard to do in practice." Jiang Chengai smiled. "You should be able to feel that. After breaking through the world realm, you can easily sense the location of the world you opened up. Not only that, you can let the world pull you into the endless void with just one thought. However, you can only return to your original location when you return to the Fengai realm." Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan recalled it carefully, and it was indeed true. When he broke through the world realm, he was in a secret room in the family residence. When the breakthrough was completed, he returned to that secret room. When Kinzan and Yishai and Qi went to the endless void to fight, they returned to the front of the Qinghui Taoist sect after they came back. Therefore, under normal circumstances, no matter where in the Fengai realm a cultivator uses his own world to go to the endless void, he will return to the original place. Fellow Daoist Jiang is right, but there is one exception, that is the extraterritorial battlefield of the two realms abyss. Fei Chengsu added on the side. Sovereign Master Fei is right. The extraterritorial battlefield of the two realms abyss is very unique. You can now control the world you have opened up, go to the extraterritorial battlefield, and then return to the Fengai realm through the extraterritorial battlefield. By then, you will return to the center of Tao through the teleportation formation. Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan was very surprised. He felt that Fei Chengsu's understanding of these things was much more than that of ordinary Yuan Ying's engine. Fei Chengsu seemed to see Chen Daoxuan's doubts and explained. Back then, our Kaianian sword sect rushed to help the two realms abyss in this way. Hearing Fei Chengsu's advance news of Kaianian sword sect rushing to help the two realms abyss, Jiang Chengai's eyes showed a trace of respect. He nodded and said, Master Fei is right. There are many sects in Fengaian realm rushing to help the two realms abyss in this way. Because it is fast enough, but also dangerous enough. Hearing that it is dangerous enough, Fei Chengsu could not help but remain silent. With the strength of Kaianian sword sect in Shuan country back then, if it had not rushed to help the two realms abyss, and caused the sect's elite to be completely destroyed, why would they be afraid of the Zuan King Dao League? As the few people were talking, more and more people gathered around. At this time, those present were at least at the top level of Zenjin or above. Seeing more and more people, Jiang Chengai shrugged his shoulders and smiled. The second level of the world realm, it's worth waiting for you for so long. Chen Daoxuan, come on. Okay. Chen Daoxuan's face also flashed with excitement. All along, from his debut till now, the enemies he encountered were either too high to reach or too powerful to crush. And the number of times he encountered a cultivator like Jiang Chengai who could give him great pressure, but was not too high to reach, was few and far between. All around, everyone dispersed in tacit understanding. Although the battle between two world-level True Lords was not so bad, that the top True Lords were not qualified to watch the battle. If they got too close, there was still a risk of injury and death. Especially since these two were both cultivators of the second level of the world realm. In the field, Jiang Chengai took the lead and immediately mobilized the world projection to suppress Chen Daoxuan. This is the most basic method for every world level cultivator. For the top True Lords who are not in the world realm, this method of crushing is very effective. But for the world level cultivators of the same level, this method is not good enough. Although it was not good enough, Chen Daoxuan's body was too weak, and he did not dare to let the second level world projection suppress him. He just opened his mouth and spit, and the Star Sword Dao diagram appeared immediately. The next second, the unfolded Star Sword map forcibly restrained Jiang Chengai's world projection. In the dark endless void, the Star Sword map and Jiang Chengai's world projection were actually wrestling with each other. Seeing this scene, Chen Daoxuan was not to be outdone, and immediately controlled the world projection of Zuanhuan realm to suppress Jiang Chengai. The Star Sword map and the world projection of Zuanhuan realm merged, and the terrifying domain power directly pressed Jiang Chengai's world projection back. And if the other party did not take any measures, his world projection would soon collapse like a bubble. So the secret treasure you chose is the Star Sword map. No wonder your Daolore has improved so quickly. Jiang Chengai seemed not nervous at all, but was thinking about commenting on Chen Daoxuan's magic weapon. Seeing this, Chen Daoxuan almost raised his vigilance to the peak. Forget it, the warm-up is over. Chen Daoxuan, are you ready? What? Chen Daoxuan didn't understand the meaning of the other party's words. Jiang Chengai's body was infinitely taller. In a blink of an eye, Jiang Chengai's body was more than 1,000 feet tall. The other party, who was thousands of meters tall, stood in front of Chen Daoxuan, like a demon god. Chen Daoxuan looked at the existence in front of him, that seemed like a pillar supporting the sky, and couldn't help but be stunned. At this moment, his first reaction was not how to break the situation, but thought of the giant axe strongman he saw when he used the Yandao to go back in time. He was also like the other party, and his height was unknown. With just one axe, he split the true immortal source realm in half, which was unbelievably fierce. Chen Daoxuan. Jiang Chengai's voice shook the endless void. Chen Daoxuan only felt his head roaring. In front of this body, that was more than 1,000 feet tall, Chen Daoxuan felt as small as an ant. The second and most important way for a world level cultivator to fight is to draw the power of the world into the body. You still have time to admit defeat now, otherwise I will blow you up with one punch later. Don't blame me. Chen Daoxuan suppressed his panic, raised his head, and looked at the other party, took a deep breath and said, "Come on." After that, Chen Daoxuan immediately took out a formation plate, which was the trophy he seized from Jiang Taiyuan, a 7th level medium grade formation plate magic weapon, Zuyu Jiagang formation. Chen Daoxuan's magic power suddenly poured into the formation plate, and the formation flags, like flowing light, were inserted into the void around Jiang Chengai. Chen Daoxuan couldn't draw the power of the world into the body, because he knew that this method required the cultivator's physical cultivation to be particularly high. Chen Daoxuan's biggest shortcoming at present was precisely the lack of physical cultivation, but he was not without a solution. Although he could not draw the world power of Zhuanghuan realm into his body, he could draw the world power of Zhuanghuan realm into the formation, and use it to fully stimulate the power of Zuyu Jiagang formation. A 7th level middle grade magic weapon, even in the hands of a Yuan Chen Daoxuan, is a treasure at the bottom of the box. At this moment, Chen Daoxuan took out a 7th level middle grade magic weapon so abruptly that it surprised Jiang Chengai. "You want to trap me with the formation?" Jiang Chengai's voice was like thunder. "Look how I break your bird formation." Chapter 384, The Long River of Time and Space. It was the same formation that Jiang Taiyuan had used. The Zuyu Jiagang formation used the formation plate as the formation center and the formation flag as the formation base. It instantly constructed a circular light curtain, covering Jiang Chengai's 1,000-foot body. For a moment, the Zuyu Jiagang formation divided the endless void into two worlds. In the eyes of the outside world, Chen Daoxuan and Jiang Chengai disappeared directly from their sight and spiritual perception. Seeing this, Qinzhen frowned slightly, looked at Fei Chengsu beside him, and hesitated. "Senior sister, brother Chen will be okay, right?" Hearing this, Fei Chengsu shook her head. "I don't know." She paused. However, the formation used by brother Chen is extraordinary. It not only contains many spatial changes, but also contains the mystery of time. Space-time formation? Yes. Fei Chengsu nodded. Inside the Zuyu Jiagang formation, as the world power of Zhuanghuan realm poured in crazily, the changes in the formation that Jiang Taiyuan could not perform at the beginning were realized one by one in Chen Daoxuan's hands. As his control over the Zuyu Jiagang formation became more and more profound, Chen Daoxuan's confidence in defeating Jiang Chengai became more and more sufficient. Looking at Jiang Chengai, who was more than 1,000 feet tall and looked like a demon god, Chen Daoxuan, who was as small as an ant standing in front of him, smiled and said, "Dao Yao Jiang, taste the taste of space strangulation first." The next moment, countless space blades were seen in the light curtain of the formation, cutting towards Jiang Chengai. With the support of the world power of Zhuanghuan realm, these space blades were much more than the space blades that Jiang Taiyuan had used at the beginning. At first glance, it seemed that the entire space blades in the light curtain of the formation were endless. Looking at the space blades that were madly slashing at him, Jiang Chengai, who was 1,000 feet tall and looked like a demon god, snorted coldly and saw two terrifying air currents spurting out of his nasal cavity. The two air currents were extremely terrifying. Chen Daoxuan could smell the sulfur-like smell in the two air currents, even though he was dozens of miles away. But the next scene made Chen Daoxuan's full confidence begin to waver. The two gushing air currents directly blew the space blades that were coming to kill Jiang Chengai, and made them sway continuously. Some space blades were even blown away directly. Chen Daoxuan was stunned when he saw such a violent scene. You know, each space blade he used, although not reaching the top level of Zhenjin, was also the ultimate attack power that could be exerted by the late Yuan Ying. Such a terrifying attack was actually broken by Jiang Chengai's breath. What's more terrifying is that the other space blades that were not blown away slashed on Jiang Chengai, but did not even hurt the opponent's hair. The opponent's body was really terrifying. At this moment, Chen Daoxuan couldn't help but think of surrendering. Although he knew that the foundation of these top clan's disciples would be far beyond his imagination, he still didn't expect that the other party's foundation would be so strong. With this body, Jiang Chengai was born invincible. No wonder he was so arrogant before, and said that he could defeat Chen Daoxuan in 3 moves. I'm afraid that in the eyes of the other party, defeating Chen Daoxuan in 3 moves is already a very humble statement. Are you done? Jiang Chengai stared at Chen Daoxuan with his eyes like a small celestial body, and said calmly, then, it's my turn. After that, Jiang Chengai didn't use any magic weapon, but simply clenched his fist and punched Chen Daoxuan. In front of this punch, what spatial blades, star sword diagrams and world projections of suppression were all destroyed by Jiang Chengai's punch. Just as the terrifying fist was about to hit him, Chen Daoxuan flashed and disappeared on the spot. But Jiang Chengai's target was not Chen Daoxuan at all, but the array light curtain behind him. Boom. A shocking explosion. The fist with a diameter of several dozen feet directly hit the light curtain of the Zhuaojiagang formation. In an instant, the light curtain of the Zhuaojiagang formation showed cracks, as if it would collapse in the next moment. You know, this is a 7th level medium grade formation. Normally, even if you and Chen Daoxuan came in person, it might not be easy to break it. Although Chen Daoxuan failed to fully exert the power of this formation, Jiang Chengai's punch was really too terrifying. Seeing that his punch did not break the Zhuaojiagang formation, Jiang Chengai was slightly stunned. But it was only a moment. Just as he waved his hand to prepare to hit the second punch, Chen Daoxuan finally stimulated the second power of the Zhuaojiagang formation time and space turbulence. In front of Jiang Chengai, a long river of time and space suddenly appeared. This long river of time and space was so mighty that it directly swallowed up his second punch attack. Outside the Zhuaojiagang formation, the attack swallowed by the long river of time and space was directly transferred to the depths of the endless void by Chen Daoxuan's formation. In the eyes of everyone, a beam of light rushed out directly from the light curtain of the Zhuaojiagang formation, and it was unknown where it was shot. But most of the people present were top-level true lords. They could feel that, if this beam of light was attacking them, they would definitely be wiped out. So, the faces of everyone present turned livid. This level of battle was simply unheard of for them. Compared with the battle between Chen Daoxuan and the others, the so-called battle between the Yuanian cultivators on the battlefield of Chuan State was like a child playing house, not worth mentioning at all. Yu Yan saw this scene. His heart was lifted up, and the current situation was completely out of his control. Chen Daoxuan not only broke through to the world realm, but also had amazing strength, and was able to hold his own with the Jiang family Xianjiao disciples. In the cave magic weapon that Yi Yan carried with him, Yi Xianqi, who had been paying attention to the battlefield situation, felt Yi Yan's unstable breath, and quickly sent a telepathic message to comfort him. Brother Yi, please be patient. I'm still here. Hearing this, Yi Yan couldn't help but stroke the tower-shaped cave magic weapon on his waist, and his heart was slightly relieved. Yi Xianqi was right. He still had a world-level combat force, and the situation had not yet reached the most critical moment. Inside the array light curtain, Jiang Chengai looked at the long river of time and space between him and Chen Daoxuan, and his face couldn't help but become serious. The distance between the two was obviously very close, but it seemed as if there was endless time and space between them, visible but not touchable. Jiang Chengai knew in his heart that this was the power of time and space, the long river of time and space, that Chen Daoxuan used the power of the array to devour and divert his attacks, making all his attacks fall through. But Jiang Chengai, who was experienced in combat, saw at a glance that although this devouring and diversion was magical, it must have its upper limit, otherwise, wouldn't this array be invincible? Thinking of this, Jiang Chengai smiled slightly, and then he madly punched the long river of time in front of him. The long river of time was swept up by waves under Jiang Chengai's crazy attack. But no matter how many waves were swept up, Jiang Chengai could not touch Chen Daoxuan on the other side of the long river of time. On the other side, Chen Daoxuan seemed to have a calm expression, but in fact, he was under great pressure. Jiang Chengai's strength was far stronger than he imagined. Even if he used the 7th level formation, he could not defeat the opponent at all. Instead, his mana and the world power of Zhuanhuan realm were consumed by the opponent. Although Chen Daoxuan had never seen the world opened up by Jiang Chengai, He was sure that the foundation of the other party's world must be much deeper than that of Zhuanghuang realm. After bombarding hundreds of punches in a row, Jiang Chengai looked at the unbreakable long river of time and finally stopped. Just when Chen Daoxuan thought he was going to admit defeat, the lines of law on the opponent's right arm kept entangled and rotating. The terrifying world power was once again instilled into Jiang Chengai's right arm. This time, due to too much infused world power, even with Jiang Chengai's physical strength, cracks began to appear. In the light curtain of the formation, the long river of time began to churn violently before it was attacked. Seeing this scene, Chen Daoxuan did not dare to neglect it at all. He not only madly infused his mana into the formation in front of him, but also madly injected the world power of the Zhuanghuang realm into the formation. Although the Zhuanghuang realm cannot be compared with the world opened up by Jiang Chengai, it is after all the second layer of the world, dividing yin and yang. The world levels of both sides are the same. I saw that the long river of time and space, which was only tens of feet wide, suddenly became several times wider and more than 100 feet wide after Chen Daoxuan's investment regardless of cost. But soon, Jiang Chengai's fist slammed violently on this 100-foot wide long river of time and space. Boom. The long river of time and space was almost directly penetrated by Jiang Chengai's punch. The fierce attack almost broke through the shackles of the long river of time and space and slammed into Chen Daoxuan's body. But in the end, this fierce attack still failed to break through the defense of the long river of time and space and was transferred to the endless void by the Zhuanghuang formation. Seeing this scene, Jiang Chengai, who was in the center of the formation, nodded and said, "Although your attack is very mediocre among the world realm cultivators, your defense is really good. Brother Jiang, you are too kind." Chen Daoxuan knew that compared with Jiang Chengai's fierce attack, he was indeed far behind. But when it comes to the second power of the Zhuanghuang formation, the defense of the long river of time and space, Chen Daoxuan still has sufficient confidence. This is also the reason why he dared to challenge the opponent. It's just that Chen Daoxuan originally thought that he would win after trapping him with the formation, but he didn't expect that Jiang Chengai was still stronger. That's right. Although Chen Daoxuan blocked all of Jiang Chengai's attacks, his own mana and world power had been exhausted in resisting the previous attack. Mana is easy to say. Chen Daoxuan has the white lotus of fortune, which can be replenished at any time, but the power of the world is not so easy to replenish. Especially Chen Daoxuan's Zhuanghuang realm has just been opened up and is still very fragile, so he can't mess around. Therefore, Chen Daoxuan believes that if he continues to fight, Jiang Chengai will definitely win. Without the blessing of the power of the world, Chen Daoxuan's strength is not much stronger than the top Yuanying's engine. When Yi Xianqi's world was disturbed by Kinzan, he was unable to borrow the power of the world and was almost defeated by Chen Daoxuan. This is a clear proof. While talking, Jiang Chengai's body suddenly shrank, and in a blink of an eye, it returned to its normal appearance. Chen Daoxuan also waved his sleeves and put away the Zhuanghuang formation. So far, the battle between the two has come to an end. Friend Chen Dao, I, Jiang, am trustworthy. You can use the King Mooding for a period of time. Not only that, this is yours. As he said, a jade slip was thrown over by Jiang Chengai. Chen Daoxuan looked at the jade slip flying towards him, and his breathing became a little faster. You know, it records the secrets of the inheritance of Wang Xinghe. As for the King Mooding, it is not so important. Because the refining method of the King Mooding has been analyzed by him using the Yan Dao. With his refining skills, it is enough to copy it. The King Mooding itself is not so precious. The most precious thing about it is its refining method. As long as there are a large number of King Mooding, it is equivalent to having countless Yuanying's engine and even Yuanshan's engine, extracting the power of creation for you all the time. Although the cost of extracting the power of creation by the King Mooding is higher than that of manual extraction by cultivators, it wins in terms of efficiency. According to Chen Daoxuan's estimation, if the cost is not calculated, the efficiency of extracting the power of creation by a King Mooding is comparable to that of a Yuanshan Daojin. This kind of treasure is simply too important for Chen Daoxuan, who is about to build and expand the Zhuanghuang realm. Thinking of this, Chen Daoxuan simply took out the king mooding from his storage ring and threw it to Jiang Chengai. "I'll give it back to you." Seeing this, Jiang Chengai quickly took the king mooding, frowned and asked in confusion, "Fellow Daoist Chen, what do you mean? I want to use your Jiang family's king mooding, but I just want to use it to extract some good fortune in advance. Now think about it, the good fortune can be extracted by myself after I break through the nascent soul stage. Since this is your ancestor's property, you should return it as soon as possible." Hearing this, Jiang Chengai realized that Chen Daoxuan could not extract the good fortune. "Thank you, brother Chen." Jiang Chengai bowed to Chen Daoxuan for the first time. The Daoist friend he mentioned also became brother Chen. After thinking about it, Jiang Chengai took out a storage ring. Since brother Chen is so kind, Jiang cannot be stingy. The good fortune in this storage ring is Jiang's compensation to brother Chen. After saying that, the storage ring slowly flew towards Chen Daoxuan. Chen Daoxuan took the storage ring and thanked Jiang Chengai again. For a moment, the tense atmosphere between the two not only disappeared, but also became brothers. This scene made Yu Yin anxious. Finally, Yu Yin couldn't help but said, "Dao Yao Jiang, do you still remember what you promised me?" Hearing this, Jiang Chengai turned his head and looked at Yu Yin with a faint smile on his lips. "Elder Yi, I wonder what I promised you?" "You." Hearing this, Yu Yin couldn't help but joke. "You want to use me to be the sword for you to take charge of Carnean sword sect and clear obstacles, but you are not qualified." Jiang Chengai's contemptuous words completely pierced Yu Yin's fluke mentality. At this moment, Yu Yin went crazy and yelled, "What about the Wangxing He Jiang family? What about Jiang Taihao? They are the branches of your Jiang family. Are you going to ignore them? Wangxing He Jiang family?" Jiang Chengai sneered. "Since the moment their ancestor stole the ancestral objects of our clan, he was expelled from the clan. You are not naive enough to think that I would take action for a traitorous descendant of the clan, right? So, your goal has always been the king mooding. Jiang has said this a long time ago, but you just have unrealistic fantasies." After that, Jiang Chengai stopped talking nonsense with Yu Yin and bowed directly to Chen Daoxuan, Fei Chengsu and others, saying, "Master Fei, brother Chen, fellow Daoist kin, Jiang will not hinder you from dealing with the traitor. Goodbye." After that, Jiang Chengai's figure disappeared in an instant. On the field, only Yu Yin, who was alone, and Fei Chengsu and others who were outnumbered were left. No. To be precise, Yu Yin was still inside the cave magic weapon, hiding a world level true master. Seeing everyone staring at him, Yu Yin went completely crazy and roared, "Fei Chengsu, do you think you're going to win?" Brother Yi, I'll go first." Just as Yu Yin was roaring, a stream of light suddenly rushed out of his cave magic weapon and disappeared in an instant. The last trump card actually ran away directly. Yu Yin was completely desperate. Si esta se escuchando esta novela en un canal distinto a mundo fanfic novelas. Significa lo descargaran y sabiran sinas fuso te invitamos cordialmente a visitar nuestro canal. Mundo fanfic novelas ali encontrarás la versión original de esta historia y podrás explorar muchas otras novelas de diversos géneros. Te esperamos para sumergirte en un mundo de novelas increíbles. Chapter 385 for the people. Yishianki. The figure that escaped from Yu Yin's cave magic weapon shocked everyone present, especially Kinzan. He could hardly believe his eyes. The leader of Zuan King Dao League, whom Carnean Sword Sect had worked so hard to deal with, actually appeared in the camp of his own sect elders. "Junior brother, don't chase him." Kinzan saw Yishianki disappear in an instant and pretended to chase him, but was stopped by Fei Chengsu beside him. Because with her stronger consciousness than Kinzan, she could easily sense that Yishianki did not return along the original route, but was pulled to the world he opened up. Obviously, the other party wanted to drive the world he opened up and take the dangerous road of the battlefield outside the two worlds. In this way, Kinzan naturally could not catch up. Kinzan stopped unwillingly when he heard Fei Chengsu shout, but then he looked at Yu Yin with red eyes and said hatefully, "Yu Yin, you dare to collude with the enemy and betray the sect." Yu Yin looked at Fei Chengsu, Kinzan, and other top Zenjin of Carnean Sword Sect who were glaring at him, and his heart sank completely. Yes, I did collude with the enemy, but I didn't betray the sect. Yu Yin's face flushed. He raised his hand and pointed at Fei Chengsu. On the contrary, Fei Chengsu, the bitch, is the traitor of the sect. As he said, Yu Yin looked at Fei Chengsu. Am I wrong, Grand Sect Master Fei? Being insulted by Yu Yin, Fei Chengsu's face did not change at all, but said calmly, Elder Yi, is this your last words? Success is the king, the loser is the bandit. Yi has nothing to say, but you don't have to be hypocritical. Do you dare to pat your chest and say that everything you do is for the sect? Hearing this, Fei Chengsu remained silent. The other top Zenjins also did not speak. Indeed, Fei Chengsu's efforts to support independent cultivators in recent years cannot be said to be for the sake of the sect. If it was for the sake of the sect, Fei Chengsu should have used these resources to cultivate disciples of Cunning and Sword Sect, rather than to cultivate independent cultivators of Wangxinghe. From this perspective, Yu Yin seems to be right. After all, the independent cultivators that Fei Chengsu has cultivated over the years are not 1 or 2, but nearly 500. This number is even so large that it affects the war in Chuan Kingdom. If all these resources were used to cultivate direct disciples of Cunning and Sword Sect, the strength of Cunning and Sword Sect would definitely increase significantly. At least the sect would have hundreds more Yuniying's engine. Because the road of cultivation, in the final analysis, is still a fight for resources. Cunning and Sword Sect and Zuan King Daomeng fought to the death, not for the resources of Chuan Kingdom. In the eyes of the top leaders of Cunning and Sword Sect, Fei Chengsu's treatment of independent cultivators was indeed too much. This is also the fundamental reason why Hu Yanxi, including top Zenjin such as Lin Wu's Zenjin, sometimes disliked Fei Chengsu. Otherwise, Yu Yin has no moral integrity, and his strength and talent are not superior. How could he compete with Fei Chengsu for so long? Isn't it because the sect is extremely dissatisfied with Fei Chengsu's actions over the past hundreds of years? Elder Yi, the future will prove that everything I have done is correct. Ha ha ha. Hearing this, Yu Yin laughed wildly. Fei Chengsu, you are a hypocritical hypocrite. Why are you pretending to be a good person? The path of cultivation is to fight against the sky. You want to give arms to those mudlegs in the mortal world. Who do you think you are? Can you give arms? As he said, Yu Yin looked at Hu Yanxi and others. Fei Chengsu is crazy. Do you want to go crazy with her? Do you really think that everything I, Yu Yin, have done is really for the power of the immortal family in Wangxinghe? I'm for the sect, for the sect. At this point, Yu Yin couldn't help crying. Alas. Hu Yanxi sighed. Brother Yi, you should take a break. As the sect master said, the future will prove who is right and who is wrong. Don't you think I did something wrong? Yu Yin looked at Hu Yanxi with red eyes. Hu Yanxi shook his head and looked at him directly. Right or wrong, I will not judge, but you should not unite with foreign enemies and betray the sect. Hearing this, Yu Yin nodded. I know that cooperating with Yi Xianqi is like seeking the skin of a tiger, but I have no way out. Forget it, it's all in vain, all in vain. As he said that, he looked at Fei Chengsu. I hope you are right. After that, Yu Yin's nascent soul first burst into flames, followed by his physical body. Finally, Yu Yin's body was completely covered by flames, until it was completely reduced to ashes. Seeing Yu Yin commit suicide, everyone was silent again. For a long time, Fei Chengsu sighed and said, let's go back to the sect. Yes, sect master. Everyone responded and followed Fei Chengsu and Chen Daoxuan back to the sect. In just 3 days, the turmoil brought to the sect by Yu Yin's death was forcibly suppressed by Fei Chengsu. It can be seen that Yu Yin's faction is indeed at the end of the road. The other party found Yi Xianqi to cooperate with him, just to make a desperate struggle. As a result, he lost the fight. Cunning and Sword Sect. In front of the Linghe Lake where Chen Daoxuan first met Fei Chengsu. In the pavilion, Fei Chengsu smiled and looked at Chen Daoxuan. Fellow Daoist Chen, please take a seat. I'm sorry for neglecting you these days. You are too polite, sect master. Chen Daoxuan bowed and said with a smile, Yu Yin has passed away, and the sect is busy with internal affairs. The sect master can take time out of his busy schedule to see me, which shows that he values me very much. How can you say that he neglects me? Hearing these high-sounding words, Fei Chengsu felt a little resistant in her heart for some reason. Are you leaving? Yes, Chen Daoxuan nodded. There are many things in the clan. I have been in Chuan country for so long, and the family affairs have always been taken care of by the younger generation. I really need to go back and sort things out. Hearing this, Fei Chengsu hesitated for a moment and asked, do you also think that I did something wrong? Chen Daoxuan frowned. What does the sect master mean? You know what I'm talking about, so why pretend you don't know? Fei Chengsu turned her head and looked at the mist in the fairy pool. Over the years, what I did was not understood by the people in the sect, and the Xiuxin family regarded me as a thorn in their eyes. Even my junior brother may not really understand me. Chen Daoxuan could hear the bitterness in Fei Chengsu's words. How painful and desperate it is for a person to insist on doing something that is not understood by everyone, including the closest and most trusted people. As Fei Chengsu said, Kinzan, as her junior brother who she had taken care of since childhood, just obeyed her orders blindly, but never considered whether Fei Chengsu's actions were right or wrong. Perhaps in Kinzan's eyes, her senior sister is much more important than the sect. Seeing that Chen Daoxuan didn't say anything, Fei Chengsu suddenly stood up and said, come with me. Where to? But before he could ask, Chen Daoxuan and Fei Chengsu disappeared instantly. The island with the largest territory in Carnean Sword Sect. There are countless mortals living here. Although Carnean Sword Sect has never counted the specific population, it is roughly estimated that this island, which is larger than a continent on the earth in Chen Daoxuan's previous life, has at least billions of people living on it. This island is also the real foundation of the former Carnean Sword Sect. However, as a cultivator, Chen Daoxuan rarely comes into contact with mortals, and he has never seen the city on this giant island. This is his first time to set foot in the mortal city of Carnean Sword Sect. In the city, people are constantly coming and going on the streets. On both sides, there are various vendors and restaurants hawking their wares. The painted boats along the river make Chen Daoxuan feel as if he is in ancient society. Everything is so novel. Chen Daoxuan had seen many mortal cities, but none of them could compare to the one in front of him. Chen Daoxuan couldn't tell why. Fei Chengsu turned around and said, what do you think of this mortal city? It's very prosperous and lively. Chen Daoxuan didn't know what Fei Chengsu meant by this, so he simply commented. Fei Chengsu shook her head and said, have you seen other mortal cities in Kangshao? Yes. Chen Daoxuan couldn't help but think of the mortal cities he had seen in Kangshao. Although some of these mortal cities were even larger than the one in front of him, the mortals in none of them could compare to the mortals in this city. It seems that you have also seen it. Fei Chengsu smiled. The mortals here are different from those in Kangshao. That's right. Fei Chengsu's words seemed to open a window in the darkness, and he immediately felt a sense of enlightenment. In the eyes of the mortals in this city, he saw something called confidence and hope. And this kind of thing, even Chen Daoxuan, in the eyes of ordinary members of the Chen family at first, was rarely seen. Until now, Chen Daoxuan still remembers clearly that when ordinary members of the Chen family saw the Chen family immortal master, they knelt down and kowtowed in fear, not to mention those ordinary mortals who are not members of the Chen family. You know, in the Huangxing Sea, not all mortals are under the rule of family cultivators. Some islands with barren spiritual energy are inhabited by mortals, but there is no family power entrenched. Such deserted islands are usually looked after by one or several casual cultivators. And these casual cultivators are the actual rulers of such deserted islands. Chen Daoxuan remembered that when he first set foot in Guang'an Prefecture Immortal City, the slaves in handcuffs and shackles he saw were all from such deserted islands. In the eyes of these mortals, Chen Daoxuan could only see one expression, that is numbness. This kind of numbness will only occur when a person is completely desperate for the world. In the past, Chen Daoxuan also had this kind of despair when he did not activate the golden finger of Hongmeng Enlightenment Sutra. Because in his opinion, although he has spiritual roots, he can feel the terrifying class solidification of this world. In Huangxing Carnean Sword Sect is the top of this class. Next is the Yuanying family, and then the various Jiandan families and Zifu families. Finally, there are the weaker independent cultivators. However, even the weakest independent cultivator is also a cultivator. Then what about the largest group of mortals in Wangxinghe? Has anyone cared about it? No. No, maybe there is, but this person is not understood by everyone. Do you want the mortals in Wangxinghe to be like the mortals here? Chen Daoxuan suddenly said. Fei Chengxu turned her head, looked at him with a pair of beautiful eyes, and nodded. That's right. Chen Daoxuan just looked at her quietly. After a long while, he said, do you know the price of doing this? Of course I know. Fei Chengxu sighed. So I have encountered so many obstacles and criticisms along the way. Sometimes I often wonder, what is the purpose of our cultivation as cultivators? Is it for immortality and becoming an immortal? Or for power and authority? Fei Chengxu laughed. Later, I finally figured it out. I embarked on the path of cultivation for immortality, but not just for immortality. Chen Daoxuan's face was moved. This was the first time he heard a cultivator tell him that she practiced not for herself, or not just for herself. For the common people, for the countless mortals in Wangxinghe. At this moment, Chen Daoxuan sincerely felt that Fei Chengxu was qualified as the ruler of Wangxinghe. It was not because of her strength and potential, but because of her broad mind. Chen Daoxuan asked himself, he did not have such a broad mind. From the beginning to the end, he was only for himself and his closest people, at most. In addition to the Chen family's clansmen, he had never thought about what would happen to the mortals in Wangxinghe, or even the scattered cultivators in Wangxinghe. But Fei Chengxu not only thought about it, but also paid for it. For this reason alone, Fei Chengxu is more suitable to be the ruler of Wangxinghe than anyone else. But, although she has a broad mind, in Chen Daoxuan's opinion, the other party is still a little too idealistic. Fei Chengxu saw the change in Chen Daoxuan's expression, and said a little nervously, don't you think highly of me? Yes. Chen Daoxuan nodded. Have you ever thought that the fate of the mortals and scattered cultivators in Wangxinghe is not because the disciples of Carneuan Sword Sect and the family cultivators have too many resources, but that the resources of Wangxinghe itself are not enough? Even if you forcibly take out a large part of the resources of Wangxinghe and distribute them to mortals and scattered cultivators, it will only cause insufficient resources for everyone. As the ruler of Wangxinghe, Fei Chengxu can certainly understand what Chen Daoxuan means. But over the past few hundred years, high-level cultivators from Wangxinghe have emerged like a gusher. That's because of the dividends of war. Chen Daoxuan shook his head. You can't keep the war going for the sake of the mortals and cultivators in Wangxinghe, right? Hearing this, Fei Chengxu fell silent. She knew in her heart that what Chen Daoxuan said was absolutely right. Wangxinghe has been developing in full swing over the past few hundred years, and it is precisely because of the dividends of war. It is also because of the dividends of war that the internal contradictions in Wangxinghe have not been completely intensified. But the war will end one day, and Carneuan Sword Sect will not be able to expand forever. By then, what about the cultivators in Wangxinghe? What about the mortals? Chen Daoxuan's words made Fei Chengxu doubt herself. Is it really wrong for her to insist for so many years? Should cultivators be divided into different levels, and the cultivators will never have a chance? This is the case for the cultivators who have embarked on the path of cultivation, let alone the mortals. What should those mortals who are unable to practice and are stuck in the mud do? Are they just like livestock, at the mercy of others? If you can see this, there must be a way, right? Fei Chengxu looked at Chen Daoxuan and said firmly. Chapter 386 Magical Instrument Machine Tool. Looking at Fei Chengxu's expectant eyes, Chen Daoxuan was silent for a long time, before he slowly said, the resources of Wangxinghe are limited. If we don't expand outward, there is no other way. Hearing this, Fei Chengxu's pretty face showed a depressed expression for the first time. She lowered her head and murmured, but no force can withstand uninterrupted wars. Fei Chengxu knew very well that relying on war to plunder resources was not a long-term solution. Besides, other forces would not give Carneuan Sword Sect this opportunity. Carneuan Sword Sect attacked Chuan Kingdom, and that was a legitimate reason. After all, Chuan Kingdom was the territory of Carneuan Sword Sect thousands of years ago, and it went to war with Zuan King Dao League, which was a war of revenge. Faced with this kind of revenge war, the sects around Zhu and King Daoli could not find fault with Carnean Sword Sect at all. But in the future, if Carnean Sword Sect continues to invade other sects, it will not be a simple matter. Not to mention, whether there are larger cultivation forces behind other sects as backers. If only these second-rate sects united, they would not be able to contend with the current Carnean Sword Sect. Looking at Fei Chengsu, who was in a trance, Chen Daoxuan smiled and shook his head. There is more than one way to expand. Moreover, even if we go to war with the major sects in Xianyantao and win them, what can we do? We have seized a large area of territory and also accepted a large number of people. On average, resources are still scarce. Fei Chengsu keenly heard the implication of Chen Daoxuan's words. She raised her head, looked directly into Chen Daoxuan's eyes, and said, "You mean, plunder the resources of the true demon realm?" "Exactly." Chen Daoxuan nodded. This time, Fei Chengsu did not directly say anything against it, but seriously thought about Chen Daoxuan's suggestion. For a long time, Fei Chengsu shook her head and said, "There are not many passages between our Wangxinghe and the true demon realm. We are only connected to the 4 major demon kingdoms, such as Qingqiu Demon Kingdom and Aoan Demon Kingdom. Although the forces of these 4 demon kingdoms are so small that they are not even ants in the entire true demon realm. But if we invade them with great fanfare, it will inevitably provoke a backlash from other major forces in the true demon realm. By then, our Carnean Sword Sect will not be able to withstand the backlash from the true demon realm." I have to admit that Chen Daoxuan is really too bold. He even dares to attack the true demon realm, and he directly attacks the true demon realm. You know, even the top sects and ancient immortal forces in the Feng'an realm do not dare to talk about invading the true demon realm, but just defend the border of the Feng'an realm and the 2 realms. As for a large-scale attack on the true demon realm, it was in the ancient times when the immortals rose together. Is Chen Daoxuan so brave that he dares to invade the true demon realm? Fei Chengsu was really scared by his courage. Seeing that Fei Chengsu had misunderstood his meaning, Chen Daoxuan smiled and said, "Master, I have said that war is not the only way to expand. Without war." Fei Chengsu was a little puzzled. How can we plunder the resources of the true demon realm without war? Chen Daoxuan knew that this kind of thing could not be explained to her clearly for a while. He looked at her and said, "Master, have you heard of Guanhei Fairy City?" "Guanhei Fairy City? I have heard of it." Fei Chengsu nodded. "Isn't that the Immortal Cultivation city built by your Chen family? I heard from Kaiyao that, although Guanhei Fairy City was established not long ago, its potential is not inferior to Kangzhou Fairy City." Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan smiled and said, "What Fairy Kaiyao said was the scene of Guanhei Fairy City that she saw in her early years." "Oh, you mean, is there anything different about Guanhei Fairy City now?" Over the years, the confrontation between Carnean Sword Sect and Zhu and King Dao League has become increasingly fierce. Most of Fei Chengsu's thoughts are on Zhu and King Dao League. As for the newly rising Immortal Cultivation family Chen family in Kangzhou, she only remembered Chen Daoxuan. As for the Chen family headed by Chen Daoxuan, to be honest, Fei Chengsu didn't take it seriously. Because in her eyes, the Chen family can have today's status entirely because of Chen Daoxuan, who has unlimited potential. As for the Chen family itself, there is nothing worthy of praise. Of course it's different. Chen Daoxuan always had a faint smile on his face. If the sect master has time, you can go to Guanhei Xiansheng to take a look. Fei Chengsu wanted to agree immediately after hearing this, but thinking that Yi Yin had just died, there were too many things to deal with in the sect, and she couldn't get away in a short time. So she followed Chen Daoxuan's words and said, "I remember what you said." Chen Daoxuan smiled and said nothing. With his current strength and status, he could have made the industrial secrets of the Chen family public long ago, at least public within the Wangxinghe. In fact, Chen Daoxuan once thought about promoting the industrialization of various industries such as refining equipment and alchemy in Kangzhou. Because Chen Daoxuan knew very well that the power of industrialization was closely related to its scale. At the beginning, the sphere of influence of the Chen family was limited to a small Chuanghu island. The industrial scale of the Chen family was only a few small refining workshops. Even if the production efficiency of these small workshops is dozens of times that of the first level refiners, how much benefit can they produce? The huge scale of industry is different. It can not only bring about the explosion of productivity brought by industrialization, but also form a mutually dependent relationship between various industries. In fact, as the scale of the Chen family's industry becomes larger and larger, the various industrial products of the Chen family have begun to form a mutually dependent relationship. Although Chen Daoxuan is not very clear about the specific situation, but he can roughly guess it, based on the industrial development lore of his previous life. Of course, if Chen Daoxuan did not take the initiative to reveal these things, Fei Chengsu would not have thought that in addition to Chen Daoxuan, the terrifying genius, the Chen family also tinkered with such a perverted thing. Wait until this topic is temporarily skipped. Fei Chengsu and Chen Daoxuan walked side by side in the mortal city. The mortals around them passed by them, but no one could see them. It was as if the two of them did not exist in this city. Do you have any other requests for my Carnean sword sect? Suddenly, Fei Chengsu stopped and asked. Seeing her stop, Chen Daoxuan also stopped, turned his head, and looked at her and said, I originally had a request, but now I have changed my mind. Let's talk about my request when the sect master comes to Guanhei Fairy City. Hearing this, Fei Chengsu looked at Chen Daoxuan deeply. Don't worry, I will definitely go to Guanhei Fairy City. In that case, Chen Daoxuan raised his hand and bowed to Fei Chengsu. I'll take my leave. Fei Chengsu looked at Chen Daoxuan and bowed to him. At this moment, Fei Chengsu really put Chen Daoxuan on the same level as her, not the patriarch of a cultivation family under the rule of Carnean sword sect. By the way, I want to take Yi Wu Dao away. Okay. Looking at Chen Daoxuan who slowly disappeared in front of her, Fei Chengsu said casually. The next day, on a giant spiritual boat heading towards Xuanhu Island in Kangzhou, Chen Daoxuan leaned on the railing and looked out. Beside him, a beautiful figure leaned against him quietly. Chen Lang, Chen Daoxuan turned around, looked at the beauty beside him, and smiled. What's wrong? So hesitant? Hearing this, Eluoli finally plucked up the courage and asked, the Queen Sect Master is looking for you. Is she looking for a marriage with the Chen family? This time, Chen Daoxuan was a little surprised. How do you know? I guessed. Eluoli looked at the floating clouds retreating rapidly below. Chen Lang, your strength is getting stronger and stronger, and now you have entered the world realm. In this sea of 10,000 stars, I'm afraid you are already the strongest cultivator. Moreover, Chen Lang, you have only practiced for a few decades. In the future, let alone the Yuanshan period, even if you achieve the Xianzhen of crossing tribulation, it is probably a sure thing. Since the Carnean sword sect cannot contain your rise, they will definitely choose to form an alliance with you, and marriage is undoubtedly the best way to form an alliance. Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan was really surprised. He didn't expect that the once innocent Eluoli, who was fooled by him, could have such insight now. Sure enough, the environment a person lives in will make her grow continuously, and Eluoli is the same. Although Eluoli was not as busy with clan affairs as Chen Daoxuan after marrying him, she was in contact with Chen Daoxuan all day long, and she still learned a lot of things related to it. For example, analyzing the situation is one of the things Eluoli learned. Your analysis is good. Chen Daoxuan winked at her, but you are wrong about one thing. I'm not the strongest cultivator in Wangxinghe now. Seeing his look, Eluoli suddenly got angry. You know, this is not what I want to say. Chen Daoxuan couldn't help but pretend to be stupid. Then what are you talking about? You and me. Seeing Eluoli was so anxious that she was about to cry, Chen Daoxuan gently stroked her weak shoulders and said softly, you want to say whether I agreed to the marriage, right? Yeah. Eluoli's cheeks flushed immediately. So do you want me to agree, or not? Hiss. Feeling Eluoli twisting his waist hard, Chen Daoxuan remembered that Eluoli had never been a weak woman. She was a Nyan lady who had been fighting with her tribe in the Wangxinghe underwater world since she was a child. Okay, no more jokes. Chen Daoxuan gently hugged Eluoli into his arms and said with a smile, I didn't agree. But if you don't agree, will Carnean sword sect be worried about you? Chen Daoxuan shook his head. Definitely not. Seeing that Liu only wanted to talk, Chen Daoxuan continued, "They are worried, because although my strength is strong, it is not strong enough to completely crush them. When my strength is strong enough to completely crush them, they will be relieved." Why? Liu only was completely confused by Chen Daoxuan's words. Chen Daoxuan smiled and explained, "Because by then, whether they are confident or not, it doesn't matter." Liu only carefully savored Chen Daoxuan's words, and after a long while, she tasted the meaning of her husband's words. Comprehension Sword Sect was worried about Chen Daoxuan, but this was a mentality that only existed when the gap in strength between the two sides was not big. If Chen Daoxuan's strength was so strong that the other party could not reach it, the so-called worry or not was simply nonsense. At that time, Comprehension Sword Sect, as an ally of the Chen family, would automatically submit to the Chen family and become a subsidiary force of the Chen family. After all, this world speaks with strength. After more than a month, the Chen family finally returned to Xuanhu Island. As the Chen family fleet returned to the family, Chen Daoxuan saw two escape lights flying towards him from a distance. With Chen Daoxuan's consciousness, he recognized them at a glance. One of the two escape lights was the 13th uncle Chen Zian, and the other was Chen Daochu. 13th uncle, Daochu. Seeing the two people closest to him in the Chen family, Chen Daoxuan smiled and greeted them. Chen Zian didn't bother to greet Chen Daoxuan. The first time he saw him, he grabbed Chen Daoxuan's arm and kept asking, "Where is Yi Wu Dao? Where is Yi Wu Dao?" Seeing Chen Zian so excited, Chen Daoxuan stretched out his finger and a figure was released from the cave magic weapon. On the deck of the spirit boat, Yi Wu Dao was like a dead dog, lying on the ground, his face lifeless. The torture of these days has made Yi Wu Dao lose all desire to live, and he only wants to die quickly. Looking at Yi Wu Dao lying on the ground, Chen Zian walked over tremblingly, holding Yi Wu Dao's cheek with both hands, and said hatefully, "It's you, it's you." As he said, Chen Zian's face was hideous, and he looked like he wanted to eat people. The other Chen clan members saw this scene and all said nothing. For the other Chen clan members, even Chen Daoxuan did not have much hatred for Yi Wu Dao. Because Chen Daoxuan had only seen Chen Zian, the elder of the Chen family's Zian generation, and he had the deepest feelings for Chen Zian. As for the other Zian generation elders, Chen Daoxuan had never even seen them, so how could there be any feelings? And people like Chen Daochu and Chen Daolian, let alone. For the impression of the other Zian generation elders, they probably only had the names in the family tree, this one impression. Therefore, how much hatred can the Chen family have for Yi Wu Dao, who killed other elders of the Zian generation? Hatred is an emotion that often comes from unforgettable pain. Chen Daoxuan and other Chen family members have never felt such unforgettable pain, so naturally there is not much hatred. Of course, the Chen family members are definitely hostile to the Yi family and Yi Wu Dao, which is related to the Chen family's love for the family education. On the deck of the spirit boat, Chen Daoxuan, Liu Oli, Chen Daochu and others all stood aside, watching Chen Zian venting wildly, without saying a word. Because everyone knows that at this time, any words of comfort are pale and powerless. Chen Daoxuan asked himself, if someone killed all his closest people, he would probably be crazier than Chen Zian now. The so-called empathy does not exist at all. If you want to empathize, you must experience exactly the same. In the end, Chen Zian captured Yi Wu Dao, whose cultivation was abolished, and flew alone towards the red copper mountains of Xuanhu Island. After watching Chen Zian go away, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Chen Daoxuan saw Chen Daochu's relieved expression and couldn't help but laugh and said, "Why don't you stay in the Magical Instrument Research Institute? Why are you in such a hurry to come with Uncle 13? Who knows that?" After hearing this, Chen Daochu immediately became energetic. He looked at Chen Daoxuan excitedly, dancing with joy and said, "Patriarch, do you know what our Magical Instrument Research Institute has made?" Chen Daoxuan's heart moved slightly, and he said, "What is it?" "The Magical Instrument Machine Tool. The Magical Instrument Machine Tool you have been looking forward to." Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan's pupils shrank suddenly. Chapter 387 A New Era. Xuanhu Island. Magical Instrument Research Institute. Patriarch, this is it. Chen Daoxuan pointed at the machine in front of him that was about 10 feet long and glowed with metallic luster and introduced it excitedly. Chen Daoxuan walked forward silently and gently stroked the magic instrument machine in front of him. As a 4th level refiner, Chen Daoxuan could easily tell from the aura emanating from the magic instrument machine in front of him that it was just a 1st level top grade magic instrument. But its function was not as simple as a 1st level top grade magic instrument. When Chen Daoxuan saw Chen Daoxuan stroking the result of their Magic Instrument Research Institute's painstaking research, the pride on his face was hard to suppress. Patriarch, when you develop the soul melting furnace, you should know that it only solved a difficult problem in the manufacture of magic tools. Refining, shaping, and melting arrays. These 3 steps are almost the basic steps in the manufacture of all magic tools. The soul melting furnace only replaced the refiner and completed the 1st step. As for the next shaping and melting array, they still have to rely on the refiner to complete it. Chen Daoxuan paused. For so many years, my Chen family has been unable to gain a foothold in the high-level magic tool market in Wangxinghai. In addition to the fact that the family has no plan to enter the high-level magic tool market on a large scale, there is another important reason, that is, the scarcity of high-level refiners. Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan nodded. Not everyone is like him, who can use the Hongmeng Enlightenment Sutra to improve their understanding and quickly improve the rank of refiners. Although there is a soul-melting furnace, the speed at which the cultivators of the Chen family and its affiliated forces improve the rank of refiners has increased greatly. However, it is still easy for low-level refiners such as the 1st and 2nd ranks. But to become a 3rd, 4th or even 5th level weapon refiner, it takes more than just a lot of practice. It also requires a cultivator to have enough talent for weapon refinement. This is why Hu Yanqi was attracted to Chen Daoxuan when he first met him. It is really hard to find a good talent for weapon refinement. Even though the Chen family is now incredibly powerful, its sphere of influence is only concentrated in Kangzhou. It is not easy to find a large number of weapon refiners among the tens of millions of cultivators in Kangzhou. The weapon refinement model of Guanhei's Ironsheng uses the model of the Rangling furnace in conjunction with the weapon refiner. Over the years, the Rangling furnace of the Chen family has been continuously improved and has developed to the 4th generation. In other words, the highest grade Rangling furnace of the Chen family can already refine 4th grade spiritual law, but correspondingly, there are very few 4th grade weapon refiners in the Chen family. In the Chen family, only Chen Daoxuan and Chen Daoxuan have reached the level of 4th grade weapon refiners. In the group of cultivators attached to the Chen family, a group of weapon refiners have emerged in recent years, but the training time is too short after all. After so many years of hard training by the Chen family, only 3 have reached the level of 4th level weapon refiners. In total, there are only 5 4th level weapon refiners belonging to the Chen family, and there is not even one 5th level weapon refiner. Under normal circumstances, even the Yuanying's engine has to curry favor with the 5th level weapon refiner. Although the Chen family is powerful, it cannot recruit weapon refiners of this level. In Wangxinghai, every 5th level weapon refiner is a well-known person, such as Yuanchen's engine and Kainiuan sword sect's weapon refining hall master Hu Yanqi. How can the Chen family recruit such a person? It can be said that among all the Yuanying families in Wangxinghai, the number of 4th level weapon refiners owned by the Chen family is already relatively large. But how can 5 4th level weapon refiners cooperate with the Rangling furnace to mass produce 4th level magic tools? Even if 5 4th level refiners can increase the efficiency of refining by dozens of times, it is only equivalent to having dozens of 4th level refiners. It is simply a dream to want to dominate the high-level magic weapon market in Wangxinghai with dozens of 4th level refiners. In fact, in Wangxinghai, the high-level magic weapon market has always been occupied by the refining hall of Kainiuan sword sect. That's right, although the 4th level refiners of the major Xiuxin families are scarce, in Kainiuan sword sect, 4th level refiners are not scarce. On the contrary, Kainiuan sword sect has a large number of 4th level refiners, and what they lack is only refiners above the 5th level. With 5 4th level refiners and the assembly line of wrangling furnace, the Chen family can indeed occupy a place in the high-end magic weapon market in Wangxinghe, but it definitely does not have the ability to monopolize it. In addition, entering the high-level magic weapon market is equivalent to snatching food from the tiger's mouth of Kainian sword sect. With the low-key development strategy that the Chen family has previously adhered to, they will never do such a stupid thing. Now, the Chen family has the strength to share a share of the high-level magic weapon market in Wangxinghe, but Chen Daoxuan does not intend to do so. Because compared to the resource-poor land of Wangxinghe, he has a better market. The only thing that restricts him now is that the Chen family's high-level magic weapon production capacity is insufficient. And this shortage is reflected in the shortage of high-level refiners, not the shortage of melting furnaces. This problem is difficult to solve unless the Chen family can invent a magic weapon machine tool to completely replace the refiners and let the magic weapon production enter the mechanized era. But it is not easy to do this. For so many years, Chen Daoxuan not only tinkered with the magic weapon machine tool in his spare time, but also asked the Chen family's Magic Weapon Research Institute to study it without stopping for a moment. But there was no result. The Magic Weapon Research Institute has not produced major achievements, such as the Magic Talisman Lithography machine that automatically manufactures magic talismans, which is a magic weapon that can automatically produce magic talismans. The magic talismans produced by the Magic Talisman Lithography machine are now also the most profitable product of the Chen family, with much higher profits than magic weapons and elixirs. The reason is the explosion of productivity brought about by the technological revolution. The Chen family has always wanted to imitate the idea of developing the talisman lithography machine and invent a machine that can automatically refine instruments without the need for a refiner. But after so many years, nothing has been achieved. The talisman lithography machine has been replaced by the Magic Instrument Research Institute for several generations. Now the Chen family can not only produce high-level talismans up to the 3rd level, but also produce a wide range of talismans. Attack talismans, defense talismans, auxiliary talismans, etc. in a laboratory of the Magic Instrument Research Institute. While assembling and debugging the Lingrang furnace and the magical instrument machine tool, Chen Daoxuan said, although the magical instrument machine tool developed by our Magical Instrument Research Institute is only of the 1st order, theoretically it can only produce the 1st order magical instruments. But you, the patriarch, said that the most difficult thing in the world is to break through from 0 to 1. Chen Daoxuan heard this and nodded. You are right. From 0 to 1 is the most difficult. With this one, we can improve and develop on this basis. Otherwise, there is not even an object for improvement, and the so-called development will become empty talk. Seeing Chen Daoxuan's recognition of him, Chen Daoxuan's face became more motivated. After a long time of tossing, the Lingrang furnace and the magical instrument machine tool were finally debugged. Nowadays, the Chen family's spiritual line network has long been laid quite well, even compared with the wires in the previous life. It is not inferior at all. Chen Daoxuan walked to the Lingrang furnace and pressed a button similar to a switch. Boom boom, the Lingrang furnace slowly started up with a violent roar. Chen Daoxuan looked at the nth generation of the wrangling furnace in front of him, which had no resemblance to the first wrangling furnace he made, and remained silent. An idea emerged in his mind. The potential of people is indeed infinite, especially when there are enough of them, and they have received enough education. The performance of the Chen Family Magic Instrument Research Institute once again confirmed an idea in Chen Daoxuan's heart. As pieces of spiritual ore were thrown into the wrangling furnace. After a few hours, the wrangling furnace successfully refined the spiritual ore. Next, it was the key part. The semi-finished materials extracted from the wrangling furnace went directly into the magic instrument machine tool. Chen Daoxuan was seen skillfully operating the magic instrument machine tool in front of him. In a short while, the magic instrument machine tool successfully shaped the semi-finished material in front of him. Chen Daoxuan swept his consciousness and found that the magic instrument shaped by Chen Daoxuan was a semi-finished sword embryo. The last step is the most critical step in refining magic instruments, the melting array. Before, the magic weapon machine tool that Chen Daoxuan had tinkered with failed at this step. With Chen Daoxuan's experience in two lives, the shaping step was not really a difficult point. But the fusion array was different. If this step was completed by a weapon refiner, it would not only require the refiner to be proficient in the array, but also require the refiner to have excellent mana control and spiritual control ability. Only in this way can the refiner successfully integrate the array and the embryo. But now, Chen Daoxuan has to use a magic weapon machine tool to complete it directly, and the difficulty is simply against the sky. You know, Chen Daoxuan's requirement for the magic weapon machine tool is that mortals can also operate it to refine magic weapons independently. This requirement seems to be the same as the melting furnace, which can be controlled by mortals. But how can the difficulty of refining spiritual or be compared with the fusion array? Even for a first level refiner, refining spiritual ore only consumes time and energy, and is not difficult. The fusion array is the most difficult step. Chen Daoxuan carefully observed Chen Daoxuan's operation. He found that the other party was just fiddling with the various switches on the magic tool machine tool throughout the whole process, and did not use his magic power and divine consciousness once. What does this mean? It means that mortals can also be competent for the work of operating the magic tool machine tool after training. Thinking of this, Chen Daoxuan's heart beat violently. Patriarch, look. Chen Daoxuan took out a red flying sword from the end of the magic tool machine tool. It was the flying sword that Chen Daoxuan refined the most in those days, the rainbow sound flying sword. The grade of the rainbow sound flying sword is not high, only the first grade middle grade. But the significance of producing it at this moment is by no means as simple as refining a first grade middle grade magic tool. It means that the Chen family has ushered in a new era. With excitement, Chen Daoxuan took the flying sword handed over by Chen Daoxuan, gently stroked the red blade of the rainbow sound sword, and said, "Can your magic weapon machine tool only produce one kind of flying sword?" Chen Daoxuan watched the whole process. Although he did not see the full principle of the magic weapon machine tool, he saw Chen Daoxuan activating the array fusion function of the magic weapon machine tool. The magic weapon machine tool in front of him only integrated 4 array patterns. Obviously, the types and grades of magic weapons produced by this magic weapon machine tool are limited. He, the clan leader, is still a wise man, Chen Daoxuan flattered. This magic weapon machine tool is just a test model. Of course, for the time being, our Magic Weapon Research Institute can only produce this kind of magic weapon machine tool that produces a single product. It is still difficult for you to make the kind of universal magic weapon machine tool you mentioned before. Chen Daoxuan understood the connotation of the other party's words. It is difficult, not impossible. He knew that Chen Daoxuan looked careless on the surface, but he was extremely cautious in doing things and never boasted in front of him. Since the other party said it was difficult, there was hope. Chen Daoxuan did not point it out. He knew Chen Daoxuan's little trick, and the other party hoped to shock him again in the future. Shaking his head, Chen Daoxuan patted Chen Daoxuan's shoulder fiercely and praised, "Daoxuan, good job. You are much better than me. I have also studied the magic weapon machine tool for a long time, but I have never made any progress. I didn't expect that your Magic Weapon Research Institute would develop it before me." Hearing this praise, Chen Daoxuan felt more comfortable than eating a piece of ice melon in July. All along, Chen Daoxuan's cultivation talent has not been strong in the family. Although Chen Daoxuan used the essence of vitality to force the other party's cultivation to the Purple Mansion period, compared with the younger generation of Xianjiao that has been constantly emerging in the Chen family, he, an elder of the Dao generation, can't compare. He has poor cultivation talent and lacks management talent. But only Chen Daoxuan, who is straightforward by nature, is very good at refining talent. Not only that, compared with his outstanding refining talent, Chen Daoxuan has a precious spirit of exploration. Whether it is a talisman lithography machine or a magic weapon machine tool, these things are all created from scratch, especially the magic weapon machine tool, which has no reference at all. Even Chen Daoxuan himself, who turned on the plugin that doubled his comprehension, was at a loss. But this problem was solved by the Magic Weapon Research Institute led by Chen Daoxuan. After feeling refreshed, Chen Daoxuan was a little embarrassed. All along, the person Chen Daoxuan admired most in his heart was Chen Daoxuan. In Chen Daoxuan's view, the patriarch was simply an omnipotent person. Not only was he very talented in cultivation, refining, and alchemy, but he also had a long-term vision and managed a small, dilapidated family into the largest family in Kangshao. All along, Chen Daoxuan had an idea in his mind, that is, to achieve or even surpass Chen Daoxuan's achievements in some aspects. Now it seems that he has finally done it. The significance of the magic weapon machine tool is even greater than that of the wrangling furnace to the Chen family. As the Dean of the Magic Weapon Research Institute, Chen Daoxuan is very clear about this. Patriarch, stop praising me, or I'll get cocky. Chen Daoxuan joked. In addition to the hard work of all the researchers at the institute, the fact that our Magical Instrument Research Institute was able to develop this magical instrument machine tool is also due to the key role played by you, Patriarch, who gave us some special treatment when you were free. Indeed, Chen Daoxuan's attention to the Magical Instrument Research Institute was even greater than that of the group of genius swordsmen of the Chen family. Because even the geniuses of the Chen family's battle sequence had not received as many sermons from Chen Daoxuan as an ordinary researcher at the Magical Instrument Research Institute. It was precisely because of Chen Daoxuan's selfless preaching that the Magical Instrument Research Institute was able to continuously launch various epoch-making products. Chapter 388, Chen Family's Industrial Development. Okay, Chen Daoxuan smiled and waved his hand. You and I should stop bragging to each other. After joking, Chen Daoxuan said seriously, however, I think the magic weapon machine tool you developed can separate the shaping function and the fusion array function. Separate the shaping function and the fusion array function? Chen Daoxuan was stunned at first, and then understood what Chen Daoxuan meant. Patriarch, you mean to divide the magic weapon machine tool into a general purpose shaping machine tool and a single type fusion array machine tool? Yes, that's what you mean. Chen Daoxuan nodded. Although the magic weapon machine tool in front of him combines the shaping function and the fusion array function, it is precisely because of the integration of the two major functions that the difficulty of its replacement will inevitably increase greatly. And the improvement of a single fusion array machine tool must be much less obstructive. Of course, these are just an idea, provided by Chen Daoxuan. Whether the difficulty can be reduced depends on the further research results of the Magic Weapon Research Institute. Because in the final analysis, although the low-level magic weapon machine tool can also greatly improve the magic weapon productivity of Guanhei Fairy City, but at this stage, the production capacity of the first and second level magic tools of the Chen family is already saturated. What the Chen family really lacks is the magic tools of the third level and above. Because the third level refiners can no longer be cultivated in large quantities, just by wanting to cultivate them. It is necessary to rely on the accumulation of time to slowly have a sufficient number of high-level refiners. In Wangxinghai, the high-level alchemists and high-level refiners of other Yuanying families, including Guanyuan sword sect, are all selected over a long period of time. The speed of the rise of the Chen family is too fast, and its foundation in this regard is definitely not as good as those of the great forces with a long history. Fortunately, the emergence of the magic tool machine tool has allowed the Chen family to see the dawn of surpassing all the cultivation forces in the manufacture of high-level magic tools. After listening to Chen Daoxuan's suggestions, Chen Daoxuan fell into deep thought. Chen Daoxuan knew very well that the Patriarch was not only powerful, but his attainments in refining tools were no less than those of the Dean of the Magic Tool Research Institute who had been studying for a long time. Since the other party could make suggestions, Kendi saw the shortcomings of the magic tool machine tool in some aspects. Seeing Chen Daoxuan lost in thought, Chen Daoxuan did not disturb him too much, but slowly disappeared in front of Chen Daoxuan. Chuanghu Island, the fairy house where Chen Daoxuan lived. In a courtyard, Chen Daoxuan's figure suddenly appeared. Eluoli, who was playing in the fairy pond, seemed to sense something, and turned her head suddenly. Seeing Chen Daoxuan's figure, Eluoli smiled, and swam over with a slight swing of her tail. You're back. Eluoli lay beside the fairy pond, looked up at Chen Daoxuan, and said with a smile, Daoxuan is so anxious to find you. What's the matter? Chen Daoxuan sat down casually, lowered his head, looked at Eluoli whose lower body was soaked in water, and smiled. Good news. The problem that has troubled my Chen family in mass production of high-level magic tools is finally solved. Really? Luoli's pretty face flushed with joy when she heard the news. As Chen Daoxuan's bedmate, she knew that the fact that the Chen family could not get involved in the market of high-level magic tools and high-level elixirs had always troubled him. Because compared to the profits from low-level magic tools and elixirs, the profits from high-level magic tools and elixirs are the most terrifying. If the Chen family can produce high-level magic tools and high-level elixirs in large quantities like they produce low-level magic tools and elixirs, the Chen family will enter a faster development track. Not only the Huangxingxi, the Chen family can also extend the tentacles of selling high-level magic tools to Xianyantao and even the battlefield outside the two worlds. Compared with the Baron Huangxingxi, Xianyantao is truly rich. As for the top forces entrenched in the war outside the two worlds, let alone, although they are at the forefront of the battlefield between the two worlds, the resources in the worlds opened up by the Chens and Uji on the battlefield outside the domain are also unimaginable to the outside world. The worlds opened up by these Chens are different from the Zhuanghuang realm, where Chen Daoxuan is poor. Just like what he saw in a glimpse, the world opened up by the Zengxan patriarch of the Jiang family is full of spiritual energy. If he didn't know, Chen Daoxuan would have thought that was the fairyland. Of course it's true, Chen Daoxuan felt even better when he saw Luoli smiling happily, but I still have to discuss this matter with Daolian. After all, I haven't been in the family for such a long time, and Guanhei Fairy City has always been taken care of by her. Yeah. Luoli nodded her head. During the time you were away from the family, Sister Daolian has been working hard to manage the family. You are getting along well with her now. Chen Daoxuan rubbed her head lovingly and said with a smile. While the two were talking and laughing, a beam of light quickly flew towards Chen Daoxuan's fairy house. It was Chen Daolian. As the beautiful figure descended, Chen Daoxuan and Luoli stopped playing. Although he had a close relationship with Chen Daolian, the other party was a female member of the Chen family after all. It was a bit inappropriate for Chen Daoxuan and Luoli to see such intimate actions in private. Patriarch, are you looking for me? Chen Daolian saw Chen Daoxuan and immediately bowed and saluted. Yeah. In the pavilion, Chen Daoxuan and Luoli sat in front of the stone bench. He pointed to the stone bench beside him and said in a gentle voice, Daolian, sit down and talk. Yes, clan leader. Chen Daolian sat down with a smile. Daolian, come. When Chen Daolian sat down, Luoli, who was beside her, handed the brewed spiritual tea to Chen Daolian. Chen Daolian took the spiritual tea and thanked her. Thank you, Madam Clan Leader. Daolian, I just went to the Magic Instrument Research Institute, and Daochu gave me a big surprise this time. Chen Daolian listened quietly. Chen Daoxuan continued, for a long time, the Magic Instrument Machine Tool project that has troubled our family has finally been conquered by Chen Daochu and his team. Hearing this, Chen Daolian, who had just been sitting upright, stood up suddenly. Before, she and Chen Daoxuan took the spiritual boat back to the family. At that time, she was still wondering why Chen Daochu mysteriously called the clan leader away. Unexpectedly, the other party made such a big fuss. As the acting patriarch in charge of the family, Chen Daolian knew too well the significance of the magic tool machine tool to the Chen family's magic tool industrial production. Although the Chen family had always claimed that Guanhei Fairy City was an industrial fairy city, but in fact, it still did not completely abandon the process of manual refining and alchemy. Among the three major industrial pillars of the Chen family's industrial production, only the talisman manufacturing industry has completely gotten rid of the constraints of the talisman maker and entered the industrialized production where machines replaced manual labor. As for the manufacture of magic tools and elixir, at most it can be regarded as semi-manual and semi-mechanized. Especially the manufacture of magic tools. Among the three major processes of magic tool manufacturing, only the most basic spiritual or processing is completely solved by machines. As for the subsequent shaping and fusion array, it must be completed by the refiner himself. Although compared with the refiners outside, the Chen family's magic tool manufacturing is already far ahead. It is still far from the full mechanization envisioned by Chen Daoxuan. Now, Chen Daolian actually heard that the problem that has been bothering the Chen family was actually solved by Chen Daochu. How could he not be shocked? so to speak. The industrialized production of the two pillar industries of the Chen family has been conquered by the Magical Instrument Research Institute headed by Chen Daoxuan. The only remaining one is the elixir manufacturing industry, which has not yet been fully mechanized. Seeing Chen Daoxuan so excited, Chen Daoxuan waved his hand and smiled. Don't get excited yet. The magic instrument machine tool has only a rough outline. In the short term, it will not have much impact on the magic instrument industry of Guanhei Fairy City. What does the clan leader mean? The magic instrument machine tool is only at the first level now. Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan immediately realized that the low-level magic instruments of the Chen family are already at a stage of relatively saturated production capacity. Now, with the end of the war in Chuan Kingdom, the demand for low-level magic instruments from the outside world has also suddenly dropped a level. It is difficult to consume the production capacity of low-level magic instruments in Guanhei Fairy City by relying solely on the major markets of Kangshao, Yuanshan Fairy City, and Zenan Fairy City. At present, the most important thing for the Chen family is to open up new markets. Chen Daoxuan helped Kainiu and Sword Sector deal with the family power of Wang Xinghe, and it was also to prepare for this. However, after contacting Fei Chengsu, he changed his mind. The low-level magic tool market in Wang Xinghe alone can no longer satisfy Chen Daoxuan's ambition. Of course, if Chen Daoxuan wants to realize his idea, he must cooperate with Kainiu and Sword Sect. At this stage, the help of low-level magic tool machine tools to the Chen family is almost zero. But the significance it represents is very significant. As the acting patriarch of the Chen family, Chen Daoxuan is very clear about this. First level is also good. Chen Daoxuan sat down again and affirmed, I'm not afraid of the low-level magic tool machine tools, I'm afraid of not having them. Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan nodded. Chen Daoxuan's thoughts coincided with his. You are right. I told you this, so that you can be mentally prepared. After all, with the advent of magic tool machine tools, the entire production structure of Guanhei Xiansheng must be adjusted. Among them, the most involved is the job changes of low-level refiners. Indeed, Chen Daoxuan's consideration is very reasonable. Even in the previous life, every industrial revolution brought about a huge explosion of productivity, and at the same time, a large number of industrial workers were laid off. Just like the low-level refiners in Guanhei Fairy City now. Most of the low-level refiners in Guanhei Fairy City are from Kangshao. If they lose their jobs in producing magic tools, they will be unemployed, and the consequence of unemployment is that they will return to the miserable days of being insecure and having no resources to practice. As the actual ruler of Kangshao, the Chen family must consider and solve this problem. Chen Daoxuan is worthy of being the acting patriarch of the Chen family. She has a sharp eye and immediately saw the problem. She said, with the popularization of magic tool machine tools, most of these low-level refiners will definitely be eliminated. But we have to keep the talented refiners. Chen Daoxuan's eyes were bright. I think that in the future, the refiners trained in Guanhei Xiansheng should no longer be classified as production sequence, but should be classified as research sequence, just like the researchers in my Chen family's Magic Tool Research Institute. If one day, my Chen family can gather the most talented refiners in the Feng'an world, then my Chen family will always be invincible. Even if the industrialized manufacturing of magic tools is completely popularized in Wang Xinghe and even Feng'an world in the future, it must be said that Chen Daoxuan has a very long-term vision. You know, she doesn't have the experience of Chen Daoxuan in her previous life, but she can keenly discover that the future of industrial manufacturing lies in the continuous innovation of technology, and the innovation of technology falls on talents. You are right, Chen Daoxuan nodded. Talent is the most important. Our Chen family will now regard the cultivation and absorption of talents as the highest strategic goal of the Chen family. Yes, clan leader. Chen Daoxuan said excitedly. As for confidentiality, Chen Daoxuan did not say anything more. The Chen family is not a small force now. The Chen family has already formed a complete response mechanism for confidentiality. As Guanhei Xiansheng is developing so rapidly, the outside world has not obtained a wrangling furnace and the refining method of wrangling furnace. It can be seen that the Chen family has done a very good job in confidentiality. Of course, there is no impenetrable wall in the world. Chen Daoxuan believes that in the near future, the secrets of the Chen family's industrial production will definitely be exposed in Wangxinghe, including wrangling furnace and even various magic machine tools produced by the Chen family. They may not be able to withstand the spice sent by the Wangxinghe family forces. If the Chen family wants to develop its industry on a large scale, these problems are inevitable. Chen Daoxuan also has a solution to this. That is the intellectual property rights of the previous life, that is, patent rights. This is also one of the reasons why Chen Daoxuan wants to cooperate with Carnean Sword Sect. Without the support of the ruler Carnean Sword Sect, it would be difficult for the Chen family to control the small actions of the major Yuanying families in Wangxinghe with the current power. But with the endorsement of Carnean Sword Sect, the situation is completely different. In the future, as the scale of the Chen family's industrial industry increases, if the outside world wants to steal the various equipment and technologies of the Chen family, it will violate the intellectual property law jointly promulgated by Carnean Sword Sect and the Chen family. By then, Chen Daoxuan will not be polite to these Yuanying families under the pretext of a teacher. Of course, it is not okay for the Chen family to force these Yuanying families blindly. In Chen Daoxuan's vision, all forces in Wangxinghe, including Carnean Sword Sect, will be the receivers of the Chen family's low-level industrial chain. Of course, Chen Daoxuan still has to think carefully about how to implement this strategic goal. After all, this matter must be coordinated by Fei Chengsu, the leader of Carnean Sword Sect. After discussing the future development plan of the Chen family with Chen Daolian, Chen Daoxuan changed the subject and said, "There is one more thing." Chen Daolian nodded and said, "Please tell me, Patriarch." Chen Daoxuan did not avoid suspicion and immediately took out a jade slip that he had recorded on the way back from Carnean Sword Sect. This jade slip recorded the method of refining the King Muding. Chen Daolian took the jade slip with doubts, scanned it with her spiritual sense, and checked it. As she continued to check, Chen Daolian's eyes became more and more terrified. She trembled and said, "Patriarch, this is the method of refining the King Muding. The method of refining the King Muding is not the King Muding. You know, the method of refining this magic weapon is a treasure left by the ancestor of the Jiang family before he ascended to heaven to suppress the family's destiny. Its strategic value is not even inferior to the Xingyuan fruit tree of the Taiyan sect." How could Chen Daolian not see the terrifying value of this treasure? But Chen Daoxuan showed it to her without hesitation, which shows how much trust Chen Daoxuan has in her. Chapter 389, The Secret of Inheritance. After reading the jade slip, Chen Daolian raised her head and couldn't help saying, "This is the one that can refine the power of creation." Yes. Chen Daoxuan smiled and nodded. "Next, I have 2 tasks for you. The first is to adjust the production structure of Guanhe Fairy City to adapt to the large-scale use of magic tool machine tools in the future, including the transformation of the magic tool factory building and production line, as well as the placement of laid-off low-level refiners, etc. The second task is this." Chen Daoxuan pointed at the jade slip in Chen Daolian's hand. "I want you to use all the family's capabilities to collect the spiritual or raw materials for refining the King Muding. Once we improve the 4th level magic tool machine tools, we can mass produce the King Muding." Hearing this, Chen Daolian couldn't help but get excited. As the acting patriarch of the Chen family, she knew the significance of the King Muding very well. The Chen family has a batch of 3rd level top grade power spiritual armor, whose defensive effect is comparable to that of 4th level spiritual armor, which is promoted by the power of creation obtained by Chen Daoxuan in the true immortal source realm. The method of refining high-level spiritual armor has always been monopolized by the major Yuanying families and Carnean Sword Sect in Wangxinghe. Even now, the Chen family has not mastered the method of refining high-level spiritual armor. This is also one of the manifestations that the Chen family rose too fast and the family foundation could not keep up. But as long as you have the power of good fortune, what is the need for the method of refining high-level spiritual armor? Just use the power of good fortune to upgrade. Moreover, the high-level spiritual armor promoted from the Chen family's power spiritual armor is more defensive than the traditional high-level spiritual armor. The Purple Mansion cultivators of the Chen family have experienced this firsthand. Thinking of this, Chen Daoxuan nodded repeatedly. Patriarch, don't worry, I will definitely complete the 2 tasks you assigned. Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan showed satisfaction on his face and nodded. Very good, do it. Yes, Patriarch. Looking at Chen Daoxuan's escaping light, Chen Daoxuan felt for the first time how much help he had in cultivation by holding a huge family power. It can be foreseen. Once the King Mooding is mass-produced, Chen Daoxuan's Zhuanhuan realm will inevitably make up for its innate deficiencies under the irrigation of a large amount of good fortune. That's right. Compared with other world-level true lords, the Zhuanhuan realm opened up by Chen Daoxuan has a big shortcoming. This shortcoming is that when other Yuanying true lords open up the world, basically the Dao domain is consistent with the range of their spiritual consciousness, which exceeds a radius of 10,000 miles. What's more, the range of their Dao domain can even reach a terrifying degree of tens of thousands of miles. After all, Chen Daoxuan's cultivation is only in the late Jiandan stage. Compared with Jiandan cultivators, his spiritual consciousness is indeed relatively strong, but compared with Yuanying true lord, it is far inferior. This point, even if his Dao realm is higher, it is difficult to make up for it in a short time. Because spiritual consciousness is like mana, in addition to relying on the improvement of cultivation, it can only be improved by special secret methods. For example, the Shenhe chapter practiced by Chen Daoxuan is the only way to improve the strength of spiritual consciousness. But he practiced the Sea of Gods for too short a time. Although it played a certain role in improving the strength of his spiritual consciousness, it still could not make up for the gap between him and Yuanying's engine. As for the improvement of mana strength, let alone, Chen Daoxuan simply did not have any secret methods in this regard. The reason why his mana can be comparable to that of Yuanying's engine is that he relies on the 6th grade White Lotus of good fortune, which is a way of winning by quantity. But the essence of his mana is still Jiandan level mana, which is not as good as that of Yuanying's engine. This weakness was actually exposed when he fought with Jiang Qingai, but it was not obvious because of the support of the 6th grade White Lotus of good fortune. Chen Daoxuan used other means to make up for the lack of mana and spiritual consciousness, which may not be reflected in ordinary battles. But breaking through the world realm has caused a big flaw. That is, the size of the Zhuanhuan realm is far less than the world opened up by other world realm cultivators. Although Chen Daoxuan has reached the 2nd level of the world realm, the size of his Zhuanhuan realm is not even as good as that of the 1st level world realm cultivators. It must be said that this defect has a considerable impact on combat power. Previously, when he fought against Jiang Qingai, it was because the Zhuanhuan realm was too small and the world power contained in the Zhuanhuan realm was too weak that he could not outlast the other party. If the two worlds were swapped, Chen Daoxuan could use the Zhuaojiagang formation to completely trap the other party in the formation. However, now that the Zhuanhuan realm has been completed, if he wants to make up for the foundation, he can only have a chance after breaking through the 3rd level of the world realm. After all, only when a cultivator reaches the 3rd level of the world realm can he use various resources from the outside world to expand the world he has opened up. It is precisely for this reason that the sects in Xian and Tao are constantly arguing and fighting for resources. Because the later the cultivator's practice, the more resources he needs. In the quiet room, Chen Daoxuan sat on the futon, concentrating his mind and calming his breath. He began to count the gains from this trip to Kainiuan Sword Sect. The biggest gain from participating in the celebration ceremony held by Kainiuan Sword Sect this time should be the unanimous strategic cooperation reached with the leader of Kainiuan Sword Sect, Fei Chengsu. This prevented the Chen family from completely opposing the behemoth Kainiuan Sword Sect. Although in Chen Daoxuan's heart, Kainiuan Sword Sect was huge, he was not afraid of it. The reason was that his strength was rapidly improving, which brought him strong confidence. If it was before the recovery of Zenon Pass, if Kainiuan Sword Sect regarded the Chen family as the biggest opponent, Chen Daoxuan would probably be anxious. But now, he has no worries in this regard. Because Chen Daoxuan knows that, as long as he doesn't fall down, no force dares to have improper thoughts about the Chen family, unless they are desperate. But in the world of cultivating immortals, how many desperate people are there with their families? Basically none. The group with the most desperate people is the casual cultivators. Because casual cultivators have no worries, and because they have no worries, they have no bottom line and fear. If it weren't for the lack of strength of the casual cultivators, this group of people would definitely be the biggest unstable factor in Wangxing. What's more amazing is that low-level casual cultivators often have the courage to fight to the death. But as the cultivation of the independent cultivators became higher and higher, they gradually became similar to those cultivators from the Immortal Cultivation families and sects, and began to become timid. In addition to the gains in status and benefits of the Chen family, Chen Daoxuan's biggest gain was the 2 trophies he obtained after winning the bet with Jiang Chengai. The first one was naturally the power of good fortune that the other party compensated him. Chen Daoxuan took out a storage ring, probed into it with his spiritual sense, and counted carefully. There were a total of 64 bottles of good fortune, and each jade bottle contained 100 drops of good fortune. So many jade bottles, just 6,400 drops. These good fortune powers are also the largest wealth that Chen Daoxuan has obtained so far. But because he has mastered the refining method of the king leading, Chen Daoxuan did not pay too much attention to the good fortune power, which is a rare treasure in the outside world. Because he knew that, as long as the Chen family could mass produce the king mooding, there would be as much good fortune power as they wanted in the future. Thinking of this, Chen Daoxuan put down the storage ring without any ripples on his face. He turned to look at the second harvest. This second harvest was what he cared about most, a jade slip. According to Jiang Chengai, this jade slip recorded all the secrets of the Wangxing inheritance that their Jiang family knew. This harvest is not small, because even the Carnean sword sect does not have this kind of thing. Although the Carnean sword sect has been entrenched in the Wangxing for thousands of years, countless disciples of the sect have entered the Wangxing inheritance trial. But after thousands of years, only Kinzan can really break into the Tangshan Tower. Therefore, the Carnean sword sect's understanding of the Wangxing inheritance is not much more than Chen Daoxuan. This is why Chen Daoxuan is so concerned about this secret of the Wangxing inheritance. With excitement, Chen Daoxuan slowly sank his consciousness into the jade slip. Suddenly, a lot of information rushed to Chen Daoxuan. About a cup of tea later, Chen Daoxuan slowly raised his head. In the quiet room, Chen Daoxuan frowned. According to the information recorded in this jade slip, the inheritance of Wangxing is divided into 2 parts. The first part is naturally all the inheritance before the Tangshan Tower. This part of the inheritance is named ordinary inheritance by the Jiang family. The second part is about the Tangshan Tower. The Jiang family calls the inheritance obtained by the monks who can break into the Tangshan Tower the elite inheritance. In the eyes of the Jiang family, this inheritance of Wangxing is very precious, which can be seen from the treasures given by the elite inheritance. Over the years, a total of more than 900 people have broken into the Tangshan Tower, and each of these more than 900 people has obtained a pure Yang fairy weapon. Although this fairy weapon is very special, it is a growth fairy weapon. When it was first obtained, its power can only be comparable to the 5th level upper grade magic weapon at most. But this is also terrifying, because according to the records of the Jiang family, these 3 magic weapons will gradually reveal their full power as the monk's cultivation and strength improve. For example, the Star Sword Dao diagram in Chen Daoxuan's hand is a whole grade stronger than when he first obtained it, reaching the power of the 6th grade upper grade magic weapon. You know, the 6th grade upper grade magic weapon is considered a mainstream magic weapon even in the hands of Yuan Shandaojin. Ordinary Yuanian cultivators, let alone owning it, will find it difficult to use it, even if there is a 6th grade upper grade magic weapon in front of him. Because the 6th grade magic weapon already requires a cultivator to rely on the power of the world to activate it. Simply relying on mana to activate it requires too much mana. Chen Daoxuan has a deep understanding of this, because his mana reserve is much stronger than that of ordinary Yuaniang's engine. Even so, he can't bear the consumption brought by the Star Sword Dao diagram, and can't use it for a long time. Only by activating the world power of Zhuanghuang realm can the consumption of mana by this treasure be greatly reduced. Otherwise, relying solely on mana, it is impossible to use this treasure for a long time. The next time Chen Daoxuan didn't pay too much attention to the ordinary inheritance part. All his energy was put on the elite inheritance part. Because he was one of the people mentioned in the Jiang family's jade slip who had obtained the elite inheritance. According to the records of the Jiang family, among the cultivators who obtained the elite inheritance, the most powerful one broke into the 7th floor of the Tangshan Tower. Chen Daoxuan didn't know what it meant to be able to break into the 7th floor of the Tangshan Tower. But according to the records, this fierce man had already ascended to the upper realm. In other words, this was a great immortal. A great immortal. He only broke into the 7th floor of the Tangshan Tower, and according to the Jiang family's speculation, the other party should not have passed the inheritance trial of Wang Xinghe, and reached the standard for the upper realm to accept disciples. Seeing this, Chen Daoxuan's heart twitched violently. Great immortal. The 7th floor of the Tangshan Tower. It didn't even meet the standard of this upper realm force to accept disciples. The upper realm force's selection of disciples was too harsh. Of course, Chen Daoxuan only dared to complain in his heart. He didn't have the courage to complain in front of the Taoist in white. Because the other party is so powerful. Maybe for the cultivators in this world, the matter of the true demon realm swallowing the phoenix falling realm, which is related to the fate of the cultivators in this world, is just a trivial matter in the eyes of the upper world. Because according to the speculation of the Jiang family, if a cultivator can pass the trial of the Wang Xinghe, perhaps he does not need to reach the Mahayana true immortal, and the other party has the ability to take you away by force. Of course, this is just the speculation of the Jiang family. But Chen Daoxuan feels that there is no smoke without fire, and the Jiang family will never make groundless guesses. You know, the Jiang family is the top family power left by the Mahayana true immortal. And now there is the heavenly lord of tribulation in the Jiang family. If it is not quite sure, the Jiang family will not leave such unreliable speculation in the jade slips, left for the disciples in the family. Otherwise, all the disciples in the Jiang family are thinking about ascending to the upper world by the inheritance of the Wang Xinghe. Isn't this a typical misleading of other people's children? Or misleading their own children? According to the records in this jade slip, the first level of the Tangshan Tower requires the strength of a true lord of the world realm to pass through. So, I already have the absolute strength to pass through the first level. Chen Daoxuan said secretly. He is now in the second level of the world realm. Although his cultivation is only in the late Jiandan stage, his overall strength is stronger than Kinzan, who is in the first level of the world realm. There is no reason why Kinzan can pass through the first level of the Tangshan Tower, but he can't. Thinking of this, Chen Daoxuan suddenly became impatient to pass through the Tangshan Tower. Because according to the records in the jade slip, after each level of the Tangshan Tower, the cultivator has the right to choose a secret method. You know, these secret methods are passed down by the forces of the upper world. Compared with the secret methods of the various sects in Wang Xinghe and even Xian Tao, they are many times more advanced. In the cultivation world, there are many types of secret methods, but they can be roughly divided into two categories, skills and magic. There is no need to say much about the types of gongfa. The Carneuan sword classic and dragon python swallowing heaven gong that Chen Daoxuan is currently practicing are typical gongfa secrets. Gongfa, in the final analysis, is a secret method used to improve the cultivation of cultivators, whether it is to improve the cultivation of the body, the cultivation of ki, or the cultivation of the spirit. But the magic is different. The various sword tactics, spells, and magical powers that Chen Daoxuan practiced can all be attributed to magic. In the world of cultivating immortals, magic is also the most complicated. Of course, there are also some special secrets that have the special effects of both gongfa and magic. For example, Shen Hapian is obviously a gongfa to improve the cultivation of cultivators in the spirit, but it has the special magical power of Dingpo Shengang, which makes it difficult to tell whether it should be a gongfa or a magic. For this kind of secret method, the classification is more arbitrary. Cultivators can call it a gongfa or a magic. Chapter 390, Breaking into the Tower of Babel again. After passing through the Tangshan Tower, I can actually get a secret method. Chen Daoxuan blinked. He couldn't help but think of the Star Sword map he got before he broke into the Tangshan Tower. In fact, He got not only the Star Sword map, but also a secret method, C Division chapter. However, Chen Daoxuan did not use the C Division chapter many times, so he subconsciously ignored it. So, after I pass through the first floor of the Tangshan Tower, I will have another chance to choose a secret method? Thinking of this, Chen Daoxuan couldn't help but show an interested expression on his face, because he knew that the secret method reward given by the Wangxinghe inheritance must not be ordinary stuff. What's more, according to the records in the Jiang family jade slips, after passing through the Tangshan Tower, this secret method can be chosen by the cultivator himself. Chen Daoxuan knew in his heart what his biggest shortcoming was now. Don't look at his comprehensive strength, which is stronger than Kinzan, a true lord of the first level of the world realm. But in fact, his point is also very obvious. Aside from the weakness of the narrow scope of the Zhuanhuang realm he opened up, his own cultivation is the biggest shortcoming. Whether it is physical cultivation or ki cultivation. Although Chen Daoxuan's strength has crushed almost all Yuan Ying's engine, his ki cultivation is only the 8th level of Jiandan, and he has not yet broken through to the Yuan Ying stage. As for physical cultivation, it is his biggest shortcoming. Chen Daoxuan's physical cultivation has only reached the skull-crushing realm, and he has not even broken through the blood drop realm, let alone the physical body integrating the immortal true meaning, and the higher level of condensed immortal true body. Counting it up, Chen Daoxuan's physical cultivation is not even as good as many Jiandan cultivators. If it were in the past, Chen Daoxuan might still think it's nothing. Physical weakness is weakness. Anyway, he has made up his mind not to fight with others in close combat, and physical cultivation only needs to be slowly improved in the long practice in the future. But as he and Jiang Chengai fought in the void outside the domain, Chen Daoxuan found that this was not the case. The fighting style of the world realm is somewhat different from what he imagined. It is no longer a pure cultivator holding a magic weapon to fight remotely, but a close combat. Combined with the scene of the giant axe warrior that Chen Daoxuan saw fighting in the true immortal source realm with Yan Dao, he speculated that close combat may be the mainstream fighting style of cultivators after their cultivation is high. Strong body training, coupled with the blessing of the world's power, will make the cultivator's body burst out with incredible power. This power is far more fierce and violent than simply using the world's power to drive the magic weapon. In the battle with Jiang Chengai, Chen Daoxuan used the 7th level middle grade formation, but he almost couldn't defend against the opponent's barehanded attack, which shows that, if Jiang Chengai holds a 7th level magic weapon, Chen Daoxuan is sure that the opponent can definitely break through the defense of the long river of time and space and attack his body. In other words, in the previous battle, Jiang Chengai obviously held back. Although Chen Daoxuan didn't know what the opponent's purpose was. Babel Tower. Chen Daoxuan raised his head and looked in the direction of the inheritance of Wangxinghe. The next day, in Chen Daoxuan's fairy palace. You want to go home with me? Luoli's pretty face suddenly showed excitement when she heard Chen Daoxuan's words. Well, Chen Daoxuan said with a smile, you haven't been back to visit your father for a long time. Talking about Luoli's father Luozuan, Luoli couldn't help but reveal a look of longing in her eyes. Luoli lost her mother in her childhood and then followed her tribe to fight in the underwater world of Wangxinghe all day long. It can be said that Luoli grew up under the protection of Luozuan throughout her childhood. The relationship between father and daughter is very deep. Speaking of it, the mermaids are still a subsidiary race of the Chen family. Of course, with Luoli marrying Chen Daoxuan, the status of the mermaids has also risen. At least now in the underwater world of Wangxinghe, no race dares to cause trouble to the mermaids, and even the major immortals of Wangxinghe are courteous to the mermaids. This is the current deterrent power of the Chen family or Chen Daoxuan. This deterrent power reached its peak after Chen Daoxuan broke into Taizhao Fairy City alone and killed Jiang Taiyuan. In the eyes of the immortal families of Wangxinghe, since Chen Daoxuan could break into the Jiang family alone and kill the head of the Jiang family, he could easily take the life of any head of the Yuan Ying family, who would not be afraid of this kind of deterrent power. Not to mention that the most praised thing about Chen Daoxuan, since his rise, is his terrifying talent. It is said that Kinzan is the most talented disciple of Kainyuan sword sect, but compared with Chen Daoxuan, Kinzan's talent has become insignificant. Chen Daoxuan has always been resolute in doing things. As soon as he made a decision in hhis heart, he took Eluoli's hand and disappeared in the fairy house in an instant. The inheritance of Wang Xinghe is in the underwater world of Wang Xinghe. With Chen Daoxuan's current strength, he can easily get there with just a few teleportations. In his eyes, Guang'an Prefecture was very vast back then, but now it seems that it can be reached from one end to the other with just a few teleportations. This feeling is actually the same for all cultivators with high cultivation. Compared with other cultivators with high cultivation, Chen Daoxuan is relatively young and has not yet felt the passing of time and the changes in the world in a moment. He simply feels that the distance that once felt far away is now just like walking in his own backyard. The figures flashed several times. Chen Daoxuan and Eluoli appeared in the Demonate Mountain range of the Wangxing Sea. Thanks to the help of the Chen family, the spiritual veins of the Demonate Mountain have now been promoted to the 4th level, which is completely enough for the members of the mermaid tribe to reproduce and practice here. The princess is back. The princess is back. Soon, the news that Eluoli returned to the tribe spread like a gust of wind throughout the entire Demonate Mountain. Then, Eluoziuan led all the elders of the mermaid tribe to pay a visit to Chen Daoxuan. Patriarch Eluo, you don't have to be so polite. Seeing Eluoziuan, Chen Daoxuan was also a little reserved. Judging from the status of the two, one is the patriarch of the mermaid tribe who is attached to the Chen family. Logically, Eluoziuan should call Chen Daoxuan the master. But from Eluoli's perspective, Chen Daoxuan is her Taoist partner, and Eluoziuan is his father-in-law, so Chen Daoxuan should call himself the son-in-law. Simply, Chen Daoxuan chose to call Eluoziuan the Eluo Patriarch as before. Hearing this title, Eluoziuan was stunned for a moment, and then he bowed and said, Master Patriarch Eluo, just call me by my name. Chen Daoxuan hurriedly smiled and raised his hand to stop him. Okay, Patriarch Chen. Eluoziuan didn't continue to be polite, and nodded. I wonder why Patriarch Chen brought my daughter back this time. Eluoziuan knew that with Chen Daoxuan's identity, it should be impossible for him to simply accompany Eluoli back to visit her relatives. I came here, first, to accompany Eluoli home, and second, to see the passage to the true demon realm. Chen Daoxuan did not mention the inheritance of Wang Xinghe. Although this matter was no secret in the eyes of the big forces, and Eluoli himself had accepted the inheritance trial of Wang Xinghe, Chen Daoxuan did not want to explain it. If there are talented people in the mermaid tribe in the future, they will naturally come into contact with the inheritance here. If not, it would be useless to say it. There was no need for Chen Daoxuan to waste his words. Hearing Chen Daoxuan asking about the passage to the true demon realm, Eluoziuan's face suddenly became serious. Patriarch Chen, during your absence, the passage to the true demon realm has changed again. You mean, the passage to the true demon realm here has expanded again, and it can allow cultivators with the cultivation level of the purple mansion stage to pass through? Chen Daoxuan frowned. When the passage to the Demonate Mountain was first discovered, it only allowed cultivators with the cultivation level of the foundation establishment stage to pass through. In just less than 30 years, it has allowed cultivators with the cultivation level of the purple mansion stage to pass through. At this rate, in 100 years at most, the demon lord of the true demon realm will be able to freely travel between the Feng'an realm and the true demon realm through this passage. By then, the Chen family, which is closest to this passage, will be the first to be threatened by the boundary demons. Moreover, in Chen Daoxuan's opinion, this true demon realm passage in the Demonate Mountain is more dangerous than the true demon realm passage in Taizhou. Because the true demon realm passage in Taizhou is opposite to the territory of the Kinkyu Demon Kingdom, while this true demon realm passage in the Demonate Mountain is connected to the Great Yuan Demon Kingdom. The strength of the Great Yuan Demon Kingdom is much stronger than that of the Kinkyu Demon Kingdom. Of course, after 100 years, with Chen Daoxuan's talent, his strength must have reached the nascent soul stage, or even the soul stage. He is not afraid of the Great Yuan Demon Kingdom at all. But his fear does not mean that ordinary cultivators of the Chen family are not afraid. The demon lord of the true demon realm does not care about the life and death of the lower level boundary demons. In the eyes of the demon lord of the true demon realm, those lower level small demons, big demons, and even demon kings are consumables that can be discarded at any time. As long as they can weaken the strength of their human cultivators in Wangxinghe, they are happy to use the huge human sea tactics to achieve this goal. Thinking of this, the expression on Chen Daoxuan's face suddenly became serious. Come on, take me to see it. Okay. Demon Ape Mountains. True Demon Realm Passage. Compared with when Chen Daoxuan left here, the entrance of the True Demon Realm here has expanded again. Chen Daoxuan remembered that when he first saw this passage, it was only more than 1 meter in diameter. But now, the entrance of this passage has expanded to more than 10 feet in diameter, which is more than 3 times the expansion. After scanning with his spiritual sense, Chen Daoxuan can basically be sure that Luo Zhuan is not lying. This true demon realm passage can indeed allow the Purple Mansion Great Demon to pass freely. After thinking about it, Chen Daoxuan turned his head to look at Luo Zhuan and asked, Chief Luo, I would like to ask, what is the current strength of the mermaids? Hearing this, Luo Zhuan looked at Luo Li standing next to Chen Daoxuan, and said hesitantly, report to Patriarch Chen, our mermaids have greatly increased their strength under the care of the Chen family over the years. Including me, the mermaids now have 3 Purple Mansion cultivators, and dozens of people at the peak of the Foundation establishment stage, who will soon break through to the Purple Mansion stage. The total population of our mermaids has exceeded 100,000, among which, Chen Daoxuan listened quietly to Luo Zhuan's introduction of the strength of the mermaids. After a while, he shook his head and said, Patriarch Luo, with the strength of the mermaids, I'm afraid it's not enough to sit in this passage to the true demon realm. Hearing this, Luo Zhuan was silent. He certainly knew that what Chen Daoxuan said was true. But the Demon Ape Mountain is the foundation of the mermaids, and the mermaids don't want to give up unless they have no choice. As if seeing Luo Zhuan's concerns, Chen Daoxuan continued, Chief Luo, I can give the mermaids 2 options. The first is that the entire mermaid tribe evacuates from here, and my Chen family will find another precious land in the 10,000 Stars Sea as the mermaid tribe's home. The second is that the mermaids can still live in the Demon Ape Mountain, but the guarding of the passage here will be taken over by my Chen family. Hearing this, Luo Zhuan thought for a moment and said, Patriarch Chen, you said you would find another treasure land for our mermaids, but the seabed spiritual veins of the Wangxing Sea are all occupied by other races. Although our mermaids are not weak, I'm afraid that it will be difficult for us to occupy a treasure land like the Demon Ape Mountains. Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan smiled and said, Patriarch Luo, don't worry. The matter of finding a clan land for your mermaids will be handed over to my Chen family. Even if there is no suitable spiritual vein at the bottom of the Wangxing Sea, it is not a big deal for my Chen family to create another 4th level spiritual vein for your mermaids. The mermaids' vision is not as good as before. They know how terrifying the spiritual stones required to create another spiritual vein are. But Luo Zhuan thought of Chen Daoxuan's identity and felt relieved. For other families, the other party may not be able to do it, even if they put all their efforts into it. But for the Chen family, creating a 4th level spiritual vein is simply a drizzle. Thank you, Chief Chen. Luo Zhuan immediately bowed to express his gratitude. As the chief of the mermaid tribe, he certainly knew that staying in front of this increasingly expanding true demon realm passage was like sitting on the crater of a volcano. He didn't know when the monsters from the other side would rush out of the passage. But Luo Zhuan had no solution. After all, the mermaid tribe needed to use various resources in the spirit veins to reproduce and practice. After leaving the Demon Ape Mountain, where could they get this kind of tribe land suitable for the tribe to reproduce and live? After solving the problem of the true demon realm passage, Luo Li gave Chen Daoxuan a grateful look, and then followed Luo Zhuan and others to go home to visit relatives. Seeing Luo Li leave, Chen Daoxuan casually sent away a Purple Mansion period mermaid guarding the true demon realm passage, and walked straight to the cave he had opened up that year. He hadn't lived there for many years. This cave was still as good as new, without a trace of dust inside. Chen Daoxuan took a casual look, and the water avoiding formation was running very smoothly. Immediately, he sat cross-legged in the practice room with peace of mind. The starlight of the sea of stars, along the open-air windows of the cave, sprinkled into the quiet room. Chen Daoxuan's consciousness, following the starlight, flew higher and higher, until his consciousness was clear. Chen Daoxuan came to the familiar inheritance trial space again. The palace, the osmanthus tree, the Taoist in white. Everything was the same as when Chen Daoxuan saw it for the first time. Senior. Seeing the Taoist in white, Chen Daoxuan immediately bowed to him. The Taoist in white looked at him and nodded. You have made good progress in the great way. Really, the other party actually praised him. Thank you for the compliment, Senior. The Taoist in white shook his head. Of course, what I said is not bad, but it is only compared with the lower realm cultivators in the endless fairyland. In the fairy world, your achievement is nothing. It was the first time I heard someone talk about the fairy world. Chen Daoxuan couldn't help asking, Senior, isn't everyone in the fairy world a true Mahayan or immortal? Haven't you seen the fairy world? Why are you asking me? The Taoist in white asked back. Have you seen it? When did I? Chen Daoxuan was stunned when he said this. He immediately realized what the Taoist in white meant by have you seen it? Babel Tower. Thinking of this, Chen Daoxuan's heart was pounding. Thank you for your advice, Senior. Taking a deep breath, Chen Daoxuan continued. I came here this time to break into the Babel Tower. The Taoist in white nodded, and he waved his hand, and the scene in front of Chen Daoxuan changed again. The next moment, he came to a towering tower. From the outside, this Babel Tower is not very large, but Chen Daoxuan, who has entered it, knows that each floor of this Babel Tower may be a complete world. Looking at the Taoist in white beside him, Chen Daoxuan walked into the Babel Tower. Chapter 391, Selecting the Secret Method. Babel Tower. First floor. The king asked me to patrol the mountains. After patrolling the south mountain, patrol the north mountain. Not long after Chen Daoxuan entered the Babel Tower, a familiar shouting voice came into his ears. Hearing this familiar shouting voice, Chen Daoxuan judged that the world in the Babel Tower was not the real fairyland. Or the world in the Babel Tower was just a world similar to the fairyland, created by the mysterious forces in the upper world. Little Taoist priest, you are looking for death again. The monster with a weird head and a human body shouted, after seeing Chen Daoxuan. Do you remember me? Chen Daoxuan did not rush to take action. It seemed that this little monster remembered him. In this case, Chen Daoxuan planned to get more useful information from the other party. Who knew? The little monster in front of him ignored him and rushed towards Chen Daoxuan's head with the iron rod in his hand. The opponent's speed was still as fast as ever, but Chen Daoxuan is no longer the same as before. The attacks that he could not even see the shadow of before in his eyes now are just faster, far from the extent that he cannot react. Chen Daoxuan knows that this all depends on the enhancement of his spiritual sense. In the Purple Mansion period, his spiritual sense could only extend a few meters outside the body, but now, he can extend his spiritual sense to a distance of hundreds of meters. Although it cannot be compared with the spiritual sense range of more than 2,000 miles in the Feng'an realm, the environment here imitates the fairyland, so Chen Daoxuan is not surprised. Good. Chen Daoxuan shouted softly. However, he cheered, but his figure suddenly retreated. Compared with the last time he could not fly, when he broke into the Tangshan Tower, this time he could fly. Under Chen Daoxuan's feet, the law of gold was materialized into a golden flying sword, carrying him back several miles like lightning. The attack missed. The little demon opposite Chen Daoxuan shook his head in anger and stomped his feet on the ground. There was a boom. The little demon's figure was like a cannonball, attacking Chen Daoxuan directly. This speed was actually 3 times faster than his escape light. Humph. Chen Daoxuan snorted coldly. He put his index finger and middle finger together and pointed upwards. Suddenly, 3 immortal swords spun wildly around his 2 fingers. At the same time, Chen Daoxuan frantically urged his magic power, using the world projection and the star sword map to suppress the opponent. Under the dual suppression of the world projection and the star sword map, the little demon's explosive figure became slower and slower, until it was completely still. What kind of magic are you using? Seeing that his figure was not controlled by Chen Daoxuan, the little demon in front of him panicked. Chen Daoxuan had a cold face, and 3 feet in front of him, a giant golden immortal sword slowly condensed into shape. It was the giant immortal sword that Chen Daoxuan had fused the 3 laws of air, water, and fire into a concrete form. Although this move has no name, it is also one of Chen Daoxuan's most powerful attack methods at this stage. If you don't want to die, I'll ask you and you'll answer, Chen Daoxuan said coldly. Hearing this, the little demon in front of him dared not talk nonsense, and nodded immediately. I ask you, where exactly is this place? This is Lion Camel Ridge. Lion Camel Ridge. Chen Daoxuan frowned immediately. Isn't this the fairyland? The little demon in front of him was stunned at first, and then seemed to understand something, and nodded immediately. Master, this is the land of Xinyozhao in the Earth Fairyland. Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan finally remembered who the little demon in front of him was. The little demon and the Lion Camel Ridge in Xinyozhao, Xiao Zuanfeng. It turns out that the fairyland mentioned by the Taoist in white is the Earth Fairyland. Upon hearing this news, Chen Daoxuan had no desire to continue talking nonsense, and directly controlled the golden giant sword, and slashed at Xiao Zuanfeng with one sword. The giant golden sword light directly annihilated the little demon in front of him, turning the other party into ashes. As Xiao Zuanfeng turned into ashes, the world in front of Chen Daoxuan began to collapse bit by bit. But strangely, he was not hurt at all by the collapsing world in front of him. Illusion? Chen Daoxuan frowned. But if it is an illusion, how can I carry all the magic tools and use the laws? Carrying magic tools and using the laws is easy to say. What Chen Daoxuan couldn't understand the most was that, if it was an illusion, the golden scripture in his sea of consciousness couldn't have no reaction at all. The only explanation is that the world in the Tower of Babel is not an illusion. It is a real world. Shaking his head, Chen Daoxuan didn't think too much, because in front of him, another new world appeared. Before Chen Daoxuan could observe this new world carefully, a Taoist in a green robe appeared in front of Chen Daoxuan. Looking closely, the Taoist in front of him actually looked a bit like Chen Daoxuan. The second floor of the Tower of Babel. Chen Daoxuan immediately knew that he had passed the first floor and came to the second floor of the Tower of Babel. Kinzan fell on this floor, and now it was Chen Daoxuan's turn to break through this floor. Having learned that the Tower of Babel would not really kill a challenger, Chen Daoxuan was relaxed. He bowed to the Taoist in green and said, Junior Chen Daoxuan, please teach me. The Taoist nodded. Then, he put his fingers together to form a sword, and 3 golden giant swords slowly took shape in front of him. Chen Daoxuan was surprised to find that this was the move he had just used to kill Xiao Zuanfeng. However, he had just used 1 golden giant sword, while the Taoist in green condensed 3 directly. Moreover, Chen Daoxuan could sense that each of the 3 golden giant swords was more powerful than the one he used. 3 swords to fight. Chen Daoxuan gritted his teeth and made a decision to fight. If he hadn't known that there would be corresponding benefits for every level of the Tower of Babel, Chen Daoxuan would not have fought so hard. Because from the fact that the Taoist in green could easily use 3 golden giant swords, it can be seen that his realm of the Great Dao is far above Chen Daoxuan. The most commendable thing about Chen Daoxuan's progress today is that his Dao realm is much higher than that of the cultivators of the same level. But the Taoist in green in front of him, although his cultivation is the same as his Dao realm is much higher than his, and I don't know how many levels of the world realm he has reached. This time, Chen Daoxuan took out the Zhuoyujiagang formation very decisively. However, before he could set up the formation, the golden light pierced through his body. So fast, the golden giant sword used by the Taoist in green was many times faster than him. Whether it was the speed of the opponent's attack or the speed of the sword light passing through his body. Dead again. Outside the Tower of Babel, Chen Daoxuan's figure appeared instantly, with a bitter smile on his lips, and he was killed instantly. Not far away, the Taoist in white seemed to be accustomed to Chen Daoxuan's complaints, and did not even say a word of comfort. The expression on his face was as cold as ever. The second floor of the Tower of Babel, not bad. After a light comment, the Taoist in white continued, according to the rules, every time you pass through a floor of the Tower of Babel, you have a chance to choose a treasure. Treasure? Chen Daoxuan was stunned. Isn't it a secret method? The Taoist in white glanced at Chen Daoxuan and said, the treasure includes the secret method. Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan immediately realized that the information recorded by the Jiang family was not reliable. The jade slip that Jiang Chengai gave him clearly recorded that there would be a secret method reward for passing through the Tower of Babel. But when it came to the Taoist in white, it was a treasure reward. The difference between the two is huge. To be honest, Chen Daoxuan was not too envious of the secret method reward. The reason is that he has the Hongmeng Enlightenment Sutra. Is there any secret method in the world that can be more powerful than the Hongmeng Enlightenment Sutra? The treasure reward is different. The treasure reward includes physical objects. For example, the Star Sword Dao map in Chen Daoxuan's hand is a treasure he got before he broke into the first floor of the Tower of Babel. Of course, treasures are not just magic tools, but also various spiritual roots of heaven and earth, and even the legendary 9-turn golden pill that can make you ascend to heaven in broad daylight after eating one. The range of choices for the examiner is much wider than the secret method. Chen Daoxuan didn't know why the Jiang family jade slip only recorded the secret method and never mentioned the treasure. Seeing that Chen Daoxuan didn't say anything, the Taoist in white introduced, for the examiners of the interpretation inheritance trial, the more levels of the Tangshan Tower you pass, the richer the reward you get. Look, this is the reward for you passing the first level of the Tangshan Tower. Choose one from them. After that, the Taoist in white waved his hand, and the next moment, a light curtain appeared in front of Chen Daoxuan. In the light curtain, countless items floated in the air. Chen Daoxuan looked around, and there were all kinds of treasures, including immortal pills, spiritual roots of heaven and earth, magic tools, and various secret methods. For a moment, Chen Daoxuan was dazzled. That is, among the many treasures, Chen Daoxuan actually found a seedling of Xingyuan fruit. This thing is called the Holy Origin Fruit Tree, but it is just a dead root. The Taoist in white shook his head. Dead root. Chen Daoxuan showed a look of pity on his face. No wonder Kinzan passed the first floor of the Tangshan Tower, but did not choose this thing. It turned out to be a dead root. The Holy Origin Fruit Tree is the top spiritual root of the Feng'an realm. Although Chen Daoxuan did not know the specific level of the Holy Origin Fruit Tree of the Taiyan sect, he conservatively estimated that this spiritual root was probably above the 7th level. Ordinary forces dare not even think about possessing spiritual roots of this grade. When it comes to the most valuable treasure for a force, it must be a high-grade spiritual root. Chen Daoxuan's Dao realm is far higher than his cultivation. But among the top forces, cultivators like Chen Daoxuan are rare. Why? Because for the top forces in the Feng'an realm, unless the cultivators deliberately suppress their cultivation, as long as their Dao realm is reached, they can completely borrow external objects to quickly improve their cultivation. The Holy Origin fruit is an external object that can quickly improve cultivation, but it is by no means the only one. In fact, the elixir that ordinary cultivators use to assist in their cultivation is also a treasure that can quickly improve their cultivation, but the effect is far less abnormal than that of the Xingyuan fruit. When Chen Daoxuan learned that the Xingyuan fruit tree in the light curtain was a dead root, he no longer paid attention to it. Chen Daoxuan did not have the ability to save a dead root of the 7th grade or even higher, so he simply turned a blind eye to it. Chen Daoxuan estimated that Kinzan was probably as troubled as he was at the time. As he cast his eyes on other items, Chen Daoxuan couldn't help but feel a headache because he didn't recognize most of the items in the light curtain. Not to mention seeing them, he had never even heard of many of them. In this case, how could Chen Daoxuan choose? At this moment, he finally understood why the reward recorded in the Jiang family jade slip was a secret method. Because all the trialists who had passed the Tangshan Tower probably chose the secret method instead of the treasure. As for the reason, no one knew these treasures. How to choose? Chen Daoxuan glanced at the Taoist in white and found that the other party had no intention of introducing them. He immediately knew that the Taoist in white could not give any hints on the reward. Seeing that Chen Daoxuan remained silent for a long time, the Taoist in white said slowly, no matter what choice a person makes, the first thing to do is to analyze himself. Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan suddenly felt as if he had been enlightened. He immediately bowed to the Taoist in white and said respectfully, "Thank you for your advice, senior." The Taoist in white closed his eyes and wandered in the sky. Analyze yourself. What does Chen Daoxuan lack the most? Cultivation. Whether it is ki training or body training, Chen Daoxuan is far behind the Dao realm. With Chen Daoxuan's Dao realm of the second level of the world realm, it is enough to try to break through the Yuanshan period, but his ki training is only in the late Jiandan period. As for the body training, it can only be described as horrible. Although Chen Daoxuan's strength is comparable to that of a world realm true lord, he never dares to fight any world realm true lord in close combat because his body is too fragile. When fighting against the top true lords, Chen Daoxuan could still use his higher Dao realm and the 6th level spiritual armor to bully the other party. But when fighting against the world realm true lord, Chen Daoxuan would not necessarily have an advantage in terms of realm or magic weapon. At this time, it was the actual foundation of both sides that had to be compared. Comparing magic power, spiritual consciousness, and physical body, etc. And in these three aspects, Chen Daoxuan had no advantage over the world realm true lord. Especially the physical body. Chen Daoxuan's physical body cultivation has only reached the skull-crushing realm so far, which is similar to many cultivators who have just broken through the golden core stage. This kind of physical cultivation cannot even reach the average level of golden core stage cultivators, let alone compared with the Yuanying true lord. The skull-crushing realm, the blood-dropping realm, the integration of the immortal true meaning, and the condensation of the immortal true body. The 4 levels of physical body realm, each level is more difficult than the previous one, and each level is 10 or 100 times stronger than the previous one. It is also thanks to the Feng'an realm that there is a magic weapon such as the spiritual armor, otherwise Chen Daoxuan really dare not say that he can definitely beat the top true lord. Because his body was too fragile, without the protection of spiritual armor, he could not withstand the attack of the top Zenjin. Thinking of this, Chen Daoxuan finally knew what he wanted. He raised his head, looked at the Taoist in white, and said, "Senior, I want the secret method." "Okay." The Taoist in white waved his hand again, and most of the treasures in the light curtain disappeared, leaving only 13 secret methods. Chen Daoxuan looked at the 13 jade slips in front of him, and was immediately in trouble. He bowed and said, "Senior, can I take a look at 1 or 2? "Yes. Thank you, senior." As he guessed, this upper realm force wanted to give benefits to the trial taker, and it must be for the purpose of cultivating the other party. If you can't watch, then the trial taker has made the wrong choice. Wouldn't it be a waste of the other party's training opportunity? After getting the approval of the Taoist in white, Chen Daoxuan stopped talking nonsense and concentrated on flipping through the 13 jade slips in front of him. Si estas escuchando esta novela en un canal distinto a mundo fanfic novelas. Significa que lo descargaran y subirán sin esfuerzo te invitamos cordialmente a visitar nuestro canal. Mundo fanfic novelas ali encontrarás la versión original de esta historia y podrás explorar muchas otras novelas de diversos géneros. Te esperamos para sumergirte en un mundo de novelas increíbles. Chapter 392, The True Form of the Demon God of Heaven. Key Refining Technique, Escape Technique, Golden Rainbow Technique, Spirit Refining Technique. Chen Daoxuan kept checking the 13 jade slips one by one. When he saw the Spirit Refining Technique, he paused slightly, but soon skipped it. Because Chen Daoxuan already possessed a powerful secret method for refining the soul, the Sea of Gods, and if his guess was correct, the Sea of Gods was a small part of a powerful technique. Chen Daoxuan now has 2 chapters of this technique, the Sea of Gods and the Sea of Dividing. Among them, the Sea of Gods is responsible for condensing the consciousness, and the Sea of Dividing can continuously divide the mind of the cultivator. Although Chen Daoxuan did not know what the ultimate effect of dividing the mind was, he only felt that this was definitely not a pointless act. Whether it was the Sea of Gods or the Sea of Dividing, it should be the foundation of this powerful technique. Therefore, Chen Daoxuan only took a few glances at the spirit refining technique in front of him and quickly gave it up. Compared with the spirit refining technique and ki refining technique, what Chen Daoxuan lacked most was the body refining technique. To this day, Chen Daoxuan still practices the dragon python swallowing heaven technique. Although when he bought this technique at the Guang'an Prefecture auction, he boasted that it was the top body refining technique. But in fact, its function is similar to that of most body refining techniques, all of which consume a lot of resources to improve body refining skills. Body refining requires a lot of resources, but Chen Daoxuan doesn't care much. Whether it is high-level spiritual rice or blood crystals, or even blood marrow, Chen Daoxuan has a large amount of inventory. But Chen Daoxuan believes that Wang Xinghei's body refining technique has a disadvantage, that is, the slow speed of practice. Of course, the slow speed of practice here refers to the progress of his Dao realm. For other cultivators in Wang Xinghei, the only disadvantage of the body refining technique is that the resource consumption is too large. As for the speed of body refining practice, it is much faster than ki refining practice. The reason why Chen Daoxuan's body refining practice lags behind is because his Dao realm progress is too fast. Even those who progressed slower in ki refining could reach the late stage of golden core with the help of ki essence and Xingyuan fruit, and were ahead of those who practiced physical cultivation. In comparison, Chen Daoxuan's physical cultivation progressed very slowly. But in fact, Chen Daoxuan's current physical cultivation was the speed of a normal cultivator's physical cultivation. In just a few decades, his physical cultivation had been raised to the crushing skull realm, which was equivalent to the purple mansion realm. This speed was already very exaggerated. It was just that compared with Chen Daoxuan's ki refining realm and the great Dao realm, it seemed slow. Found it. Finally, when Chen Daoxuan flipped through the 9th jade slip, he found the physical cultivation technique he wanted. The true body of the demon god of Dushan. Chen Daoxuan was shocked by the name of this physical cultivation technique. It is said that when Pangu opened the sky, his blood essence turned into the 12 demon gods of Dushan, which were the legendary 12 ancestor witches. The true body of the demon god of Dushan refers to the true body of the 12 ancestral witches. This technique was created by a powerful cultivator from the immortal realm who imitated the bodies of the 12 witch ancestors. When he finished reading the outline of this body refining technique, he immediately decided to choose it. Senior, I choose this technique. Chen Daoxuan pointed to the jade slip that recorded the true body of the demon god of Dushan. Okay. The Taoist in white nodded, waved his sleeves, and the other 12 jade slips disappeared instantly, leaving only the true body of the demon god of Dushan. Chen Daoxuan trembled, and took this body refining technique. In front of the Taoist in white, he immersed all his consciousness into it. After a long time, Chen Daoxuan slowly raised his head, with an ugly expression on his face. Is this technique incomplete? Of course it is incomplete, the Taoist in white said calmly. The complete true body of the demon god of heaven can be cultivated into the supreme true body of the ancestral witch. The physical body of the ancestral witch is so strong that even the saints cannot compare to it. Do you think you are qualified to get involved in this level of technique now? After hearing this explanation, Chen Daoxuan's face looked much better. It is comforting that this technique is even stronger than he imagined, and it can actually be cultivated into the body of the demon god. You know, in the ancient times, the 12 witch ancestors of the witch clan, with their terrifying physical cultivation, even occupied the position of the protagonist of heaven and earth for a time, and even the saints did not dare to compete with the 12 witch ancestors who joined forces. If Chen Daoxuan could really get the complete technique of true body of the demon god of heaven, I'm afraid he would doubt the authenticity of this technique. Now that he has obtained the incomplete true body of the demon god of heaven, he is actually looking forward to it. Because Chen Daoxuan knew that, since this mysterious immortal world force could take out this technique, when the cultivator passed the first level of the Tangshan Tower, it proved that they must have subsequent techniques. After all, this immortal world force put out the inheritance trial in the endless immortal realm, in order to select and train disciples. They naturally could not create obstacles on the path of cultivation for the cultivators who might become their disciples. After thinking this through, Chen Daoxuan completely lost his resistance. Thank you for your guidance, senior. Chen Daoxuan bowed. I still need to comprehend the technique, so I won't bother you. Go. The Taoist in white still had a calm expression. He waved his sleeves lightly, and Chen Daoxuan felt dizzy. The next moment, his consciousness returned to the cave in the Demonate Mountains. In the cave, Chen Daoxuan's consciousness returned, and he checked the true body of the demon god of heaven in his sea of consciousness, and he was completely relieved. He now knew why the rewards mentioned in the inheritance trial recorded by the Jiang family were all techniques, not other treasures. Because in the eyes of these lower world cultivators, the inheritance of skills is the most precious thing. It is far more practical than spiritual roots and other treasures whose functions are unknown. After understanding this, Chen Daoxuan no longer struggled. For him at the moment, the most important thing is to improve his physical cultivation. His physical cultivation is too low. Chen Daoxuan vaguely remembers that when he first entered the trial space of the inheritance of the Wangxing Sea, the Taoist in white taught him the most about melee skills. Once upon a time, melee was also Chen Daoxuan's last resort. But as his strength increased, his body began to lag behind his key training, and the realm of the Great Dao. At this time, melee was not his last resort. Chen Daoxuan even avoided melee with other cultivators because of his weak body. In order to deal with the shortcomings of his weak body, Chen Daoxuan had to rely on improving the grade of his spiritual armor to make up for the lack of his physical defense. However, no matter how high the grade of the spiritual armor is, it cannot block the enemy's attack 100%, especially when the enemy's attack is strong enough. Although Chen Daoxuan's overall strength is comparable to that of a world-level true lord, even if he is wearing a 6th level spiritual armor, he dare not blindly resist the attack of a top true lord. If it were Kinzan, if he were wearing Chen Daoxuan's 6th level power spiritual armor, it is estimated that the attack of a top true lord on him would be like tickling. This is the difference brought about by the difference in physical bodies. This phenomenon becomes more abrupt the later the cultivation is. The battle between Chen Daoxuan and Jiang Chengai made him understand how the world level cultivators fight, that is, extremely violent close combat. The addition of the power of the world has completely increased the physical strength of the cultivators. Coupled with the blessing of the Dao realm, even if Jiang Chengai is unarmed, Chen Daoxuan, with the help of the 7th level middle grade formation, can hardly resist the opponent's attack. If the opponent also used a powerful magic weapon at that time, Chen Daoxuan might not be able to block even one move of the opponent. Unlike the cultivators below the nascent soul stage who are still fighting in the Feng'an realm, the cultivators above the half-step Yuanshan stage, even if they have conflicts with each other, basically resolve them in the endless void. Because in the Yuanshan period, with the blessing of the world power and the realm of the Great Dao, the destructive power of their battles is many times stronger than that of the Yuanying period. Once this level of cultivators fight on a large scale in the Feng'ai realm, it is bound to cause irreparable damage to the Feng'ai realm. Before the cultivators ascend to the upper realm, the Feng'ai realm is their foundation. This not only involves a problem of cause and effect, but also the Yuanshan cultivators may cause public outrage if they start a war in the Feng'ai realm. Therefore, whether it is the battle between Yishai and Qi and Kinzan, or the gambling fight between Chen Daoxuan and Jiang Chengai, they all tacitly choose to go to the endless void instead of in the Feng'ai realm. The next day, in the cave of the Demonate mountain range, with the blessing of 100 times of comprehension, Chen Daoxuan finally comprehended the true body of the demon god of Dushan. This body refining technique is indeed, as the Taoist in white said, with unlimited potential. But unfortunately, this technique can only be practiced to the level of condensing the immortal true body. Condensing an immortal body is nothing to a world realm cultivator. Basically, all cultivators who have reached the world realm have successfully condensed an immortal body. But the difference between different immortal bodies is also very different. For example, although the Minghuang Zhenjin who was killed by Chen Daoxuan has also reached the threshold of condensing an immortal body, the immortal body he has not yet condensed is too weak. So weak that he can't even withstand the suppression power of Chen Daoxuan's Star Sword Dao diagram. You know, although the top Zhenjin is also afraid of the world projection of the world realm's engine, they will never be completely defeated by the opponent's world projection. The world projection and the Star Sword diagram are somewhat similar to domain artifacts. At most, they can only suppress to achieve the effect of weakening the opponent's speed and attack. It is almost impossible for a top Zenjin to be directly suppressed to death by the world projection of the World Realms engine. At least, among the World Realms engine that Chen Daoxuan has seen, no one can do this, not even Jiang Qingai, the Xianjiao of the Jiang family. In the Feng'an realm, because the cultivators practiced different body refining techniques, the immortal bodies they condensed were also different. For example, if Chen Daoxuan practiced the dragon python swallowing heaven technique before, if he practiced to the level of condensing the immortal body, he could condense an immortal body called the dragon python true body. The strength of this dragon python true body is estimated to be inferior to the immortal body of the true Lord Minghuang that has not yet condensed. Since Chen Daoxuan wants to condense the immortal body, he will definitely not choose this one. Speaking of the immortal body, Chen Daoxuan had seized a total of 17 boxes of the condensed body of the immortal true meaning from the true Lord Jinyuan. The condensed body of the immortal true meaning is shaped like a black diamond and is extremely hard. But when it is absorbed by the cultivator's body, it will turn into a black smoke-like form. This black smoke has no fixed shape and cannot even be touched. Once it is integrated into the cultivator's body, it can sharply increase the strength of the cultivator's body, which is magical. Although the Feng'an realm cultivators did not divide the strength of different immortal bodies into specific levels, they judged the strength of the immortal body by how much the immortal body was integrated into the immortal meaning. Generally speaking, even if a Yuanying stage cultivator condensed the weakest immortal body, he would have to absorb more than 1,000 black diamonds. The 17 boxes that Chen Daoxuan seized from Jinyuan's engine contained a total of 3,672 black diamonds, which was enough for a Yuanying's engine to condense an immortal body. Of course, the immortal body condensed by the physical body integrating 1,000 black diamonds was only the most ordinary immortal body. For example, if Chen Daoxuan practiced the dragon python swallowing the sky art to the extent of condensing an immortal body, it was estimated that he could only condense this level. With Chen Daoxuan's ambition, he would naturally not choose to condense such a low-level immortal body. If he condensed this kind of immortal body, wouldn't he be inferior to Minghuang's engine? Therefore, even if he did not obtain the true body of the demon god of heaven in the inheritance trial space, he would find a way to change to another body refining method. When it comes to cultivation, Chen Daoxuan cannot be careless. Refining the body, refining the ki, and refining the spirit, these three kinds of cultivation, Chen Daoxuan will not give up any of them. Facts have also proved that as the cultivator's cultivation improves, the three kinds of cultivation may have some preferences, but even the one that a high-level cultivator is least good at is much stronger than the one that a low-level cultivator is best at. Because in the later stages of cultivation, if a cultivator wants to improve his cultivation, whether it is mana, consciousness or physical body, he needs to reach a certain standard. This true body of the demon god of heaven actually imitates the ancestral witch demon god when condensing the immortal clone. Chen Daoxuan kept checking the ancestral witch demon gods in the records of the method. Dijiang, Jumang, Zuring, Rushao, Gangang, Zuanming, How To, Qiangliang, Zhujiuan, Qianwu, Zizi, Shebishi, a total of 12 kinds of ancestral witch demon bodies available for practitioners to choose. However, once a practitioner chooses an ancestral witch demon body, he can no longer continue to change and can only practice this one in the future. At least, for Chen Daoxuan's original body, it can only be so. In more than a day, Chen Daoxuan looked at all the ancestral witch bodies. Finally, he set his sights on Zireng's body. Because according to the introduction in the true body of the demon god of Dushan, the first step in the practice of this Zireng body is to master the power of fire. The fire here is not the fire control technique mastered by the cultivators. Instead, the flesh is used as a furnace and the blood essence is used as firewood to ignite this group of demon fire. The greatest function of Zireng's body is refining. From the introduction in the true body of the demon god of heaven, it can be seen that if a cultivator has successfully cultivated the body of Zhuang, he can easily refine various resources to help the cultivator improve his physical cultivation. What does this mean? The speed of cultivation. And what Chen Daoxuan lacks most is the speed of cultivation. If he can ignite this group of demon fire, wouldn't his physical cultivation be improved by 1,000 miles a day? After all, Chen Daoxuan has never lacked resources. Chapter 393 Amazing Improvement. Resources. A confident smile appeared on the corner of Chen Daoxuan's mouth. He stroked the storage ring gently, and suddenly, a large number of body refining treasures emerged from the storage ring. The most precious of them were 17 boxes of 3,672 pieces of immortal true meaning black diamonds. In addition, the most in Chen Daoxuan's hands were the most common treasures for Purple Mansion and even giant and cultivators to refine their bodies, blood crystals. Blood crystals were born in the true demon realm, and are the most common body refining treasures in the true demon realm, including blood marrow, which is more precious than blood crystals. They are all special products of the true demon realm. The blood marrow in Chen Daoxuan's hands were all obtained during the last trip to the true immortal origin realm, and the blood crystals were purchased by the Chen family from the Taizhao Jiang family over the years with spirit stones. Given that blood crystals are relatively rare in the Huangxing Sea, the Chen family has never given up hoarding them over the years. As a result, the number of blood crystals in the Chen family has reached an extremely exaggerated number. As far as Chen Daoxuan knows, the Chen family has at least 1 million blood crystals. Based on the price of 100,000 spirit stones for one blood crystal sold by the Jiang family, the Chen family paid at least 100 billion spirit stones to buy this blood crystal. 100 billion spirit stones. This is an extremely huge fortune even for the Yuanying clans in Huangxing. Even in the entire Huangxing, except for the Chen family, almost all the Yuanying families cannot afford such a large sum of money. From this, it can be seen how much wealth the Chen family's Kang He Xianqing has earned for the Chen family over the years. Nowadays, even Chen Daoxuan is a little confused about how many spirit stones the Chen family can earn in a year. He only knows that the Chen family's spirit stones are simply not enough. In fact, because the Chen family made crazy money to earn spirit stones, there was a shortage of spirit stones in various states in Huangxing. If it weren't for the Kainyuan sword sect to take down the Chuan kingdom in time and take over all the spirit stone mines in Chuan kingdom, Huangxing might really be in a money panic because of the Chen family's strong industrial production capacity. This is not alarmist. Although Guanhe Xianqing is only a large Xianqing with a population of millions, its productivity is stronger than the Xianqings in the surrounding 7 or 8 states such as Taizhao, Jingzhou, and Kangzhou combined. But this is the horror of large-scale industrial production. This is still the case, that the magic tool machine tools have not been fully popularized. If Chen Daoxuan completes the transformation of the magic tool machine tools and makes various high-level magic tool machine tools, the Chen family will enter a new round of industrial revolution. By then, the industrial output value of Guanhe Xianqing will explode by dozens of times, and Chen Daoxuan will not be surprised at all. Of course, the strong industrial production capacity of Guanhe Xianqing also has some disadvantages. For example, the strong industrial production capacity brings about overcapacity and difficulties in currency circulation. Overcapacity is easy to understand. The country where Chen Daoxuan lived in his previous life also encountered this problem. There is only one way to solve this problem, which is to expand the market. Whether the Chen family opened up the Yuanqian Xianqing market or the Chuan country market, it was to solve this problem. In order to solve this problem, Chen Daoxuan already had the idea of solving it once and for all, so Chen Daolian didn't have to worry about it. As for the difficulty in currency circulation, this is a problem that Chen Daoxuan discovered in the early days of the Chen family's development. In order to solve this problem, Chen Daoxuan, despite everyone's opposition, forcibly launched a new type of paper currency, Lingxi coin, in Guanhexen. Compared with the use of non-renewable resources such as Lingxi as currency, the emergence of Lingxi coin can fundamentally solve the problem of currency circulation difficulties. But at the same time, Lingxi coin also has a flaw, that is, the rejection of other state families and even Kainyuan sword sect. After all, the other forces in Huangxing are not fools. They can certainly see what the consequences of handing over the coinage right to the Chen family are. In fact, in order to take the coinage right of currency into their hands, Kainyuan sword sect did not hesitate to come up with something like a war merit system. But after hundreds of years of hard work, under the repeated resistance of the major Xiuxin families in Wangxinghe, the war merits of Kainyuan sword sect have not been able to completely replace Lingxi and become the basic currency of Wangxinghe. Of course, this also involves the struggle between Yiyin and Fei Chengxu's factions, and the situation is more complicated. Now although Fei Chengxu has completely cleaned up Yiyin, Chen Daoxuan, who is more powerful than Yiyin, has stood up. Although Fei Chengxu didn't want to be an enemy of Chen Daoxuan from the bottom of her heart, the Wangxing Sea is so small that there can't be two tigers in one mountain. As long as the two giants, the Chen family and the Kainyuan sword sect, want to dominate the Wangxing Sea, there will inevitably be a conflict between the two in the future. Unless the interests of the Kainyuan sword sect and the Chen family are completely combined. Shaking his head, Chen Daoxuan put away the distracting thoughts in his mind and focused on looking at the blood crystals piled up like a small mountain in front of him. With his body refining skills, using blood crystals is the most appropriate. Using blood marrow is a bit of a waste. As for the immortal true meaning shaped like a black diamond, it is simply a poison that scrapes the bones. With Chen Daoxuan's current physical strength, he can't even touch it. Looking at the blood crystals in front of him, Chen Daoxuan picked up one and held it in front of his eyes. When practicing Dragon Python swallowing heaven technique, his way of using blood crystals was very primitive and rough. That is, cutting the flesh, stuffing the blood crystals into the flesh, and then frantically running Dragon Python swallowing heaven technique to refine the blood crystals. This process is very painful, but it is also the fastest way to improve the body refining skills. Over the years, Chen Daoxuan has never relaxed his body refining practice, but after all, the practice time is short. To this day, his body refining skills have only reached the peak of the skull crushing realm, and he has not yet completely entered the blood dropping realm. As for integrating the immortal true meaning and condensing the immortal true body, it is even worse. Now that he has the practice method of Dushan Demon God True Body, Chen Daoxuan can completely abandon the backward body refining practice method in the past. Thinking of this, Chen Daoxuan no longer delays and immediately practices according to the practice method of Zirong's body. In a blink of an eye, a year has passed. In the cave, Chen Daoxuan opened his eyes irritably. During this year, he visualized his body turning into a furnace day and night, trying to ignite the blood essence as firewood and turn it into a ball of demon fire, but he just couldn't succeed. This Dushan Demon God True Body is too difficult. Chen Daoxuan frowned. I have clearly understood this technique, and my physical strength meets the standard for practicing it, but after so long, I can't even get started. Seeing that he had wasted so much time, Chen Daoxuan made up his mind and stopped trying. Instead, he used his magic power to capture a bunch of blood crystals. After counting carefully, there were 23 in total. Then, he turned his fingers into swords and frantically controlled the immortal sword condensed by the power of the law to cut his body. The body of the skull-breaking realm was as fragile as a piece of paper under the cutting of the sword of the law, and was easily cut open with bloody wounds. Chen Daoxuan immediately controlled the blood crystals and squeezed them into the bloody wounds on his body. Swish. The moment the blood crystals squeezed into the body, they merged into Chen Daoxuan's blood. The next moment, his blood became extremely hot. At this moment, if someone took some of Chen Daoxuan's blood to measure the temperature, they would find that his blood reached an astonishing tens of thousands of degrees. Such a scorching high temperature can easily melt even steel. However, with the strength of Chen Daoxuan's body, it was only burned red, and there was no other change. But Chen Daoxuan knew in his heart that this was just foreplay. After the blood crystal is integrated into the flesh and blood of the body, if the body refining technique is not used to refine it, the blood temperature will become higher and higher over time, until the cultivator's body is completely melted. Unless the cultivator's body reaches the blood dropping realm, even a cultivator in the skull shattering realm dare not let the blood crystal boil in his blood. Chen Daoxuan dared to do this because, on the one hand, his body refining cultivation reached the peak of the skull shattering realm, and he was only one step away from the blood dropping realm. On the other hand, he wanted to push himself. The cultivation of Zhu Rang's body was more difficult than he imagined. The biggest difficulty was that the threshold for cultivating this demon god's body was too high. With his body in the skull-shattering realm, he could not ignite the demon god's fire. You know, this group of demon god's fire is the foundation for cultivating Zhu Rang's body. If you can't ignite this ball of devil's fire, you don't even have the qualifications to practice this technique. This can't help but arouse Chen Daoxuan's pride. So far, no matter how difficult the technique is, Chen Daoxuan has never encountered any obstacles. Now a mere body refining technique has stumped him. How can Chen Daoxuan accept this? More importantly, he has clearly understood and comprehended this technique, but he just can't get in. If his physical body is too far behind, Chen Daoxuan will sigh, but this technique clearly states that the threshold for practicing the body of the devil is the skull-broken realm. This is what makes Chen Daoxuan most angry. Whether it is software or hardware, he meets the requirements, but he just can't practice successfully. This feeling is indeed a bit unacceptable. Chen Daoxuan immediately thought of using blood crystals to blend into the blood, to increase the temperature of the blood. Perhaps, he can try to use this method to ignite the devil's fire in his body. In the quiet room, the temperature of Chen Daoxuan's body continued to rise as time passed. In the end, his internal organs and muscles began to melt little by little. Fortunately, he had set up a defense formation for this cave. Otherwise, with such a high temperature, even the seawater outside the cave would have evaporated. The stone walls in the cave were burned into crystals like glass under the high temperature emitted by Chen Daoxuan's body. In the training room, the warm jade cushion, where Chen Daoxuan sat cross-legged, was gradually melted and turned into chalcedony, and then evaporated. In the end, Chen Daoxuan turned into a small sun, which made people dare not look at it. Demon god fire, light it for me. Chen Daoxuan shouted frantically in his heart. At this moment, he had already gambled his life. If it didn't work, Chen Daoxuan would definitely turn into a pile of ashes. It can be said that this is the most adventurous thing he has done since his cultivation. Its danger is even greater than when he and Kinzan raided the Qinghui Taoist sect. But the path of cultivation is like this. Any higher level cultivator has gone through countless life and death difficulties along the way. Among them, there are dangers in the process of cultivation, and there are also dangers encountered when going out to seek opportunities. But as a cultivator, since you have chosen to embark on the path of cultivation, you must be prepared to die at any time. Obviously, Chen Daoxuan is also a qualified cultivator. In order to make further progress on the path of cultivation, he is willing to risk his life. But obviously, he made the right bet this time. Just when his body melted to only the upper body, a ball of grey flame was ignited by Chen Daoxuan at the Tanzhang point on his chest. Seeing this scene, Chen Daoxuan almost cried with joy. "Refine it for me," Chen Daoxuan roared in his heart. In an instant, the blood crystal that Chen Daoxuan had merged into Chen Daoxuan's blood was quickly refined by this ball of grey flame. As the blood crystal was refined, Chen Daoxuan's body began to recover rapidly. Not only did new legs grow out, but his physical strength also began to increase wildly. This speed of physical strength increase is unprecedented. This feeling is like constantly clicking to upgrade when playing a game. If the speed of refining blood crystals and improving physical strength by dragon python swallowing heaven is 1, then the speed of improving physical strength by this group of demon fire is at least thousands. The gap between the two cannot be calculated by reason. What's more terrifying is that according to the records in the true body of the demon god of heaven, the grey flame condensed by Zhu Rang's body is only the lowest level of flame. As the physical cultivation of the cultivator improves, the power of this group of flames will continue to increase. Chen Daoxuan doesn't care about the power of this group of grey flames, but Chen Daoxuan has seen the speed of refining blood crystals. At the beginning, it took him several days to refine a blood crystal with dragon python swallowing heaven. Now, most of the 23 blood crystals remain in his blood, but they were refined by Chen Daoxuan in less than a cup of tea. Even with this amazing increase in physical strength, Chen Daoxuan felt that the threshold that prevented him from breaking through to the blood drop realm was actually loosened. This is too exaggerated. Chen Daoxuan showed an expression of disbelief on his face. Doesn't this mean that I can break through the blood dropping realm in just a few days? Thinking of this, Chen Daoxuan was immediately full of motivation. He now had no shortage of resources and no shortage of cultivation speed. He immediately prepared to break through his physical body to the blood-dropping realm in one go. The next day, as the last blood crystal was refined into nothingness by the grey flame in the Tanzhang acupoint, Chen Daoxuan withdrew from the state of refining the blood crystal. If there were outsiders present, they would be surprised to find that Chen Daoxuan's physical cultivation had been improved to the blood-dropping realm. Not only that, he even completed the consolidation of the realm. From the outside, it was impossible to tell that he had just broken through. In one day, this grey flame is stronger than I thought. Chen Daoxuan muttered as he observed the dark grey flame burning quietly at the Tanzhang acupoint with his consciousness. He found that as his physical cultivation broke through to the blood-dropping realm, the flame in the Tanzhang acupoint changed from light grey to dark grey. Apart from this, Chen Daoxuan did not notice any other changes. As for the terrifying power of the demon fire mentioned in the true body of the demon god of heaven, he had not seen it. After all, with his Dao realm, even if the power of this demon fire was amazing, it was only a flame at the level of the blood drop realm. Could it burn the Yuan Ying's engine to death? Compared to this, Chen Daoxuan was more concerned about the consumption of resources for cultivating the Zirong body. Chapter 394 Shenzhen City. At the Danzhang acupoint, a dark grey flame was burning quietly. Chen Daoxuan could feel that his blood essence was being used as fuel for the dark grey flame, being consumed bit by bit. This devil's fire is actually burning my blood essence all the time to strengthen itself. After stopping his physical training and realizing the burning cost of the devil's fire, Chen Daoxuan's face suddenly changed. So, if I don't practice physical training for a long time, won't this devil's fire burn my body bit by bit? Thinking of this, Chen Daoxuan hurriedly controlled the blood essence to nourish the devil's fire. Sure enough, as Chen Daoxuan cut off the blood essence in his body to nourish the dark grey flame, the rising breath of the devil's fire stopped and became extremely quiet. If you don't observe carefully, you might think it's just a sculpture with a strong flame. Seeing this scene, Chen Daoxuan breathed a sigh of relief. This demon fire is really overbearing. It is not only of great help to the master in improving his physical cultivation, but its own improvement speed is also not slow at all. However, it consumes too many resources. Thinking of this, Chen Daoxuan shook his head. In just one day, Chen Daoxuan's physical cultivation level climbed from the crushing skull realm to the blood drop realm. But the price was that most of the blood crystals in his storage ring were consumed. You know, as the head of the Chen family, Chen Daoxuan's storage ring is filled with more than 70,000 blood crystals, which is equivalent to 7 billion spirit stones. However, after spending so many spirit stones, his physical cultivation level only broke through from the crushing skull realm to the blood drop realm. Calculated, it is a huge loss. The physical cultivation level of the blood drop realm is only equivalent to the golden core stage in the key refining stage. In other words, a cultivator broke through from the purple mansion stage to the golden core stage, which cost 7 billion spirit stones. Such a huge price, very few immortal cultivation families are willing to pay. 7 billion spirit stones, if used to cultivate spirit veins, would be enough to cultivate 7 fifth order spirit veins. Unless a certain immortal cultivation family is wealthy and in urgent need of a giant unstage master, no one would spend such a huge price to cultivate a giant unstage cultivator. Why do I feel that consuming so many resources to improve the strength of the physical body is just a byproduct, and most of the resources have been swallowed up by you? Chen Daoxuan looked at the dark grey flame in the Tanzhang acupoint with a strange expression. As if sensing Chen Daoxuan's emotional fluctuations, the dark grey demon fire swayed slightly and returned to its motionless state. Forget it, don't think too much, Chen Daoxuan smiled. 7 billion spirit stones are precious to others, but to my Chen family, they are nothing at all. If my plan can be implemented successfully, maybe in the future, my Chen family cultivators will no longer lack physical training resources. It is not uncommon for Chen family cultivators to have no shortage of resources, but not lacking physical training resources is different. Even now, among the Chen family cultivators, only the most elite disciples can use blood crystals for cultivation. As for the other ordinary Chen family cultivators, they practice body cultivation by eating spiritual rice. Although higher level spiritual rice is also very helpful for body cultivation, the effect cannot be compared with blood crystals, not to mention the more precious blood marrow and immortal true meaning. Treasures like immortal true meaning are usually only available to senior Yuan Ying's engine. In terms of preciousness, it is far inferior to the power of creation. The reason for this is that this thing, like blood marrow, is a specialty of the true demon realm, and the production of immortal true meaning in the true demon realm is very rare. The biggest intersection between the Fengai realm and the true demon realm is the two realms abyss. In other words, most of the immortal true meanings that spread in the Fengai realm came from the battlefield outside the two realms abyss. Although the strength of the nascent soul cultivators is not weak, how many of them have the courage to go to the battlefield outside the two realms abyss to seize the immortal true meaning? Very few. Therefore, whether in Xianan continent or in the Huangxing Sea, the immortal true meaning is an extremely precious treasure. This is also the reason why Ziling was very surprised when she saw Chen Daoxuan harvesting 17 boxes of the immortal true meaning. It was really too precious, and Chen Daoxuan's reaction was extremely abnormal. But Ziling didn't know that Chen Daoxuan was thinking about the power of creation at that time. The immortal true meaning was precious, but it was useless to Chen Daoxuan. How could he be excited? Chen Daoxuan calculated that there were about 30,000 blood crystals left in his storage ring. He was planning to make a concerted effort to increase the strength of his physical body to the level that could integrate the immortal true meaning. At this point, his physical training can be comparable to that of an ordinary nascent soul true lord. As for going one step further and refining the immortal true body, it has reached the level of the top true monarchs and world level true monarchs. Chen Daoxuan did not expect to condense the immortal true body immediately, because he knew that the immortal true body he wanted to condense was the demon god true body born from Zhu Rang's body. The immortal true meaning consumed must be huge. The more than 3,000 immortal true meaning black diamonds in his hand were not enough. Therefore, raising the physical body to the level that can be integrated into the immortal true meaning is enough to satisfy Chen Daoxuan. At least at this point, his physical body is no longer the shortcoming in the three major cultivation systems. In the three major cultivation systems, refining the body, refining the ki, and refining the spirit, the first two do not promote each other much, but the promotion of the first two to the third kind of refining the spirit is very obvious. For example, when Chen Daoxuan broke through from the Purple Mansion stage to the Golden Core stage, his spiritual consciousness naturally soared several times. His current body cultivation has broken through from the skull-breaking realm to the blood-dropping realm. Although the increase in his spiritual consciousness is not as great as the former, it has also expanded its coverage from more than 2,300 miles to more than 3,000 miles, an increase of half. This has further narrowed the gap between his spiritual consciousness and that of the Yuan Ying's engine. Just as Chen Daoxuan was about to continue to improve his body cultivation, the communication J talisman in the storage ring suddenly rang. Chen Daoxuan frowned and took out the J talisman. After a while, he slowly put the J talisman into the storage ring and murmured, "You came so quickly." Redwood Island. Guanhei Fairy City. Two figures suddenly appeared in the city without causing any ripples. In a huge mansion. After settling Eluoli, Chen Daoxuan saw Fei Chengsu who suddenly visited him, and a fairy with a veil and a graceful figure beside her. "Hello, Sect Master." Chen Daoxuan bowed to Fei Chengsu, then looked at Ziling beside him and said awkwardly, "Fairy Ziling, long time no see. Long time no see." Ziling looked at Chen Daoxuan, as if she wanted to say something but hesitated. Chen Daoxuan could feel the resentment in her eyes even through the veil. Because he was anxious to improve his body refining skills, Chen Daoxuan forgot about Ziling. Logically speaking, since Chen Daoxuan promised to protect her in Chuan country, he ended up throwing her to Kinsan and forgetting about it. It was indeed a bit irresponsible. No wonder the other party looked resentful. Although Ziling's strength was not weak, and she had already reached the Purple Mansion stage in the Huangxing Sea, what could a helpless Purple Mansion stage cultivator count for? What's more, she also possessed the 9 Yin Zuan K body, which was extremely attractive to Jiandan stage and even Yuan Ying stage cultivators. If no one protects her, once the news of her 9-yin mysterious body is known to outsiders, she will be captured by high-level cultivators and used as a cauldron in a matter of minutes, and her end will be extremely tragic. Ziling's resentment is understandable. Fei Chengsu seemed to see Chen Daoxuan so embarrassed for the first time. She smiled with her eyes bent and teased, "Fellow Daoist Chen, you forget things easily. You left the beauty and Mike Iron sword sect and ran away alone. This is really a loss of grace." Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan and Ziling both blushed slightly. Chen Daoxuan was a bit guilty for breaking his promise, but Ziling had other thoughts. She secretly glanced at Chen Daoxuan and then lowered her head again. "Master, please forgive me." Chen Daoxuan immediately bowed. "I'm fine, but please don't tarnish the innocence of Fairy Ziling." Hearing this, Ziling's face changed slightly. The word innocence was like a sharp sword, piercing her heart. As the cauldron of Jinyuan's engine, although Jinyuan's engine has been imprisoning her for the purpose of enjoying her in the future, in the eyes of outsiders, her status is undoubtedly very low. At least Chen Daoxuan knows her details. At this moment, Ziling, who has completely sobered up, realized how ridiculous her previous delusions were. Chen Daoxuan didn't know that his unintentional words had caused such a great psychological trauma to Ziling. As if feeling that Ziling's face was a little wrong, Fei Chengsu put away her joking words and said seriously, "Stop joking. I came to you for two things. When it comes to business," Chen Daoxuan put on an attitude of listening attentively. "The first thing is, of course, to visit your Chen family's Guanhei Fairy City at the invitation of fellow Daoist Chen." Fei Chengsu paused. "The second thing, fellow Daoist, have you heard of the Demon Court?" "Demon Court?" Chen Daoxuan frowned. "It is rumored that a group of Cheyen's unlevel world demons in the true demon realm want to form a demon court to unify the forces of various demon countries, but this matter is too involved, and there is no progress at all. What's the matter?" Fellow Daoist is very knowledgeable. Fei Chengsu nodded. "The demon court is not a big threat to my Fengyuan realm. Although a group of Cheyen's and world demons are powerful, it is undoubtedly a pipe dream to want to unify all the demon countries in the true demon realm. Originally, the status of this demon court in the true demon realm was at most the same as the top cultivation forces in my Fengyuan realm, or even inferior, but now it is different. Just a few days ago, I got a reliable news from the two realms abyss that the demon court is already supported by the true immortal level world demons." "What?" Chen Daoxuan's face suddenly changed when he heard this. True immortal level world demon. The closest time he had ever been to a true immortal realm monster in his life was when he entered the true demon origin realm left behind by a true immortal realm monster. Apart from that, he had only seen a few words about this existence in various classics. Now, Fei Chengsu actually told him that the true demon realm was about to change. This immediately gave Chen Daoxuan a sense of urgency. The reason why the Fengyuan realm could confront the true demon realm for so long was that the true immortal realm monsters in the true demon realm had never participated in the war. If the true immortal realm monster personally came to the battlefield, the balance between the Fengyuan realm and the true demon realm would be broken in an instant. Don't worry, my Fengyuan realm was able to confront the true demon realm for so long, not without support. Besides, if the true demon realm wants to fully attack my Fengyuan realm, it has to integrate all their forces. In this regard, they can't compare to us. Chen Daoxuan didn't feel much relieved after hearing this comfort. Although it takes time to unify a world, if the true immortal realm monster personally comes to the battlefield, this time will be infinitely shortened. Because Chen Daoxuan knew that the gap between ordinary heavenly lords who had passed the tribulation and the great immortals was too big. The only thing that was fortunate was that the territory of the true demon realm was too large, and there were too many forces in the demon kingdom. Moreover, the relationship between the various forces was intertwined. Even with the strength of the true immortal level demons, it was impossible to unify them without a bloodbath. Moreover, the demon court was only supported by the true immortal level demons for the time being, which did not mean that all the true immortal level demons supported it. The gap between the two was a world of difference. If it was the latter, the true demon realm would be unified at a very fast speed. If it was the former, the true demon realm would usher in an unprecedented civil war before attacking the Phoenix meteoric realm. And this civil war would be the last chance for the cultivators of the Phoenix meteoric realm. Seeing that Chen Daoxuan didn't speak, Fei Chengsu thought that Chen Daoxuan was frightened by the news she brought, so she comforted him. Of course, although this matter is of great importance, it has little to do with us for the time being. After all, there are still the Chens in the two worlds. The only thing we need to do now is to stop all internal fighting. Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan immediately reacted. The master means that we will not fight the war with Zhu and King Daomeng? No, Fei Chengsu nodded. This is the highest order of Cheyenne City. Cheyenne City, all the top forces in the two worlds, have united to build a giant fairy city. It is rumored that around this fairy city, there are worlds opened up by Cheyenne. These Cheyenne worlds and the Cheyenne city in the center are the ultimate power of Feng'an realm against the true demon realm, and they are also the only power. As for the major sects and families in Xianyantao, compared with the major ancient top forces in Cheyenne City, they are too weak and even not worth mentioning. For hundreds of thousands of years, in addition to silently guarding the abyss between the two worlds, Cheyenne City has hardly issued any orders to the sects and family forces in Feng'an realm. But this time, Cheyenne City has conveyed the highest order to all the cultivation forces in Feng'an realm for the first time. Obviously, the changes in the demon court of the true demon realm have made these top forces in Feng'an realm feel an unprecedented threat. Their opinions have also been unprecedentedly unified. That is to stop the internal fighting and prepare to fight the enemy. After all, although the top forces of Cheyenne City did not directly intervene in the power struggles in Feng'an realm before, they have also fought proxy wars with each other. But under the threat of the demon court of the true demon realm, their private small fights must be stopped. I have a question. Fei Chengsu nodded. You say, the passage between Awang Sea and the true demon realm, so this is what you are worried about. Fei Chengsu smiled. In your eyes, what are the Feng'an realm and the true demon realm like? This Chen Daoxuan didn't know how to describe it. After a long time, he finally found a more appropriate word. These two worlds are like two bubbles. That's right. Fei Chengsu nodded. The Feng'an realm and the true demon realm are like two bubbles, one big and one small. Now, the big bubble wants to devour and fuse the small bubble, forming the two realm abyss where the two bubbles have the largest contact surface. But in this process, countless small passages will appear in various places in the true demon realm and the Feng'an realm. The passage in my Wangxinghe is not the only one in this world. Fei Chengsu said dimly. If the situation continues, whether it is the true demon realm passage in our Wangxinghe or the true demon realm passage in other realms, it will eventually become a place like the two realm abyss. If that time comes, my Feng'an realm may no longer exist. Chapter 395. Shocked Fei Chengsu. After saying this, the atmosphere on the scene was a little heavy. Of course, even if the true demon realm really devours the Phoenix falling realm, it will be tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years later. By then, let alone us, even the current heavenly lord of tribulation may not be alive in the world. After all, the immortal path is cut off. At this point, Fei Chengsu's tone sank again. Let's not talk about this. She raised her head, put her hands behind her back and said playfully, last time you came to me, didn't you say you would take me to visit your Chen family's Guanhe fairy city? Chen Daoxuan was a little uncomfortable with Fei Chengsu's playful appearance and bowed his hands and said, Master, please. As he said that, he turned his head to look at Ziling on the side. Fairy Ziling, please wait here for a while. Ziling nodded, bowed and said, I know, Master and Master Fei, please do as you please. Yes. Chen Daoxuan nodded, and then he took Fei Chengsu and flew towards the industrial area of Guanhe Fairy City. Guanhe Xiancheng is an industrial fairy city built by the Chen family with the efforts of the whole family. After so many years of continuous development, its scale has expanded by at least 10 times compared with the beginning of the city. The most obvious feature is that Guanhe Xiancheng has unprecedentedly abolished the city wall. You know, most fairy cities will have such a thing as a city wall. First, the city wall can provide a good protection for the fairy city with the defense array. Second, this city wall is the boundary between the immortals and the mortals, which separates the immortals and the mortals very well. This city wall protects more than the cultivators, but the mortals. However, Guanhei Xiancheng on Redwood Island has completely broken this pattern. Because Guanhei Xiancheng is a city where immortals and mortals coexist, the population of the entire Guanhei Xiancheng, including mortals, has reached tens of millions. Even if only the cultivators are counted, there are millions of people. Although it cannot be compared with Yuanshan Xiancheng, it is already the largest fairy city in Kangshao. Stop here for a while. Fei Chengsu suddenly spoke when they were halfway through the flight. Chen Daoxuan probably knew what the other party was thinking, and nodded and said, okay. The two of them lowered their escape lights, and landed on the broad road in the bustling city. The majestic architecture of Guanhei Xiancheng did not attract Fei Chengsu's attention. After all, for her, the leader of Carnean Sword Sect, she had seen the extremely majestic Xianzhen city, not to mention the buildings in a small Guanhei Xiancheng. What really surprised Fei Chengsu was that the fairy city in front of her was actually a city where immortals and mortals lived together. This really surprised her. You know, in the cultivation world, cultivators generally look down on mortals. Because in the eyes of cultivators, mortals are not only weak, but their lives are like morning dew, fleeting. Such an existence makes many cultivators feel that they do not agree that mortals are the same as them. The difference between immortals and mortals is the best interpretation of the attitude of cultivators towards mortals. But in Guanhei Xiancheng, Fei Chengsu saw a completely different scene. The immortals and mortals in this city actually live together in harmony. This kind of thing, Fei Chengsu had experienced so much, it was really the first time she heard of it. Perhaps in the eyes of ordinary cultivators, this kind of thing is nothing to be surprised about, but in the eyes of Fei Chengsu, the ruler of Wangxinghai, the significance of this matter is simply too great. Killing one person is easy, but changing the deep-rooted ideas of all people is too difficult. Even if Feng'an Realm now has another Mahei and a true immortal, it is impossible to change the traditional ideas of all cultivators. This is simply a fairy tale, but in Guanhei Fairy City, she saw this fairy tale scene. How did you do it? Fei Chengsu asked without thinking. Chen Daoxuan knew what she was going to ask. If you want mortals and cultivators to live in harmony, the biggest difficulty is to make cultivators recognize the value of mortals. The value of mortals. Fei Chengsu frowned. Do mortals have value? For cultivators, the only value of mortals is not to provide immortal seedlings for the cultivator group. Monks do not need to eat the food grown by mortals. In many cases, they have to protect these weak mortals. Therefore, in the eyes of monks, mortals seem so dispensable. Without value, there is naturally no sense of existence. For such a worthless and weak existence, monks can bully and ravage it whenever they want. Fei Chengsu notes that the value Chen Daoxuan mentioned is by no means a simple matter. She is now completely interested in this fairy city. In order to give the scattered cultivators and mortals in Wangxinghai a living space, Fei Chengsu did not hesitate to turn against the elders of the sect. Sometimes, Fei Chengsu also doubted whether her persistence was right or wrong. But she knew that if she blindly exploited the lower class, and the lower class had no power to resist, the final outcome would be the extinction of the lower class. And if the lower class dies, how can the interests of the ruling class be guaranteed? Fei Chengsu knew from the beginning to the end that to safeguard the interests of the vast majority of the lower class groups in Wangxinghai is to safeguard the interests of the ruling class of Carnean Sword Sect. However, Yu Yan could not see this. Or rather, he could not see that far. Yu Yan could only see that Fei Chengsu was cutting the meat of Carnean Sword Sect to feed the bottom of Wangxinghai. The bottom here refers not only to the scattered cultivators, but also to the more numerous mortals. During the period when Fei Chengsu was the leader of the sect, she had clearly established a decree, strictly prohibiting cultivators from wantonly slaughtering mortals, and those who violated the order would be punished. It was precisely because Carnean Sword Sect set the tone that the interior of Wangxinghai was so stable. When Chen Daoxuan was weak, he rarely encountered murder and treasure stealing, all because of the decree of Carnean Sword Sect. This is also the most fundamental reason why Chen Daoxuan did not unite with other immortal families to rebel, but chose to form an alliance with Cunning Sword Sect when the Chen family is now powerful. Compared with the immortal families in Wangxinghe, Cunning Sword Sect or Fei Chengsu is more worthy of his trust. Sometimes, the human heart is worthless, but sometimes, it is worth 1,000 gold. In the face of Fei Chengsu's doubts, Chen Daoxuan smiled and said nothing, because what she saw next would completely subvert her cognition. Soon, the industrial zone of Guanhei Xianqing has arrived. After decades of development, the industrial zones of Guanhei Xianqing have expanded to 13, with 4 more added than the 9 industrial zones at that time. Most of these newly added industrial zones are factories that produce various magic tools, talismans, and elixirs. Don't think that there are only 3 major categories of magic tools, talismans, and elixirs. But if each major category is subdivided, I don't know how many small categories can be subdivided. Take magic tools as an example. Among all the magic tools, there are 21 in total, from the 1st grade low grade to the 7th grade high grade. According to the function, they can be divided into several types, and each magic tool has countless styles of magic tools. For example, the 1st grade medium grade offensive magic tools have sword type magic tools such as the red shadow sword and the golden light sword, and there are various other styles of non-sword magic tools. With so many magic tools, each one can build an independent factory to produce it. For example, the Chen family's earliest factory that produced the red shadow sword. As for talismans and elixirs, it is the same. There are many types, and naturally there are many factories that produce them. The factories in the 13 industrial zones of Guanhei Xianqing were all selected by the Chen family through feedback from market sales. The products produced in these factories are not only highly competitive, but also extremely popular. This is why the Chen family has accumulated a terrifying wealth that countless Yuanying families cannot match in thousands or even tens of thousands of years in just a few decades. Master, please. In front of Chen Daoxuan, the array light curtain was opened by him with a token, and then he made a gesture of invitation to Fei Chengsu. Fei Chengsu nodded. The protection here is much more severe than outside. Not only is there a set of 6th level defense formation, but there are also many Purple Mansion monks guarding it. Purple Mansion monks are nothing in Fei Chengsu's eyes. After all, their cultivation is too low. But the 6th level defense formation is different. In theory, the Cunning Sword Sect's protection formation is only 6th level, the same grade as the defense formation in front of him. The only difference between the two is that the Cunning Sword Sect's protection formation has a wider range. There is no other way. There are too many eyes peeping at this place. I can't keep an eye on it all the time. I have no choice but to improve its defense. After hearing this explanation, Fei Chengsu nodded in understanding. If this place is not really so important, I believe that with Chen Daoxuan's temperament, he would not be so careful in defense. Thinking of this, Fei Chengsu can't help but look forward to what she will see next. Soon, the two came to the first factory. They visited the Red Shadow Flying Sword Factory. The Red Shadow Flying Sword Factory should be the oldest magic weapon factory of the Chen family. When the Chen family was weak, it was precisely relying on the profits of this flying sword factory that it grew little by little to this day. At the beginning, Chen Daoxuan also named the sales shop of the Red Shadow Flying Sword Factory a Rainbow Sound Flying Sword. Thinking of the hardships in the early days of starting a business, Chen Daoxuan couldn't help but have a hint of aftertaste in his eyes. This is entering the factory. Fei Chengsu was completely stunned when she saw the situation in each production workshop. What did she see? Mortals. Groups of mortals were actually cooperating with monks to refine magic weapons. At this moment, Fei Chengsu couldn't believe her eyes. No wonder Chen Daoxuan could let the mortals and monks in Guanhei Xianqing live together. This is not living together, they are working side by side. In the factory, mortals and monks have been together for a long time and have become familiar with each other. Fei Chengsu didn't see the restraint of mortals when they saw monks on weekdays. Not only that, she even saw a new weapon refiner being scolded by a mortal master. That's right, it's unheard of for a mortal to scold a monk. What's even stranger is that the key refining cultivator who was scolded by the mortal not only didn't get angry, but looked like he had done something wrong, with a face full of shame. It's no wonder he was ashamed, because just now, he refined a furnace of spiritual or raw materials. This fledgling weapon refiner is also an apprentice weapon refiner who just graduated from the weapon refiner training school in Guanhai Xiancheng. In the major industrial areas of Guanhai Xiancheng, these newly graduated interns are everywhere, and there is nothing to be surprised about. At the beginning, these mortal furnace operators were a little afraid of the identity of the other party's cultivators. But in the end, they found that these new interns, in addition to being stronger than them, were far inferior to the old refiners in the factory in terms of skills. They often refined the raw materials that they had worked hard to refine with the wrangling furnace, which made these furnace operators angry. As a result, there was a scene where the mortal furnace operator scolded the apprentice refiner. When the other refiners in the factory saw this scene, they not only did not stop them, but also looked at them with a smile and pointed from time to time, making the apprentice refiner who had refined the magic weapon waste wish he could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. How is this possible? Fei Chengsu was stunned at this moment. Chen Daoxuan and the others had just entered the factory for a long time, and the factory director in charge of production came late. Patriarch? Seeing Chen Daoxuan, this Chen family member, who was of an unknown generation, was stunned at first, and then his voice became distorted with excitement. Fortunately, Chen Daoxuan had set up a soundproof barrier before the other party shouted. This prevented his voice from spreading. Keep your voice down. I'm just here to take a look. You don't have to worry about me. Just do what you need to do. Although Chen Daoxuan said so, this Chen family member didn't dare to take it seriously. During the following visit, Chen Daoxuan and Fei Chengsu could clearly feel that the other party was uncomfortable, so they simply took a tour and ended it hastily, walking out of the factory. The shock on Fei Chengsu's face still did not subside. After a long while, she slowly said, this factory not only uses mortals and monks to produce together, but also the efficiency is dozens of times that of ordinary weapon refiners. In this way, which weapon refiner in the world can compete with your Chen family in the field of magic weapons? Fei Chengsu looked at Chen Daoxuan with a complicated expression. As the ruler of Wangxinghai, she knew the significance of this magic weapon factory better than anyone else. Unlike the top powerhouse that appeared in the Chen family, the factory that the two of them had just visited could be copied, which was the most terrifying thing. Although the Chen family had Chen Daoxuan in charge and their position was extremely stable, these factories were the key to the rise of the Chen family. If Fei Chengsu could not see this clearly, she would not be worthy of being the leader of the Cunning sword sect. Next, Chen Daoxuan took Fei Chengsu to visit the various factories of the Chen family one by one. The magic weapon factory, the talisman factory, and the elixir factory. Especially the talisman factory, when Fei Chengsu saw that the talismans did not need to be made by cultivators, but only relied on mortals and a machine to produce the talismans, the shock on her face was indescribable. At the end of the visit, the expression on Fei Chengsu's face was completely numb. In less than half a day, her worldview was completely overturned by Chen Daoxuan. Fei Chengsu had a hunch that, even if the Chen family did not have Chen Daoxuan, they would rise sooner or later relying on these technologies alone. Because cultivators still have to rely on resources to practice, and with these technologies, the Chen family has no shortage of resources. Isn't it a matter of time for a force with a sufficient population, and no shortage of resources to grow and develop? Leaving the Guanhai Fairy City industrial zone, the two strolled along a commercial street. Looking at the crowds of people coming and going, Fei Chengsu slowly said, you revealed such an important secret of the Chen family to me, which is enough to prove your sincerity in forming an alliance with my Cunning sword sect. Fei Chengsu paused and raised her head. So, what do you want me to do for you? Chapter 396. Get married and have children? What to do? Chen Daoxuan was slightly stunned, shook his head and said, Master, you are too polite, but I do have a few suggestions that I would like to discuss with you. Hearing this, Fei Chengsu made an expression of listening attentively. Being looked at by the once high and mighty ruler of Wangxinghai with this look, Chen Daoxuan couldn't help but feel a little strange, but soon, this strange emotion was suppressed by him. He said seriously, "Master, you must have seen the production of magic tools, elixirs, and talismans in Guanhei Xiancheng. Although industrialized production has caused a surge in the output of magic tools, it also has a disadvantage, that is, it is difficult to digest these products. For example, the talismans produced by my Chen family now occupy more than 90% of the market in Kangshao, Yuanshan Xiancheng and Zenan Xiancheng, but these markets only consume less than 1/10 of the production capacity of my Guanhei Xiancheng." Hearing this, Fei Chengsu suddenly changed color. Although she had just visited the various talisman factories in the industrial zone, it was the first time she heard the total production and sales data from Chen Daoxuan. Horrible. It's really too horrible. This small Guanhei fairy city, in terms of the ability to produce spiritual talismans, has far surpassed the Yuan sword sect, not to mention the other Yuanying families in Wangxinghei. Chen Daoxuan's cultivation was able to improve to such a level in just a few decades, which is probably inseparable from the Chen family's resource supply. As if Chen Daoxuan didn't see Fei Chengsu's expression, he continued, "That is to say, if Guanhei Xiancheng devotes all its efforts to producing talismans, I'm afraid that the talisman market in the entire Wangxinghei will not be able to consume the production capacity of Guanhei Xiancheng. So, your idea is?" "My idea is very simple, to open up a new market." Fei Chengsu shook her head. "Have you forgotten what I just told you about the order from Shenzhen City?" Chen Daoxuan smiled. "Of course I didn't forget, but the market I was talking about is not the Feng'an realm." "Not the Feng'an realm?" Fei Chengsu frowned, and suddenly, she looked up abruptly. "You mean the true demon realm?" "Yes." Chen Daoxuan nodded. "Compared to the Feng'an realm, the market of the true demon realm can be regarded as incomparably vast." "No, absolutely not." Fei Chengsu kept shaking her head. "The same level world monsters in the true demon realm are generally stronger than the cultivators in my Feng'an realm. If they get magic tools and talismans, their strength is bound to rise again. By then, wouldn't we become traitors who aid the enemy in the Feng'an realm?" "What the sect master said is wrong." Chen Daoxuan shook his head. "In the sect master's opinion, what should we do if the demon court unifies the true demon realm?" Fei Chengsu didn't know what Chen Daoxuan meant by this, but still followed his answer and said, "If the demon court unifies the true demon realm, it will inevitably invade my Feng'an realm on a full-scale basis. By then, my Feng'an realm will be devastated." "Yes, my opinion is the same as the sect master. We don't have any great immortals in the Feng'an realm, and we are far behind the true demon realm in terms of top-level powerhouses. If the true demon realm completes its unification, it will definitely use full-scale military force against my Feng'an realm. Therefore, what we have to do now is to delay the process of unification of the true demon realm." Fei Chengsu was suddenly shocked. When she heard this, a hint of joy appeared on her pretty face, and she said, "You mean selling magic tools and talismans to those forces that are hostile to the demon court? Is this method really feasible?" Fei Chengsu murmured. "It's definitely feasible. The rulers of the major demon countries in the true demon realm are used to being free and easy. Who would want to have another force controlling them?" Hearing this, Fei Chengsu nodded in agreement. "It's like Yuan sword sect, as a second-rate sect, is unwilling to become a vassal of the first-rate sect in Xian'an. If Yuan sword sect was really willing to offer the Yuhang bell, the immortal weapon, and become a vassal of the first-rate sect in Xian'an, it might not have retreated to the Wangxing Sea. But even at the most critical moment of Yuan sword sect, they did not compromise with any first-rate sect. Speaking of which, Yuan sword sect is still very stubborn. Although they respect the strong, they will never surrender to other forces easily. Because once they surrender to other forces, in addition to the loss of sovereignty, it also means that Yuan sword sect will hand over most of its resources. Instead of doing this, they might as well retreat to the Wangxing Sea in the hope of making a comeback in the future. Facts have proved that Yuan sword sect's original choice was not wrong. If not, Yuan sword sect would never have developed to its current peak. Now, as long as either Fei Chengsu or Qinzhen breaks through to the Yuanshan stage, Carnelian Sword Sect will instantly be listed among the top sects in Fengai realm. Only when it becomes a top force, many things in Fengai realm will really invite Carnelian Sword Sect to participate. Otherwise, as it is now, Chyanzan City treats Carnelian Sword Sect even less than the various families and sects of Carnelian Sword Sect. How can it be regarded as half important? Even Chyanzan City does not care about the hatred between the various forces in Fengai realm. There is only one order, that is, no more internal fighting is allowed. No one dares to disobey this order, because it represents the will of all the top forces in Fengai realm. If Carnelian Sword Sect can become a first-class force, they will have the qualification to go to Chyanzan City and participate in the resolution. Don't underestimate this qualification. To a certain extent, it represents the right to speak. In Fengai realm, only the strong have the right to speak. Being able to have a seat in the highest authority of the Fengai realm is a symbol of power and status. Chen Daoxuan continued. In addition, there is another benefit to opening up the market of the true demon realm, using the terrifying productivity of industrial production to plunder resources. He paused. Whether it is the Fengai realm or the true demon realm, these two worlds seem to be boundless, but in fact, their resources are limited. Hearing this, Fei Chengsu thought of what she talked about with Chen Daoxuan before Kainiu and Jianzong left. She asked Chen Daoxuan how to solve the resource problem at that time. Now, Chen Daoxuan finally answered her. Therefore, as cultivators of the Fengai realm, we must find ways to plunder the resources of the true demon realm, which can not only weaken the strength of the true demon realm, but also strengthen ourselves. To be honest, since knowing the threat of the boundary demon, Chen Daoxuan has looked down on the fighting and killing within the Fengai realm. Compared with the internal fighting of cultivators, it is not as exciting as expanding territory. Moreover, the cultivation resources of the true demon realm are much richer than those of the Fengai realm. The reason is that the cultivation resources required by the monsters in the true monster realm are somewhat different from those of the monks. The cultivation system of the monsters is more about strengthening the source world in the body, and strengthening the source world requires a kind of spiritual power, and spirituality usually only exists in the body of living beings. Therefore, the true monster realm is simply a brand new world that has not been mined for the monks in the Phoenix meteorite realm. Its rich resources can be imagined. This is also the reason why Chen Daoxuan covets the true monster realm. Unlike the Phoenix meteorite realm, although it is boundless, the number of monks is also countless. Almost every spiritual vein and every spiritual mine is occupied by monks. If you want to master resources, you can only fight each other. In Chen Daoxuan's view, it is better to fight in the true monster realm than to fight in the Phoenix meteorite realm. Anyway, you will die in the end, so why not fight before you die? Maybe the monk will win. At that time, you can change the cage and change the bird. Even if the true monster realm swallows the Phoenix meteorite realm, what does it matter? For the monks, it is just a change to a larger main world to survive. However, the cultivators nowadays have lost the sharpness of the ancient times. It is okay to ask them to fight among themselves, but when they are asked to fight with the monsters in the two worlds, they are more cowardly than the other. This is also the reason why Jiang Chengai looks down on the cultivators of the Fengai realm sect. After listening to Chen Daoxuan's narration, Fei Chengsu was speechless for a long time. Today, the stimulation she received was really a bit big. Not only did she see what industrialized production is in the Chen family, but she also understood Chen Daoxuan's ambition for the first time. When others were still staring at the Fengai realm, Chen Daoxuan's eyes had long been on the true monster realm. No wonder he showed no intention of competing with Carnian Sword Sect for the dominance of the Wangxing Sea from the beginning. It turned out that his goal has always been the true monster realm. For the cultivators outside, the monsters that they feared like tigers were objects that could be controlled and exploited in the eyes of this man. At this moment, Fei Chengsu understood for the first time why the children of the Chen family were always so enthusiastic when they saw Chen Daoxuan. This kind of enthusiasm, even as the leader of Carnian Sword Sect, Fei Chengsu had never felt it in the disciples of the sect. This enthusiasm represents Chen Daoxuan's unparalleled prestige in the Chen family. A cultivator may be able to make other cultivators who are not as strong as him feel, or by virtue of his strength, but it is impossible to make others fanatical about him. Being able to do this proves that Chen Daoxuan has conquered everyone from the bottom of his heart. In fact, after Fei Chengsu regained Chuan country, her prestige in the sect was already very high, but it was still not as high as Chen Daoxuan's prestige in the Chen family. I basically understand your idea. Do you mean to support a force in the true demon realm, to fight against the demon court? Chen Daoxuan shook his head. Not to support a force, to fight against the demon court. We don't have such strong ability for the time being. What I mean is to support a force and join the forces against the demon court and gradually occupy a high position in the alliance forces against the demon court. The most ideal result is to finally incorporate this alliance force against the demon court. Fei Chengsu looked at him hesitantly. After a long while, she opened her red lips and said, "Your ambition is really big." Chen Daoxuan smiled indifferently. "This goal is indeed very grand. With the strength of my Chen family alone, it is simply beyond our ability to implement it perfectly. Therefore, I hope to get help from Cunning Sword Sect." Chen Daoxuan stared at Fei Chengsu. Fei Chengsu looked at him without avoiding. "If I agree to you, it means that the future and fate of Cunning Sword Sect will be all on you. This bet is too big." After a long while, Fei Chengsu shook her head. Seeing Fei Chengsu like this, Chen Daoxuan's heart tightened. She refused. But then, Fei Chengsu changed the subject. "This price is too high. I must get your guarantee." "Guarantee?" Chen Daoxuan frowned. "I don't know what guarantee the sect master wants from me. You must promise that no matter whether this plan succeeds or fails, you will not betray my Cunning Sword Sect, let alone cross the river and burn the bridge." Fei Chengsu was afraid after all. Even Chens and City was nervous about the power of the demon court, and Chen Daoxuan dared to plot against it. This was simply outrageous. If the matter was exposed, Fei Chengsu was almost certain that the demon court would definitely send a Chens unlevel world demon to flatten the Wangxing Sea. Even if Chen Daoxuan, Qinzhen and the three of them broke through to the Yuanshan stage, it would probably be difficult to resist the Chens unlevel strongmen. By then, if Chen Daoxuan betrayed the Cunning Sword Sect, they would really be in danger of being wiped out. In the final analysis, the Chen family, whether in terms of population or sphere of influence, is nothing compared to the Cunning Sword Sect. With Chen Daoxuan's strength, he can completely run away with the elite of the Chen family. But how can her Cunning Sword Sect run away? There is no way to run away. If the foundation of Wangxing He is abandoned again, can the Cunning Sword Sect rise again? Fei Chengsu is not sure. Therefore, Fei Chengsu, who has always been courageous, actually asked Chen Daoxuan for a guarantee. "Yes, I can swear the oath of the great Dao to the sect master at any time," Chen Daoxuan said seriously. He knew very well that this matter was of great importance. Whether it was his Chen family or the Cunning Sword Sect, it could be said that they were risking being hunted down by the entire true demon realm. It was understandable that Fei Chengsu asked him for a guarantee. Who knew that Fei Chengsu shook her head? "For this matter, I don't believe in the oath of the great Dao. I want to marry you and have children with you." Huh. Chen Daoxuan seemed to think that he had heard it wrong and looked at her in shock. As a result, he found that Fei Chengsu's face was very calm. It was as if the words of marriage and childbirth did not come from her mouth. This time, Chen Daoxuan's face was a little bit uncomfortable, and he said stiffly, "Report to the sect master, I'm already married." "I know, the Princess Eluoli of the mermaid tribe, right?" Fei Chengsu nodded. "The mermaid tribe is also considered a branch of my ancient human tribe. I agree to her as a concubine." Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan knew that Fei Chengsu was not joking at all, and the other party was serious. Chen Daoxuan's face also became serious. "I have to think about the marriage. Marriage is a big matter, and it is indeed necessary to think carefully. I will stay with you for a few days. I won't disturb you, right?" Fei Chengsu saw Chen Daoxuan's serious look and couldn't help but tease him. "Of course I won't disturb you. That's good." As she said that, Fei Chengsu disappeared in front of Chen Daoxuan in a flash. Looking at Fei Chengsu's figure going away, Chen Daoxuan's heart couldn't help but be excited. To be honest, Fei Chengsu is the most elegant woman he has ever seen. As the leader of Carnean Sword Sect, Fei Chengsu not only has excellent temperament and appearance, but also has amazing talent for cultivation. In addition, in the past 400 years, she has almost single-handedly disintegrated Yi Yin's power, and has the final say in Carnean Sword Sect. It can be seen that her skills are also extraordinary. From this point of view, Chen Daoxuan is not at a loss to marry Fei Chengsu. In fact, Chen Daoxuan himself has a very good impression of Fei Chengsu. His only concern is that he is afraid that this move will hurt Aluoli's heart. The moment Fei Chengsu turned around and left, her pretty face could no longer hold back and turned completely red with shame. Although she has been in charge of a sect for hundreds of years, after all, she is still an inexperienced woman. It is really embarrassing to say so nakedly in front of a man that she wants to marry him and have children. Chapter 397 Aoki Steel. Chuanghu Island. In the fairy mansion where Chen Daoxuan lived, a beam of light slowly descended. In the quiet room, Chen Daoxuan, who was practicing body refining, stopped practicing and disappeared in a flash. Meet the clan leader. Seeing Chen Daoxuan, the dusty Chen Fuxian immediately bowed and saluted. No need to be polite. Seeing the genius of the Chen family, Chen Daoxuan didn't care about being polite and asked eagerly, "How is the material search going?" Hearing this, Chen Fuxian looked a little embarrassed and he shook his head. Report to the clan leader. I use the power of the family to search in Wangxingxi and Chuan country, but for more than a year, I still found nothing. Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan's face was a little ugly, but he didn't think this matter was so strange. Although the main material of King Muding's refining, King Mu Steel, is a 4th level spiritual law, the grade is not too high. But first of all, the reserves of King Mu Steel, whether in Wangxingxi or Xianan continent, are not much. Secondly, as an ancient immortal clan, the Jiang family is one of the top forces in the Fengai world. They have obtained the method of refining King Muding for hundreds of thousands of years. Over the years, they have dug deep into the ground and dug up all the King Mu Steel in the Fengai world. How could there be any King Mu Steel left for Chen Daoxuan? No wonder Jiang Chengai was not worried that Chen Daoxuan would crack the method of refining King Muding. Because the other party knew that, even if Chen Daoxuan really mastered the method of refining King Muding, he could not refine it without the materials. In the Fengai world, King Mu Steel has long been monopolized by the Jiang family. You are worthy of being the top force in the Fengai world, Chen Daoxuan said with a sullen face. At this moment, he really got a glimpse of the top forces in the Fengai world. The other party was able to monopolize a material in the entire world, so that the Chen family could not find the materials to refine even one King Muding, even after digging deep into the ground. Chen Daolian had already collected other auxiliary materials for refining King Muding. Most of these auxiliary spiritual mineral materials were only of the 3rd or even 2nd level. Only the main material of refining the King Muding, King Mu Steel, is a 4th level material and the most precious. Chen Fuxian was ordered to search everywhere, but found nothing. This result really disappointed Chen Daoxuan. Thinking of this, he became more determined to explore the true demon realm. Compared with the Fengaian realm, a world that has been developed by major cultivation forces for countless years, the true demon realm is equivalent to an undeveloped virgin land. There must be countless resources and treasures waiting for the Chen family, as long as his Chen family has the ability to mine and obtain them. Chen Daoxuan glanced at the dusty Chen Fuxian in front of him, patted his shoulder, and comforted him. Since you haven't found it, let's put it aside for the time being. He paused. I see that you have been practicing quite hard recently. Have you reached the threshold of the late Purple Mansion? Report to the clan leader. Fuxian's cultivation has reached the 5th level of the Purple Mansion and is about to break through the 6th level. Not bad. Chen Daoxuan nodded, with a very gratified expression on his face. Chen Fuxian is different from those cultivators of the Chen family who use the essence of vitality to advance their cultivation. At the beginning, Chen Fuxian used only the essence of vitality in the true immortal origin realm to advance his cultivation to the early stage of the Purple Mansion. He did not continue to use the essence of vitality, but chose to cultivate the realm of the Great Dao. After so many years, although his cultivation has only reached the peak of the middle stage of the Purple Mansion, his realm of the Great Dao has reached the peak of the realm of sword-minded transformation of stars, and he has almost stepped into the realm of the Dao domain. It is enough to compete with Chen Daoxuan at the beginning. Of course, in this process, the cultivation of the Chen family and Chen Daoxuan played a major role, but it was also inseparable from Chen Fusheng's own efforts. In the new issue of the Purple Mansion Xianjiao list, Chen Fusheng became the top of the Purple Mansion Xianjiao list with an absolute advantage. The Chen family has topped the Purple Mansion Xianjiao list for 2 consecutive generations, which is also a good story in the Wangxinghe. In the eyes of the outside world, this is a manifestation of the prosperity of the Chen family. The Chen family not only has a top powerhouse like Chen Daoxuan who suppresses the family's fortune, but also a rising star like Chen Fusheng, which means that the Chen family has a continuous inheritance and is full of talents. As long as they are not stupid, no Immortal Cultivation family dares to offend such a new force. Chen Daolian collected auxiliary materials for refining the King Muding. Many of them were not available in the Chen family's sphere of influence, but she could easily collect all the auxiliary materials. Among them, the influence of the Chen family played a key role. If the Chen family was unknown in Wangxinghe, it would not be easy to collect these auxiliary materials. Even if the Chen family could collect them, after going through untold hardships, they would definitely pay a lot more. The ability to look at people and serve them is the unique skill of the various Immortal Cultivation families in Wangxinghe. For example, the Zhao family of Guanghan Prefecture at the beginning. Although the grade of the water spirit beads they produced was not high, outsiders could not buy them without background. Chen Daoxuan looked at Chen Fusheng, changed the subject, and reminded him, however, while improving your key refining cultivation, don't forget to improve your body refining cultivation. Hearing this, Chen Fusheng smiled and bowed his hands and said, "Don't worry, Patriarch, Fusheng will save it." Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan nodded with relief. Chen Fusheng has always been quite calm in his cultivation, so he was very relieved. Next, Chen Daoxuan gave Chen Fusheng some pointers on some of the doubts he encountered during his cultivation, and then waved his hand to let him leave. Looking at Chen Fusheng's escaping light, Chen Daoxuan fell into deep thought. It seems that it is basically impossible to collect King Mu steel in Feng'an realm. His Chen family is not qualified to compete with the Jiang family of Liangjian for the time being. Thinking of this, the space fluctuated gently like ripples on the water, and then Chen Daoxuan's figure disappeared. Redwood Island. In a huge spiritual mansion. In the pavilion, a woman in white fairy gauze was sitting on a stone bench. Opposite her was a young woman in a lavender palace skirt. These two fairies both have amazing beauty. The difference is that the woman in white fairy clothes has a graceful and calm temperament. The woman in the purple palace skirt looks restrained and timid. These two people are Fei Chengsu and Ziling from Izumo country. Fei Chengsu looked at Ziling quietly and said slowly, "Miss Ziling, what are your plans for the future?" Ziling was startled. She lowered her head and said timidly, "Master, I don't know." Fei Chengsu nodded. "You have the body of 9 Yin Zuanka, which is fatally attractive to all male cultivators in the world, so you have to find a big tree to rely on, or you yourself become a big tree. I wonder which kind of life Miss Ziling wants to choose." Hearing this, Ziling raised her head suddenly and said firmly, "Master, I choose the second one." After that, Ziling immediately knelt down to Fei Chengsu, buried her head deeply in the ground, and said, "I beg the master to take me in." Fei Chengsu waved her sleeves lightly, and Ziling stood up involuntarily. Looking at the beautiful woman in front of her whose depth was unclear, Ziling became nervous again. She knew that her behavior just now was very rash. As a female cultivator from Chuan country, she actually wanted to become a disciple of the master of Kaniuan sword sect. It was simply laughable to tell others about it. Although she possessed a very rare spiritual body, the 9 Yin mysterious body. But in the cultivation world, there were many cultivators with spiritual bodies. For example, Yang Gangwen from Guanghan Prefecture also possessed a water spiritual body, but Kaniuan sword sect did not accept her into its sect. In the final analysis, no matter how rare a spiritual body is, as long as the population of mortals under its jurisdiction is large enough, it can be found. As the ruler of Wangxinghe, Guan Sword sect must first consider the disciples' loyalty to the sect when accepting disciples. Since Fei Chengsu came to power, Guan Sword sect has been tightening its restrictions on disciples like Yang Gangwen, who came from a family of cultivators and rarely recruited them. Not to mention Ziling, a woman who already had the cultivation of the Purple Mansion and was born in Chuan country. Just when Ziling felt desperate, Fei Chengsu's voice came into her ears again. Have you made up your mind to take me as your master? Fei Chengsu's words sounded like heavenly music to Ziling's ears. She nodded her head repeatedly and said, I have made up my mind. Please accept me as your master. Then she knelt down again. This time, Fei Chengsu did not stop her. Ziling kowtowed 3 times respectfully to Fei Chengsu. Since you are willing to take me as your master, I will accept you as my registered disciple today. Fei Chengsu paused. I will personally hold a disciple taking ceremony for you in the sect another day. As the master of Guan Sword sect, it is not a trivial matter for Fei Chengsu to accept even a registered disciple. It was also thanks to Fei Chengsu's complete elimination of Yi Yin's faction and the recovery of the territory of Chuan that her power and prestige in Guan Sword sect reached the peak of all the masters of the past. Otherwise, she would have been impeached for accepting Ziling, a woman from Chuan, as her disciple. But now, Fei Chengsu can make the decision on this matter. They are both clan leaders, but this is the difference. Although Fei Chengsu cannot do what Chen Daoxuan does for the time being, everyone in the Chen family respects him like a god, but she can be regarded as a dictatorial clan leader. It is for this reason that she proposed to marry Chen Daoxuan. Because as long as the two of them marry and give birth to heirs, the Chen family and Guan Sword sect will truly merge into one. By then, the Chen family and Guan Sword sect will become like Zhou and King Dao League. No, even more closely connected than Zhou and King Dao League. Only in this way, Fei Chengsu really dares to support Chen Daoxuan's plan to conquer the true demon realm without reservation. Otherwise, she dare not. As the clan leader of Guan Sword sect, she represents not only herself, but also countless Guan Sword sect disciples, and even countless family forces, and scattered cultivation forces that are attached to Guan Sword sect, as well as countless mortals in Wangxinghe. So many burdens are all on her, and she has to be careful. After saying this, Fei Chengsu's pretty face suddenly moved slightly. She helped Ziling up again and said, you can leave first. Yes, master. Ziling changed her words. After watching Ziling leave, a figure instantly appeared in front of Fei Chengsu. It was Chen Daoxuan. When she saw Chen Daoxuan again, although Fei Chengsu had a graceful temperament, a blush flashed across her pretty face. But this shyness was quickly suppressed by her, and Chen Daoxuan did not notice it. Chen Daoxuan glanced at Ziling, who was going away, and bowed his hands and said, thank you, sect master, for helping me out. You're welcome. I accepted her not entirely for you. Ziling has the body of 9 Yin Zuan K, which is quite suitable for another sect level technique of my Guan Sword sect. Having said that, but Chen Daoxuan knew that Fei Chengsu's move was to help him out. Although the Chen family was powerful, it was indeed difficult for Chen Daoxuan to place Ziling. It's not that the Chen family couldn't protect a female cultivator with the body of 9 Yin Zuan K, but Chen Daoxuan could also see that there was something wrong with Ziling's look at him. Although he had no interest in sex, he was not an idiot. Every time Ziling looked at him, her eyes seemed to melt. How could he not know? Even Kai Yao, the disciple of Fei Chengsu, looked at him with something wrong. Chen Daoxuan knew all this, but he never put his mind on these things. Even if it was Eluoli, if Eluoli had not taken the initiative to break the window paper between them, Chen Daoxuan would have let this initial affection fade away slowly with the passage of time. Because since the day Chen Daoxuan embarked on the path of cultivation, he has devoted all his energy to his own cultivation and the important task of revitalizing the family. How could he have extra thoughts about love? In fact, he is very similar to Fei Chengsu in this regard. When Fei Chengsu took over the position of the leader of Guan Sword sect, she could not stand firm in the sect in terms of strength or power. In the past 400 years, she not only had to deal with the enemies within Guan Sword sect, but also had to face the external enemies Zhou and King Daomeng. Moreover, she didn't have Chen Daoxuan's cheat. So along the way, Fei Chengsu had a much harder time than Chen Daoxuan. But this kind of hardship is invisible to outsiders. Outsiders can only see Fei Chengsu's high position as the leader of Guanyuan sword sect, and they don't know how much she has paid, planned, and injured in order to turn the tables and wipe out Li Yin's forces, and to recover Chuan Kingdom. Chen Daoxuan can vaguely see some of these. This is also one of the reasons why Fei Chengsu said that the two of them would get married that day. She was willing to become a Taoist partner with Chen Daoxuan, not only because of the needs of the two forces of the Chen family and Guanyuan sword sect, but also because Chen Daoxuan understood her. It is said that it is the most difficult to find a confidant in life. In Fei Chengsu's eyes, Chen Daoxuan is the confidant who can understand her. The two looked at each other and looked away at the same time. For a while, the atmosphere between the two was a little charming. Ahem, I came here to ask the sect leader for advice on something. Chen Daoxuan coughed lightly to ease the awkward atmosphere. When Fei Chengsu saw Chen Daoxuan's expression, she covered her mouth and chuckled, saying, "What's the matter?" Chen Daoxuan said seriously, "I want to ask you about King Mu Steel." King Mu Steel? Fei Chengsu frowned slightly. Isn't this the main spiritual, or for refining King Muding? What do you want it for? The sect master knows how to refine King Muding. This time, Chen Daoxuan was shocked. Of course I don't know. Fei Chengsu shook her head, but it's not a secret that the Jiang family is collecting King Mu Steel in Feng'an realm. Almost all the larger cultivation forces know about it. In addition, the Jiang family owns a treasure like King Muding, so isn't the use of King Mu Steel obvious? Well, that's true. Chen Daoxuan smiled awkwardly. Fei Chengsu saw him like this, looked at him with her beautiful eyes, and said with a smile, "But you can't really master the method of refining King Muding. You handed King Muding to Jiang Chengai so readily at the beginning. Now I think there is something wrong. As far as I know, your Chen family should not have much reserves of good fortune, right?" Faced with this question, Chen Daoxuan looked at Fei Chengsu and smiled without saying anything. "Forget it." Fei Chengsu waved her hand. King Mu Steel is indeed gone in Feng'an realm. Even if there is, it is all controlled by the Jiang family. After getting this accurate information, Chen Daoxuan completely gave up. If you really want to mine King Mu Steel, the only way is in the true demon realm. Fei Chengsu added. Chapter 398. Terrifying Consumption. In this way, the problem is back to square one. Without the support of Guanyuan sword sect, the Chen family will have to accumulate for at least hundreds of years to expand the true demon realm. Because expanding the true demon realm is not based on Chen Daoxuan's strength alone, but more on the huge forces under his command. For example, in terms of intelligence, the Chen family has almost no intelligence about the true demon realm. The Chen family doesn't even know who the main enemy of the demon court is. How to lay out in the true demon realm. There are many similar problems. In short, without the support of Guanyuan sword sect, it is almost impossible for Chen Daoxuan to lay out the true demon realm in a short period of time. Even if he breaks through to the Yuanshan period now, he can't do it. With this in mind, Chen Daoxuan stretched out his hand and said, "I wonder if I can have the honor to invite the sect master to go with me." Hearing this, Fei Chengsu's pretty face blushed slightly. She stretched out her white and tender hand and gently held Chen Daoxuan's palm. "It's an honor." The two looked at each other and everything was self-evident. Finally, Chen Daoxuan made his own choice. The Chen family wanted to truly unite with Guanyuan sword sect and marry Fei Chengsu, which was inevitable. This point cannot be replaced by anyone. Whether Chen Daoxuan married Kai Yao, a disciple of Fei Chengsu, or Chen Fusheng married a disciple of Guanyuan sword sect, it was impossible for the Chen family and Guanyuan sword sect to be completely united. Only when he and Fei Chengsu were united, could these two giants be united. The two held their hands together gently, and then slowly let go. Whether it was Chen Daoxuan or Fei Chengsu, they were both highly cultivated people. They both had long lifespans, and were not in a hurry when it came to matters between men and women. On the contrary, whether it was Chen Daoxuan or Fei Chengsu, they both wanted to cultivate their feelings before the marriage. It was precisely because he and Fei Chengsu were marrying for political purposes So the two of them knew more clearly that, to a certain extent, the future relationship between the Chen family and Guanyu Sword sect would depend on the feelings between him and Fei Chengsu. If the two had a harmonious relationship, the integration of the Chen family and Guanyu Sword sect would be smooth sailing in the future. Otherwise, the Chen family and Guanyu Sword sect would be likely to fall apart and even turn against each other. Seeing Chen Daoxuan make his own choice, Fei Chengsu looked at him with a different look and said softly, "What are you going to do? I won't hide it from you, Sect Master." Fei Chengsu shook her head. "You can just call me by my name." Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan was slightly stunned and then said, "Then how about I call you Zua?" Hearing this name, that no one had ever called her, Fei Chengsu's pretty face blushed slightly, nodded, and made a sound like a mosquito. "Yeah." With Fei Chengsu's permission, Chen Daoxuan smiled and said, "Zua, this is what I think." Next, Chen Daoxuan told Fei Chengsu about his previous layout in the true immortal origin realm. Who knew that Fei Chengsu looked quite surprised after hearing it. "You mean, when you were in the purple mansion stage, you had already placed 2 chess pieces in the Kinkyu demon country?" "Yes," Chen Daoxuan nodded. "Not only that, the 2 great demons, Kaitong and Kailing, also brought back a great lore at that time. With this merit, plus the 2 of them were originally at the peak of the purple mansion stage, it is estimated that the 2 have now been promoted to the golden core stage." The Kaitong and Kailing mentioned by Chen Daoxuan were the 2 purple mansion level world demons that he enslaved with the soul seal in the true immortal origin realm. Until now, Chen Daoxuan still has the soul marks of the 2 world demons in his sea of consciousness. In other words, the other party has not escaped the shackles of the soul seal. It is also true that, although the secret method of soul seal has lost its luster in the Feng'an realm with the decline of the beast taming sect, it is after all a unique skill of the ancient sect. How could it be so easily cracked by 2 demon king level world demons? If so, the momentum of the beast taming sect would not have been so great back then. A demon king with the cultivation of the golden elixir. Fei Chengsu's face flashed with joy. There are only a few demon lord level world demons in Kinkyu demon country. For Kinkyu demon country, a demon king level world demon is already a great demon that suppresses one side, and it is considered a high position and power. I didn't expect that Chen Lang still had such a trick. It was just luck. Chen Daoxuan smiled. Fei Chengsu glanced at him and smiled and said, "Since Chen Lang has made some arrangements in Kinkyu demon country, this time we will completely take down the 4 demon countries across the Wangxinghe channel." 4 demon countries? Chen Daoxuan frowned. As far as he knew, the strength of Kinkyu demon country was not strong. Among the 4 demon countries, it was only stronger than the Gi demon country. Whether it was the Great Yuan demon country or the Lion Camel demon country, they were much stronger than the Kinkyu demon country. This can be seen from the number of demon lord level world demons in the Great Yuan and Lion Camel demon countries. The most powerful Great Yuan demon nation has more than 24 demon lord level monsters. As for the Lion demon nation, there are fewer demon lord level monsters, but there are still more than a dozen. Only the Kinkyu demon nation and the Gi demon nation have the fewest demon lord level monsters, with only a single digit number of demon lord level monsters. If the 4 demon nations had not faced the threat of the Guanyu Sword sect together, it is possible that the Kinkyu demon nation and the Gi demon nation would have been divided up by the Great Yuan and Lion demon nation. Seeing that Chen Daoxuan was very puzzled, Fei Chengsu smiled and said, "Of course it is the 4 demon nations. You don't think that my Guanyu Sword sect has been guarding the passage to the real demon world for so many years and has done nothing, right?" Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan looked at her in shock. "You mean?" Fei Chengsu nodded. "Like you, my Guanyu Sword sect also has some key layouts in the Great Yuan demon nation and the Lion demon nation. Once the time comes, we can easily control these 2 demon nations. Although compared to the others, the 4 demon kingdoms across the Wangxinghe channel, even if they united, were far less powerful than Guanyu Sword sect." But Chen Daoxuan did not expect that Guanyu Sword sect's layout was so far-reaching that it could make the 2 strongest demon kingdoms, Daewon and Shichou, change their ways. Thinking of this, Chen Daoxuan suddenly became excited. "Great, if we can take down the 4 demon kingdoms and integrate them into a force, then we will have more chips to join the resistance against the demon court. Who knows? Fei Chengsu shook her head. Although the 4 demon kingdoms are not weak, they are not even as good as a second-rate sect in Zion Tao. If you want to join the alliance against the demon court, I'm afraid that you can get very little voice. You have to continue to expand your power. Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan nodded. He knew that Fei Chengsu was right. The force that could confront the demon court must be a huge force united by countless demon kingdoms in the real demon world. If you want to gain a foothold in these forces and have enough voice, you can't be too weak. Chen Daoxuan estimated that at least he would need to have a force comparable to that of a first-class sect to occupy a place in the anti-demon court alliance. These are all later. Our goal this time is to completely subdue the 4 major demon countries and collect King Mu steel to refine the King Mu Ding. When she heard about refining the King Mu Ding, Fei Chengsu's eyes first lit up, and then her beautiful eyes curved into 2 crescents. She knew that this was a sign of Chen Daoxuan's trust in her. The other party really knew the method of refining the King Mu Ding. Although Fei Chengsu didn't know how Chen Daoxuan got this refining method, the fact that the other party told her this secret itself represented a kind of trust. And trust is something that is slowly built up between the two. There has never been trust that is achieved overnight in this world. All trust is accumulated bit by bit. At least, she and Chen Daoxuan now have a good start. The next day, Taizhao. 2 figures secretly passed through the True Demon Realm passage in Taizhao. This was the second time Chen Daoxuan came here. The last time he passed through the Taizhao passage, he participated in the fight for the treasures in the True Immortal Realm. But this time, his goal is to completely control the 4 demon kingdoms. Passing through the True Demon Realm passage in Taizhao, the first thing that comes into view is still the extremely majestic Weiyang Immortal City. Chen Daoxuan came here secretly with Fei Chengsu this time. Since Fei Chengsu holds the token of the leader of the Carnean Sword sect, the road is naturally unimpeded. In addition, both of them are in the world realm. If they really fight head-on, the boundary monsters of the 4 demon kingdoms combined may not be the opponents of Chen Daoxuan and Fei Chengsu. With such strength, Chen Daoxuan and Fei Chengsu, who are skilled and bold, naturally have no intention of mobilizing other Yuan Ying's engine. Passing through the scope of Weiyang Immortal City all the way, Chen Daoxuan and Fei Chengsu have completely stepped into the territory of Kinkyu Demon Kingdom. This is the second time Chen Daoxuan has come to this place, and for Fei Chengsu, it is the first time. The territory of Wangxinghe is extremely vast, and there are so many true demon realm passages in Wangxinghe. With Fei Chengsu's status, a small Taizhao passage would naturally not be something she would worry about personally. In fact, for so many years, the Taizhao passage has been guarded by the Taizhao Jiang family and the Yuanying elder of the Carnean Sword sect. Speaking of which, the main force guarding Weiyang Fairy City is not even the Carnean Sword sect, but the Taizhao Jiang family. It can be seen that the Carnean Sword sect does not care much about a small Taizhao passage. In the territory of Kinkyu Demon Country, in the sky, a spirit boat flew quickly. On the spirit boat, Chen Daoxuan and Fei Chengsu were in the same room. Watching Chen Daoxuan slowly finishing his work, Fei Chengsu exclaimed, "Your body refining technique is really mysterious." Hearing this praise, Chen Daoxuan smiled bitterly and said, "Zua, you want to say that my Dushan demon god true body consumes too many resources, right?" Seeing that her idea was exposed, Fei Chengsu smiled lightly and did not refute. "You don't know. Although this body refining technique is inherited from the Wangxinghe, I found that it is very different from other body refining techniques." "Oh, what's the difference?" Fei Chengsu put on an attitude of listening attentively. Chen Daoxuan explained, "Normal body refining techniques all consume body refining resources and improve body refining cultivation, right?" Fei Chengsu nodded. "But the Dushan demon god true body I practiced is different. Take the Ziran true body I practiced for example. It requires the practitioner to ignite a group of demon god fires fueled by essence and blood. The biggest advantage of this group of demon god fire is that it can quickly refine various body refining resources to quickly improve body refining cultivation." As he spoke, Chen Daoxuan controlled his mind, and a group of dark grey flames floated out from his Tanzhang acupoint. If you look closely, you will find that there is a bit of pure black in the center of this group of dark grey flames. However, this pure black flame is very small, and if you don't look carefully, you can't see it at all. But similarly, this group of demon fire is also the culprit for devouring the body refining resources. Chen Daoxuan's face was full of pain when he said this. These days, Chen Daoxuan has been practicing body refining every day. With the support of new body refining techniques and sufficient body refining resources, Chen Daoxuan's body refining skills have made great progress. In less than 10 days, he has reached the peak of the blood drop realm. Only one step away, he can reach the realm of initial integration into the immortal true meaning. At this level, Chen Daoxuan's body refining skills will completely surpass the key refining skills of the golden core stage. By then, his biggest shortcoming will not be the lack of physical cultivation, but the low-key refining skills. Faced with such a situation, Chen Daoxuan should have been happy. But what made him helpless was that Zhu Rang's true body consumed too much physical refining resources. No, to be precise, it was the demon god's fire that consumed too much resources. Chen Daoxuan never thought that the biggest consumption of practicing Zhu Rang's true body was not the improvement of physical strength, but the consumption brought by the improvement of the demon god's fire. This ball of devil fire, which was ignited with great difficulty, has become the biggest resource consumption item in Chen Daoxuan's cultivation so far. In just 10 days, all the blood marrow that Chen Daoxuan brought back from the true immortal origin realm was devoured by it. Because the speed at which this ball of devil fire devoured the blood marrow was so fast, Chen Daoxuan did not even count how many thousands of blood marrows it devoured, and just kept filling it up. But this ball of devil fire seemed to open its gluttonous mouth, and devoured all the blood marrow. Although the essence fed back during this period allowed his body refining to rush to the peak of the blood drop realm. If it were other body refining techniques, so much blood marrow would not only raise the body refining to the peak of the blood drop realm for one person, but also for 100 people. But Chen Daoxuan, who practiced Zhu Rang's true body, only barely raised his physical body to the peak of the blood drop realm. This resource utilization rate is simply outrageous. No matter how rich Chen Daoxuan is, he is not willing to do this. Of course, the only thing worth praising about this body refining technique is that it is extremely fast. Compared to the previous dragon python swallowing heaven technique, the training speed is hundreds of times faster. Seeing Chen Daoxuan's helpless expression, Fei Chengsu beside him comforted him. Chen Lang, don't underestimate this technique. Perhaps your group of demon fire has a power that you can't imagine. Zua, did you see anything? Chen Daoxuan asked hurriedly. Well, look at this bit of black flame. Fei Chengsu pointed to the pure black flame at the center of the dark grey flame. If I'm not mistaken, if you continue to refine and devour the blood marrow, this ball of dark grey flame will completely transform into black flame. But, what's the use of this? Chen Daoxuan was very puzzled. Although the power of this ball of demon fire is great, it can only threaten giant and stage cultivators at most. Even Yuanian cultivators can ignore it. You can't say that. Fei Chengsu shook her head. Chen Lang, think about it. You have only practiced this technique for a few days, and you can obtain a flame that can threaten giant and cultivators. If the resources are sufficient, wouldn't it be a few days later that you can threaten Yuanian cultivators? What if you practice for several years or decades? Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan's heart was shocked, but then his expression relaxed again. But, how much resources will it take? Fei Chengsu gently held Chen Daoxuan's hand and said softly, didn't you say that the resources in the true demon realm are endless, and it will definitely elevate your devil's fire to an unprecedented level? Hearing this comfort, Chen Daoxuan's irritable mood seemed to be soothed by a pair of small hands. He gently held the other small hand back and said nothing. Si estás escuchando esta novela en canal distinto a mundo fanfic novelas. Significa lo descargaran y sabiran sinas fuso ten invitamos cordialmente a visitar nuestro canal. Mundo fanfic novelas ali encontrarás la versión original de esta historia y podrás explorar muchas otras novelas de diversos géneros. Te esperamos para sumergirte en mundo de novelas increíbles. Chapter 399, Demon Court Envoy. Wanyao City, the capital of Kinkyu Monster Country. As the capital of Kinkyu Monster Country, Wanyeo City is just like its name, where thousands of monsters live. Although Kinkyu Monster Country is a monster country dominated by Kinkyu fox monsters, it does not mean that the entire Kinkyu Monster Country only has fox monsters. There are many other kinds of monsters in the territory of Kinkyu Monster Country, especially Wanyeo City, which can be said to be a group of monsters dancing wildly. Get out of the way, you are looking for death by blocking the road. On a street in Wanyeo City, a burly purple mansion fox monster with a demon head and a human body passed through the street and shouted loudly. Behind him, there was a team that seemed to have no end. It is worth mentioning that the escorts in this team are all ordinary human beings wearing handcuffs and leg irons. Most of these human beings are women, and if you look closely, these women are not very old, but very young. But the expressions on their faces are all the same, extremely numb. The boundary demons on both sides of the street heard the shouts of the purple mansion fox demon in the lead and hurriedly made way, not daring to offend him. Although a purple mansion fox demon in the capital of Kinkyu Demon Country was not considered a top power, its identity was different. It was a member of the Kinkyu Demon Fox clan. In Kinkyu Demon Country, boundary demons of other races dared not offend the Kinkyu Demon Fox clan. Are these the new blood food raised by Wanyeo City? Among the demons, a bloated boundary demon with a toad head looked at the long line of human women with shining eyes and drooling. Yes, a snake boundary demon beside him nodded, his vertical pupils full of coldness. These excellent blood food must be used by the Kinkyu King to entertain the demon court envoys. You mean, the rumors are true? Kinkyu Demon Country wants to surrender to the demon court. The snake boundary demon said coldly. Although it is not a member of the royal family of the Great Yuan Demon Kingdom, as a snake-like demon, it definitely favors the Great Yuan Demon Kingdom over the Kinkyu Demon Kingdom. The demon court has been making such a big noise recently. As a member of the true demon realm, the lower level demons cannot help but pay attention. Although these lower level demons cannot influence the situation in the true demon realm. But as a snake-like demon, it definitely supports the Great Yuan Demon Kingdom, which is also a snake-like demon. The Great Yuan Demon Kingdom is clearly opposed to the demon court. In fact, the behavior of the Great Yuan Demon Kingdom is easy to explain. As the most powerful of the four surrounding demon countries, the Great Yuan Demon Kingdom is a hegemonic existence within a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles. As a hegemon, who wants to have another father above his head, even if the father is many times stronger than the Great Yuan Demon Kingdom. As the team marched, the demons on both sides of the street pointed at the team. The Kinkyu Fox demon in the lead did not mind, and let them talk in a low voice. It was no secret in the Kinkyu Demon Country that the Lord was about to surrender to the demon court. These young human women's blood food, as discussed by other world monsters, were used by the Lord of Kinkyu to entertain the demon court envoys. Once the blood food was sent to the palace of the Lord of Kinkyu for further processing, it could be presented to the demon court envoys. They moved forward. Soon, the palace of the Lord of Kinkyu was in sight. Although the Kinkyu Demon Country was established by the Kinkyu demons, the level of civilization of the world monsters was obviously much lower than that of human cultivators. This could be seen from the architectural style of their palaces. Although the place where the Lord of Kinkyu lived was called a palace, it was actually a huge nest. Moreover, this nest had no beauty at all, but was extremely hideous and bloody. The only thing worth mentioning was that it was large enough and strong enough. In front of the palace of the Lord of Kinkyu, a group of Kinkyu demon foxes wearing armor and holding swords were looking at the team slowly walking towards them. These Kinkyu demon foxes were the guards of the palace of the Lord of Kinkyu. Coincidentally, the leader of these guards was none other than Chen Daoxuan's pet, Kaitong. Compared to when they parted in the true immortal origin realm, Kaitong's aura was even more terrifying. Its cultivation had obviously been promoted to the realm of the Demon King, as Chen Daoxuan had guessed. Only by reaching the realm of the Demon King could one serve as the leader of the guards of the Kinkyu King's palace. Stop. The leader of the blood food escort turned around and waved, and the team slowly stopped. Seeing this, the leader of the blood food escort trotted forward, bowed his head in front of Kaitong, and said respectfully, "Chief Kaitong, the new batch of blood food needed by the king has been delivered." Yes. Kaitong glanced at the long crowd, and the disgust in his eyes flashed. as a pet engraved with a soul mark by Chen Daoxuan. Kai Tong's thoughts would be affected by the soul mark and get closer and closer to Chen Daoxuan himself. Now seeing a large number of human women being used as blood food for the world demons, how could he not feel disgusted? But no matter how disgusted he was, Kai Tong was powerless at this time. Because this batch of blood food was presented by the Lord of Kinkyu to the demon court, Kai Tong wanted to save them, unless he exchanged his life. Moreover, he was in the heart of Wanyao City. Even if he exchanged his life, he could only save them temporarily. Besides, the policies implemented by Kinkyu Demon Country and Daoan Demon Country are completely different. Daoan Demon Country treats human blood food with a laissez-faire policy, that is, allowing ordinary human beings to build cities and courts. Let ordinary human beings manage themselves, and even Daoan Demon Country took the initiative to provide human beings with body refining methods. After that, Daoan Demon Country regularly harvested the body refining masters born in these human cities and called it the Demon Slaying Conference. Kinkyu Demon Country is different. They treat human blood food much more simply and roughly, just breeding. For example, this batch of human women who have just been sent here have been raised by Kinkyu Demon Country since childhood. Even if Kai Tong can save this batch in front of him, there are more human blood food in Wanyao City and even the entire Kinkyu Demon Country. How many can it save? From the outside, although these human women can walk, they have lost the ability to speak. In other words, they can't even speak and have completely become two-legged sheep for the monsters to eat. In the real monster world, raising ordinary humans is the most common way for monsters to obtain blood food. As for the establishment of a country specifically for the human race like the Great Yuan Monster Kingdom, and then regular harvesting, it is very rare. It is worth mentioning that among the 4 major monster countries nearby, the method of obtaining blood food in the Lion Camel Monster Kingdom is the same as that of the Great Yuan Monster Kingdom. Only the Kinkyu Monster Kingdom and the Polarnite Monster Kingdom use traditional breeding methods. In the void, Chen Daoxuan and Fei Chengsu, who were hidden, were watching the scene in front of them coldly. Now, Chen Daoxuan's perspective on things has changed a lot from before. He turned to look at Fei Chengsu and asked, the way that the Great Yuan Demon Kingdom and the Lion Demon Kingdom treat ordinary human beings was created by Cunning and Sword Sect, right? Yes. Fei Chengsu nodded, but this method can only reduce the death of ordinary human beings, and it cannot change the tragic fate of human body refiners becoming blood food for world demons. Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan sighed and said, the world demons are powerful, and you have done a good job in saving most of the ordinary human beings. Chen Daoxuan didn't understand, now that the reason why the Great Yuan Demon Kingdom and the Lion Demon Kingdom use the method of regularly harvesting the top human body refiners was secretly created by Cunning and Sword Sect. At that time, he still felt that the human race living in the Great Yuan Demon Kingdom was too miserable, and it could even be called a dark place. But when he saw these two-legged sheep in the Kinkyu Demon Kingdom, he realized how much Cunning and Sword Sect had silently paid to save so many ordinary human beings. Thinking of this, Chen Daoxuan was more convinced that the decision of the Chen family and Cunning and Sword Sect to unite was not wrong. Looking at the cruel scene in front of him, Chen Daoxuan no longer hid himself, but flashed and suddenly appeared in front of Kai Tong and the Purple Mansion Fox Demon who was responsible for escorting the human race's blood food. Master. Although he had not seen Chen Daoxuan for many years, Kai Tong still recognized him at a glance, by relying on the connection of the soul seal. This kind of closeness in the soul could not be erased. Hearing Kai Tong call a strange human cultivator master, the Fox Demon guards next to him, and the Purple Mansion Fox Demon who was responsible for escorting the blood food were all stunned. The leader of Kai Tong actually called a human cultivator master. Their first reaction was that the leader of Kai Tong had betrayed. The Purple Mansion Fox Demon who was responsible for escorting the blood food reacted the fastest. When he saw Chen Daoxuan, he was only stunned for a moment, and then he wanted to fly towards the palace of the king of Kinkyu Demon Country with the escape light. In its view, this place is so close to the king's reception of the demon court envoys. As long as it makes a little noise, several demon lord level strongmen will rush out and capture the strange human cultivator in front of it. The true demon realm and the phoenix fall realm have been at odds for so long. that the boundary demons are no strangers to human cultivators, especially the boundary demons of the Kinkyo Demon Kingdom. Because within the borders of the Kinkyo Demon Kingdom, there is a fairy city built by human cultivators, Weiyang Fairy City. Over the past hundreds of years, human cultivators have dealt with the boundary demons of the Kinkyo Demon Kingdom countless times. Not to mention the distant past, in the most recent true immortal origin realm Malay, the 4 demon kingdoms lost countless elite purple mansion demons. And all of this was thanks to the human cultivators. These thoughts flashed through the mind of the purple mansion demon like lightning. Bang! The next moment, it slammed into an invisible wall. The boundary demons have thick skin and flesh, and although they slammed into the space barrier condensed by the space cage, the purple mansion demon fox did not suffer any damage, but climbed up in horror. Just as it was still in shock, another woman in a white fairy dress appeared in front of it. 2 by 2. The purple mansion fox demon wanted to release the projection of the source world, but found that its source world was suppressed by a terrifying force in its body, and could not be used at all. At this moment, the purple mansion fox demon was completely desperate. However, during the whole process, Chen Daoxuan did not even look at the other party. He just waved his hand lightly, and a ball of dark grey flame passed through the bodies of the purple mansion fox demons. This ball of dark grey flame was terrifying. Every time it passed through a purple mansion fox demon, it burned it into nothingness, leaving no residue. On the side, Kai Tong stared at the scene in front of him blankly. It found that after only more than 10 years of not seeing him, Chen Daoxuan's strength had become a little confusing to it. If it was in the true immortal source world, it could still roughly understand Chen Daoxuan's strength level, but now Chen Daoxuan was just a ball of fog in its eyes, and it couldn't see clearly at all. Fei Chengsu didn't pay attention to Kai Tong, but looked at Chen Daoxuan, exclaiming, "Chen Lang, your demon fire is more powerful than I imagined. I'm afraid that few of the giant and stage cultivators can resist it." Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan's previous depression about this group of demon fire was relieved a lot. It's not a loss to spend a lot of body refining resources to get a spiritual fire secret technique. And it seems that this spiritual fire secret technique can be continuously improved. The only thing that makes people feel painful is that the consumption of body refining resources for improving this spiritual fire secret technique is too terrifying. If there is no real demon world, Chen Daoxuan will directly give up practicing this body refining technique. Because Chen Daoxuan knows very well that with the body refining resources of the Feng'an realm, it's okay when his body refining cultivation is low. When he cultivates to the point of integrating the immortal true meaning and even condensing the immortal true body, the body refining resources of the Feng'an realm alone are not enough for him to consume. It is no secret that the body refining resources in the Feng'an realm are already lacking. Chen Daoxuan still remembers that when he bought the dragon python swallowing heaven art at the Guang'an prefecture auction, no one even competed with him for it. Because what is lacking in the Feng'an realm is not the body refining technique, but the body refining resources. Chen Daoxuan felt deeply about this in his later body refining practice. When the cultivators have a low level of body refining, most of them use spiritual rice to improve their body refining. The levels of spiritual rice vary, but the highest grade spiritual rice can generally only allow the cultivator's body refining to be raised to the realm of blood and flesh derivatives. After that, these so-called high-grade spiritual rice gradually lose their effect. After reaching the blood and flesh derivative realm, the resource that helps the cultivators the most in body refining is blood crystal. When using blood crystal to reach the blood dripping realm, it is necessary to replace it with another more precious body refining resource, blood marrow. As for the immortal true meaning black diamond later, there is no need to say how precious it is. In the Feng'an realm, whether it is blood crystal, blood marrow, or immortal true meaning, none of them are available. If human cultivators want to obtain these, they can only rob them in the true demon realm. Whether through the true demon realm channel like the Wangxing Sea, or directly through the battlefield outside the two realms, they can obtain these resources that are not precious in the eyes of the realm monsters. As for the resources robbed by the realm monsters, they may not be very impressive in the eyes of human cultivators, that is, ordinary mortals. Before the true demon realm and the Feng'an realm merged, there were no human beings in the true demon realm. The reason why there are so many human blood food in the true demon realm today is that they were plundered from the Fengyun realm and then multiplied. It's just that hundreds of thousands of years have passed. The cultivators of the Fengyun realm have almost forgotten this history, and have also forgotten these ordinary human beings who were robbed by the realm monsters of the true demon realm and multiplied. Even in the eyes of some extreme cultivators, these realm monster blood food that can't speak and are like walking corpses are not worthy of being the same human race as them. It didn't take long for them to be happy. When Chen Daoxuan's eyes touched the numb human women in front of him again, his brows furrowed deeply. The realm monsters all deserve to die, he said coldly. Fei Chengsu silently held Chen Daoxuan's hand without saying anything. Chen Daoxuan turned his head and glanced at her, then looked at Kai Tong and said coldly, Kai Tong, do you know your crime? Master, spare my life. Kai Tong knows my crime. Kai Tong knelt down hurriedly. Get up. Chen Daoxuan raised his head. He knew in his heart that with Kai Tong's strength, he could not save these people at all. Thank you, Master. Kai Tong stood up tremblingly. Tell me about this demon court envoy. Yes. Chapter 400 Joining forces to capture the enemy. You mean, the envoy sent by the demon court was treated with great respect by the ruler of Kinkyu demon country? Chen Daoxuan frowned after listening to Kai Tong's story. My lord, that's right. Kai Tong said respectfully. Chen Lang, what's wrong? On the side, Fei Chengsu looked at Chen Daoxuan in confusion. Chen Daoxuan knew that, although Fei Chengsu was the leader of Kainiuan sword sect, she had never met the boundary demons of Kinkyu demon country, let alone dealt with the ruler of Kinkyu demon country. But Chen Daoxuan had met the ruler of Kinkyu demon country once. Back then, Kinzan led them, the Purple Mansion and Foundation establishment cultivators, to participate in the struggle for the great Dao lore of the true immortal origin realm. Chen Daoxuan had witnessed a brief confrontation between Kinzan and the ruler of Kinkyu demon country. At that time, Chen Daoxuan's strength was still shallow, and he didn't know how powerful the ruler of Kinkyu demon country was. But now I think that with Kinzan's strength close to the world realm, the leader of Kinkyu monster country must be a top-level true lord, to be able to compete with him. Such a strong man actually treated this demon court envoy with great respect, proving that the strength of this demon court envoy is definitely not inferior to that of the leader of Kinkyu monster country. It is even very likely that the opponent is also a world realm true lord. The cultivation path of the world demon is different from that of human cultivators, but as long as the world demon comprehends the three great laws and can integrate them, it can enter the level equivalent to the world realm true lord of human cultivators. In this regard, the world demon is almost exactly the same as the human cultivator. Moreover, because the source realm of the world demon is the inner world, the strength of the world demon is even stronger than that of the human cultivator at the same level. Of course, the human cultivator has magic tools and various secret methods, which is also incomparable to the world demon. In general, after reaching the nascent soul stage, the basic strength gap between the world demon and the human cultivator is very small. Who is stronger and who is weaker, we have to fight to know. Facing Fei Chengsu's doubts, Chen Daoxuan gave her a brief explanation. So, this demon court envoy is very likely a world level demon lord. Well, you and I are thinking the same thing. Chen Daoxuan nodded. The two did not expect that they would encounter a strong man of the same level when they were planning to secretly recover the small Kinkyu demon kingdom. I just don't know what level of the world realm this demon court envoys. Chen Daoxuan thought for a while. No matter what level of the world realm it is, it can't be the third level of the world realm, right? Impossible. Fei Chengsu shook her head. The third level of the world realm requires a cultivator to reenact the earth, wind, water, and fire to recreate the vitality of the world. Let's not talk about other things, just say that the sun in the Zhuanghuang realm, with your current cultivation, you can't solve it at all. This is the same for demon lord level world demons. Fei Chengsu's meaning is very straightforward. The third level of the world realm is all the realm of the Great Way, that only the Yuan Shandaojin can reach. From ancient times to the present, no one has ever heard of a Yuan cultivator who can reach the third level of the world realm. In fact, there are only a handful of nascent soul cultivators who can reach the second level of the world realm. The reason is very simple. Generally, after reaching the first level of the world realm, nascent soul cultivators are eligible to break through the soul stage. At this time, nascent soul cultivators will definitely choose to break through the soul stage with all their strength, rather than suppress their cultivation, and promote their Deo realm to the second level of the world realm. Because compared to breaking through to the second level of the world realm, breaking through to the soul stage first will greatly improve both strength and lifespan. Moreover, once a cultivator becomes a soul Deo lord, he will soon be able to promote his Deo realm to the second level of the world realm or even the third level of the world realm. This is not a difficult decision at all. For almost all nascent soul cultivators, if they have the opportunity to break through their cultivation, they will definitely choose to prioritize breaking through their cultivation, rather than suppressing their cultivation and breaking through the Deo realm. Like Chen Daoxuan and Fei Chengsu, whose cultivation is only at the nascent soul stage or even the golden core stage, but whose Deo realm has reached the second level of the world realm. It is a very rare thing. Jiang Chengai can do this. In addition to his own amazing talent, there is another important reason. He is a member of the ancient immortal Jiang family. If not, Jiang Chengai's talent alone might not even be comparable to Qinzhen and Fei Chengsu, let alone Chen Daoxuan. After listening to Fei Chengsu's words, Chen Daoxuan's heart relaxed slightly. As long as it's not a demon lord of the second level of the world realm, it's fine. Although Chen Daoxuan and Fei Chengsu joined forces, they were not afraid of the demon lord of the second level of the world realm, but it was almost impossible to capture it. It is much more difficult to capture a strong man of the same level than to kill him. The purpose of Chen Daoxuan and Fei Chengsu is to secretly control the 4 demon countries, rather than let the demon court find out that there are human cultivators who are targeting the demon country of the real demon world. If this demon court envoy is let go, Chen Daoxuan's next plan will all be ruined. Chen Daoxuan has to guard against this. Delay will lead to chaos. Attack together. Okay. Fei Chengsu nodded. She knew that now was not the time to hesitate, and she should capture this demon court envoy first. In the hideous and terrifying world demon's lair, one by one, terrifying beings with terrifying auras were sitting in the spacious hall, eating and drinking. However, the food they ate and drank was simply horrifying in the eyes of human cultivators. Below, one by one, the demons of the Kinkyu Fox clan put young women into a stone bowl with a diameter of about 10 feet. In front of the stone bowl sat a demon with wings on its back, golden pupils and a sharp mouth. This was a Jinpeng demon. The Jinpeng demon looked at the food that was gradually filling up the stone bowl, and his face gradually showed impatience. It raised its head and looked at the Lord of Kinkyu who was sitting in the position where it attacked. It snorted coldly and said, "Lord of Kinkyu, have you considered it? Your Excellency, please calm down." The Lord of Kinkyu Demon Country said in a very humble manner, "Excuse me for being frank. Although the demon court is powerful now, it is not an easy thing to unify the real demon world. There must be countless demon countries opposing this." Nonsense. If there were no demon countries opposing, do you think I would have to come to you in person as a lobbyist? As it spoke, the Golden Peng Realm demon saw that the stone bowl in front of it was filled with blood food, and immediately stretched out its golden claws, grabbed a corner of the stone bowl, and lifted the entire stone bowl. In the stone bowl, at least hundreds of young women were swallowed by it in one gulp. The closer these hundreds of human women were to the corner of its mouth, the smaller they were, as if they were being shrunk by magic, and became as smaller sugar pills, and were swallowed by the Golden Peng Realm demon in one gulp. After eating hundreds of human women in one gulp, the Golden Peng Realm demon smacked his lips with satisfaction, and his expression finally relaxed a little. Seeing this, the king of Kinkyu was delighted, and immediately shouted at a demon king who was serving beside him, "Have you prepared the blood food for the envoy?" The demon king was stunned by the question. "This matter is the responsibility of Commander Chiteng. I will go and urge him now." After saying that, he hurriedly ran out of the hall. Before he stepped out of the hall, a ball of dark grey flame pierced through his chest. Then, his flesh body, which was comparable to the blood-dropping realm, melted bit by bit. You. The Demon King looked at the 2 human cultivators in front of him in horror, and wanted to say something, but found that he couldn't even say a complete sentence. The soul and body are destroyed. Who? In the hall, the King of Kinkyu stood up suddenly. But when it saw Chen Daoxuan and Fei Chengsu, the expression on its face suddenly changed again. World Realm True Lord. The Kinkyu demon country is far away from the two realms abyss. It is extremely difficult and dangerous for human cultivators to fly all the way here from the battlefield outside the two realms abyss. The only possibility is that the tick came through the Wangxinghe channel. The Kinkyu demon lord carefully looked at Chen Daoxuan and Fei Chengsu and desperately searched for strong people in the Wangxinghe who could match these two. For a long time, the Kinkyu lord stretched out a finger, pointed at Fei Chengsu, and said tremblingly, "You are the leader of the Carnian sword sect?" Fei Chengsu was not surprised to see that the other party recognized her. There are only a few top-level true lords in the Wangxinghe. Since the Carnian sword sect can infiltrate the four demon countries, the demon lords and lords of the four demon countries can naturally collect information about the strong people in the Wangxinghe. However, compared with the intelligence work of the Carnian sword sect Shadow Palace, the intelligence of the four demon countries is far behind. So much so that the Lord of Kinkyu only recognized Fei Chengsu, but knew nothing about the young cultivator beside her. The only thing it was sure of was that this young cultivator was not Kinzan, because it knew Kinzan and had fought with him before. The young male cultivator in front of it was obviously not Kinzan. Who was he holding? Just when the Lord of Kinkyu was in doubt, another demon king in the hall was in a state of shock at this moment. "Kailing, what's wrong with you?" A beautiful woman turned her head and asked. This beautiful woman was also sitting on a huge stone bench. Obviously, she was also a demon lord level strongman of the Kinkyu demon kingdom. At this time, Fei Chengsu came in person. Although Kylin felt nervous, he was not too frightened, because she knew that the Golden Peng demon lord in the hall was also a world level demon lord, and in terms of strength, he was not inferior to the world level true monarch. Speaking of which, the Kinkyu demon country is really lucky. If there were no demon court envoys here today, it would be impossible for the demon lords to survive under the hands of the leader of the Carnian sword sect. No, nothing. Kailing lowered her head quickly, her heart beating violently. She originally thought that everything that happened in the true immortal origin realm was just a nightmare for her, but she didn't expect that the nightmare would catch up with her now. Moreover, her master's strength has increased too fast. You know, because she and Kaitong made great contributions, they were awarded with a lot of treasures by the Lord of Kinkyu, which raised their strength to the level of Demon King. But in just a few years, the change in the master's strength is many times better than her and Kaitong. When she thought of this, Kailing couldn't help but tremble in her heart. But under the effect of the soul seal, Kailing became calm again, and she also felt that Chen Daoxuan was extremely kind. Compared with Chen Daoxuan, the ancestor Kylin in front of her was her enemy. The red-scaled demon king didn't care about Kailing. After asking Kailing a question, she focused all her thoughts on the field. On the field, the Golden Peng demon lord stood up suddenly and first glanced at Chen Daoxuan and Fei Chengsu with cold eyes. Then, without saying a word, he turned around and ran away. "Want to run?" Chen Daoxuan sneered. The next moment, a spherical array-light curtain was seen, covering the entire area of 100 miles. The 7th level middle grade array 9 palaces Zuayu array. As soon as he made a move, Chen Daoxuan took out his most valuable magic weapon. On the side, Fei Chengsu's movements were not slow at all, and she directly took out a golden bronze bell. It was the treasure of the Carnian sword sect Yuhuang bell. A 7th level middle grade magic weapon, a pure yang fairy weapon. This demon lord who was only at the first level of the world realm suddenly showed despair in his eyes. In less than half a cup of tea, this Golden Peng demon lord was trapped in a space cage by Chen Daoxuan. The outer perimeter of this space cage is a miniature Star Sword Dao map. Around the Star Sword Dao map, there are also miniature formation flags, which are the formation flags of the 9 palaces Zuayu formation. The triple suppression suppressed the Golden Peng demon lord in the space cage. Fei Chengsu looked at the space cage that was like a glass ball in Chen Daoxuan's palm, and the doll-like figure of the Golden Peng demon lord in the space cage, and asked, "What are you going to do with it?" Chen Daoxuan thought for a while. "First lock it up in the Zuanhuang realm." Okay. Fei Chengsu also knew that now was not the time to kill this demon court envoy, at least not now. First, this golden pen demon lord must know a lot of information about the demon court. Second, Chen Daoxuan was worried that killing him would alert the enemy. Although the world demons are not good at refining magic tools, it is not difficult to make magic tools such as soul tablets. Chen Daoxuan did not believe that the demon court was so powerful that it did not even have soul tablets for the envoys sent out. After suppressing the only world level demon lord on the field, only the Kinkyo Kingdom Lord was at the top level of the true lord of the remaining 4 demon lords, and the other demon lords were only at the late stage of the nascent soul. With this little power, Chen Daoxuan and Fei Chengsu did not even have the slightest room to resist, and they were captured alive by the 2 of them. In the territory of the Kinkyo Demon Kingdom, including the Kinkyo Kingdom Lord, there were only 4 demon lords in total, and they were all caught by Chen Daoxuan and Fei Chengsu. Deprive the 5 senses. Seeing that Chen Daoxuan trapped the 4 demon lords with a space cage, Fei Chengsu simply performed a secret technique called deprive the 5 senses. First they were suppressed by the space cage, and then they were deprived of their 5 senses. The 4 demon lords of the Kinkyo Demon Kingdom were instantly cut off from all contact with the outside world. As long as Chen Daoxuan and Fei Chengsu did not release the restrictions, these 4 could only sink into darkness forever. After suppressing a world level demon lord, a top demon lord, and 3 ordinary demon lords, Chen Daoxuan did not intend to let go of the other world demons in the hall. The dark grey flame was like an elf, constantly jumping on the bodies of the demons. Every time it jumped, a flame was ignited out of thin air. Ah. No. For a moment, screams continued in the hall. One after another, flames burned out of thin air, and then the dark grey flames burned all the world demons into nothingness. Finally, the dark grey flame hovered in front of a demon fox with 3 tails and a face very similar to that of a human woman. This demon fox woman was Kailing. Master. Kailing knelt down trembling, and the fear in his heart was 3 times greater than that of Kaitong. Findi est capitulo muchas gracias por lega hasta el final no es y olvidero lake buscas mas contenido exclusivo y acceso inmediato, suscria bet en nuestro Patreon. Recuda, cada like, suscripción o donación nos americana. Gracias a todos nos vemos en el próximo video.